If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. The link is also in the video's description. Star Wars: Shadows of the Empire by Steve Perry. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. For Diane, and for Tom Mississippi Dupree, who put me in the rotation and thus let me get a chance to bat. Acknowledgements. I could not have written a book set in such a wonderfully rich and complex universe as this all by myself. I had help, lots of it, and I owe thanks to many people. You should know who they are. My apologies to any I might have missed, and the usual caveat applies. If I screwed up their input, it is my fault and not theirs. If you're a fan of the books, comics, games, or movies, you'll probably recognize some of these names. My gratitude goes to Tom Dupree, Howard Rothman, Lucy Wilson, Sue Rostoni, and Alan Cush, John Knowles, Steve Dodderman, and Larry Holland, Bill Slavicsik, Bill Smith, Mike Richardson, Ryder Wyndham, Killian Plunkett, and John Wagner, Timothy Zahn, Kevin J. Anderson, and Rebecca Moesta, Jean Nagar, Diane, Danielle, and Dale Perry, Katie Jo Ivey, and Roxanne de Bergerac. I'd also like to thank the fans in the Star Wars forum on America Online. I got some great ideas as I lurked and listened there. And last, but certainly not least, thanks to the man who dreamed up, then built this absolutely terrific toy in the first place, George Lucas. Appreciate it, gang. Really. Face it, if crime did pay, there would be very few criminals. Laughton Lewis Burdock. Prologue. He looks like a walking corpse, Zizor thought, like a mummified body dead 1,000 years. Amazing he is still alive, much less the most powerful man in the galaxy. He isn't even that old. It is more as if something is slowly eating him. Zizor stood 4 meters away from the Emperor, watching as a man who had long ago been Senator Palpatine moved to stand in the holocam field. He imagined he could smell the decay in the Emperor's worn body. Likely that was just some trick of the recycled air, run through dozens of filters to ensure that there was no chance of any poison gas being introduced into it. Filtered the life out of it, perhaps, giving it the dead smell. The viewer on the other end of the hololink would see a close-up of the Emperor's head and shoulders, of an age-ravaged face shrouded in the cloak of his dark-dyed cloth robe. The man on the other end of the transmission, light years away, would not see Zizor, though. Zizor would be able to see him. It was a measure of the Emperor's trust that Zizor was allowed to be here while the conversation took place. The man on the other end of the transmission, if he could still be called that. The air swirled inside the imperial chamber in front of the Emperor, coalesced and blossomed into the image of a figure down on one knee. A caped humanoid biped dressed in jet black, face hidden under a full helmet and breathing mask. Darth Vader. Vader spoke. "What is thy bidding, my master?" If Zizor could have hurled a power bolt through time and space to strike Vader dead, he would have done it without blinking. Wishful thinking. Vader was too powerful to attack directly. "There is a great disturbance in the Force," the Emperor said. "I have felt it," Vader said. "We have a new enemy, Luke Skywalker." Skywalker? That had been Vader's name, a long time ago. Who was this person with the same name? Someone so powerful as to be worth a conversation between the Emperor and his most loathsome creation. More importantly, why had Zizor's agents not uncovered this before now? Zizor's ire was instant, but cold. No sign of his surprise or anger would show on his imperturbable features. The Falleen did not allow their emotions to burst forth as did many of the inferior species. No, the Falleen ancestry was not fur, but scales. Not mammalian, but reptilian. Not wild, but coolly calculating. Such was much better, much safer. "Yes, my master," Vader continued. "He could destroy us," the Emperor said. Caesar's attention was riveted upon the Emperor and the holographic image of Vader kneeling on the deck of a ship far away. Here was interesting news indeed. Something the Emperor perceived as a danger to himself? Something the Emperor feared? "He's just a boy," Vader said. "Obi-Wan can no longer help him." Obi-Wan. That name Caesar knew. He was among the last of the Jedi Knights, a general. But he'd been dead for decades. Hadn't he? Apparently, Caesar's information was wrong if Obi-Wan had been helping someone who was still a boy. His agents were going to be sorry. Even as Caesar took in the distant image of Vader in the nearness of the Emperor, even as he was aware of the luxury of the Emperor's private and protected chamber at the core of the giant pyramidal palace, he was also able to make a mental note to himself. Somebody's head would roll for the failure to make him aware of all this. Knowledge was power. Lack of knowledge was weakness. This was something he could not permit. The Emperor continued. "The Force is strong with him. The son of Skywalker must not become a Jedi." Son of Skywalker? Vader's son. Amazing. "If he could be turned, he would become a powerful ally," Vader said. There was something in Vader's voice when he said this, something Caesar could not quite put his finger on. Longing? Worry? Hope? Yes, he would be a great asset," the Emperor said. "Can it be done?" There was the briefest of pauses. "He will join us or die, master." Caesar felt the smile, though he did not allow it to show any more than he had allowed his anger play. Ah, Vader wanted Skywalker alive. That was what had been in his tone. Yes, he had said that the boy would join them or die, but this latter part was obviously meant only to placate the Emperor. Vader had no intention of killing Skywalker, his own son. That was obvious to one as skilled in reading voices as was Caesar. He had not gotten to be the Dark Prince, Underlord of Black Sun, the largest criminal organization in the galaxy, merely on his formidable good looks. Caesar didn't truly understand the force that sustained the Emperor and made him and Vader so powerful, save to know that it certainly worked somehow. But he did know that it was something the extinct Jedi had supposedly mastered. And now, apparently, this new player had tapped into it. Vader wanted Skywalker alive, had practically promised the Emperor that he would deliver him alive, and converted. This was most interesting. Most interesting indeed. The Emperor finished his communication and turned back to face him. "Now where were we, Prince Caesar?" The Dark Prince smiled. He would attend to the business at hand, but he would not forget the name of Luke Skywalker. 1. Chewbacca roared his rage. A stormtrooper grabbed at him and he knocked the man flying, armor clattering as he fell into the pit. 2 more guards came in, and the Wookiee battered them both aside as if they were nothing, a child tossing dolls around. In another second, one of Vader's troops would shoot Chewie. He was big and strong, but he couldn't win. They'd cut him down. Han started yelling at the Wookiee, calming him. Leia stared, unable to move, unable to believe this was happening. Han kept talking. "Chewie, there'll be another time. The princess, you have to take care of her, do you hear me? Huh?" They were in a dank chamber in the bowels of Cloud City on Bespin, where Han's so-called friend, Lando Calrissian, had betrayed them to Darth Vader. The scene was bathed in a buttery golden light that made it seem even more surreal. Chewbacca blinked at Han, the half-assembled droid 3PO jutting from a sack on the Wookiee's back. The traitor Calrissian stood off to one side like some feral creature. There were more guards, techs, bounty hunters. Vader and the stink of liquid carbonite permeated the air around them, a smell of morgues and graves combined. More guards moved in, to put cuffs on Chewie. The Wookiee nodded, calmer. Yes, he understood Han. He didn't like it, but he understood. He allowed the guards to cuff him. Han and Leia looked at each other. This can't be happening, she thought. Not now. The emotion took them. Neither could resist it. They came together like magnets, held each other. They embraced, kissed, full of fire and hope, full of ashes and despair. Two stormtroopers jerked Han away, backed him onto the lift plate over the makeshift freezing chamber. The words erupted from Leia unbidden, uncontrollable, lava blasted from a volcanic explosion. I love you. And Han, brave, strong Han, nodded at her. I know. The Ugnaught Tex, not much more than half Han's height, moved in, unbound his hands, stepped away. Han looked at the Tex, then at Leia again. The lift plate sank, lowered him into the pit. He locked his gaze with Leia's, held it, until the cloud of freezing vapor boiled up and blocked their view. Chewie yelled. Leia didn't understand his speech, but she understood his rage, his grief, his feeling of helplessness. Han! Stinking, acrid gas spewed up and rolled over them, an icy fog, a roiling, soul-chilling smoke through which Leia saw Vader watching it all under his inscrutable mask. She heard 3PO sputter, What? What's going on? Turn round! Chewbacca! I can't see! Han! Oh, Han! Leia sat up abruptly, her pulse racing. The sheets were sweaty and wadded around her, her night garment damp. She sighed, swung her legs over the side of the bed, and sat staring at the wall. The chronometer inset showed her it was 3 hours past midnight. The air in the room smelled stale. Outside, she knew, the Tatooine night would be chilly, and she considered opening a vent to allow some of that coolness inside. At the moment, it seemed too much effort to bother. A bad dream, she thought. That's all it was. But, no. She couldn't pretend it had only been a nightmare. It had been more than that. It was a memory. It had happened. The man she loved was embedded in a block of carbonite, had been hauled away like a crate of cargo by a bounty hunter, lost to her, somewhere in the vastness of the galaxy. She felt the emotions well, felt them threaten to spill out in tears, but she fought it. She was Leia Organa, princess of the royal family of Alderaan, elected to the Imperial Senate, a worker in the alliance to restore the Republic. Alderaan was gone, destroyed by Vader and the Death Star. The Imperial Senate was disbanded. The alliance was outmanned and outgunned 10,000 to 1. But she was who she was. She would not cry. She would not cry. She would get even. 3 hours past midnight, and half the planet slept. Luke Skywalker stood barefoot on the steel-crete platform 60 meters above the sand, looking at the taut wire. He wore plain black pants and shirt and a black leather belt. He no longer had a lightsaber, though he'd started constructing another one, using the plans he'd found in an old leather-bound book at Ben Kenobi's. It was a traditional exercise for a Jedi, so he'd been told. It had given him something to do while his new hand had finished final bonding to his arm. It had kept him from thinking too much. The lights under the canopy were dim. He could barely see the stranded steel line. The carnival was done for the night, the acrobats and dewbacks and jesters long asleep. The crowds had gone home, and he was alone here with the tightrope. It was quiet. The only sound the creak of the sin tent fabric as it cooled in the arms of the Tatooine summer night. The hot desert day gave up its heat quickly, and it was cold enough outside the tent to need a jacket. The smell of the dewbacks drifted up to where he perched, and mingled with that of his own sweat. A guard whose mind had accepted Luke's mental command to allow him inside the giant tent stood watch at the entrance, blind now to his presence. A Jedi skill, that kind of control, but another one he had only begun to learn. Luke took a deep breath, let it out slowly. There was no net below, and a fall from this height would surely be fatal. He didn't have to do this. Nobody was going to make him take the walk. Nobody but himself. He calmed his breathing, his heartbeat, and as much as possible his mind, using the method he had learned. First Ben, then Master Yoda had taught him the ancient arts. Yoda's exercises had been the more rigorous and exhausting, but unfortunately, Luke had not finished his schooling. There really hadn't been any choice at the time. Han and Leia had been in deadly danger, and he'd had to go to them. Because he had gone, they were alive, but that hadn't turned out well. No, not at all. And there had been the meeting with Vader. He felt his face tighten, his jaw muscles dance, and he fought the anger that surged up in him, like a hormonal tide as black as the clothes he wore. His wrist ached suddenly where Vader's lightsaber had sliced through it. The new hand was as good as the old, better maybe, but sometimes when he thought about Vader it throbbed. Phantom limb pain, the medics had said. Not real. "I'm your father." No, that couldn't be real either. His father had been Anakin Skywalker, a Jedi. If only he could talk to Ben. Or to Yoda. They would confirm it. They would tell him the truth. Vader had tried to manipulate him, had tried to throw him off balance. That was all. But what if it was true? No. Leave it. It wouldn't help to dwell on that now. He wasn't going to be able to do anybody any good unless he mastered his Jedi skills. He had to trust in the Force and move on. No matter what lies Vader had spewed, there was a war on, much to do, and while he was a good pilot, he was supposed to have more to offer to the Alliance. It wasn't easy, and it didn't seem to be getting any easier. He wished he felt sure of himself, but the fact was, he didn't. He felt as if a weight were riding on him, more than he'd ever thought possible. A few years ago, he'd been a farm boy, working with Uncle Owen, going nowhere. Now there was Han, the Empire, the Alliance, Vader. No, not now. That's in the past and in the future. This wire is the now. Concentrate or you're going to fall off it. He reached for the energy, felt the flux begin to flow. It was bright and warm and life-giving, and he called it to himself, sought to wrap it around his form like a suit of armor. The Force. Once again it was there for him. Yes. But there was something else there, too. In a place that was removed but somehow right next to him, he felt that pull he had been told about. A hard, powerful coldness. The opposite of what his teachers had presented to him. The antithesis of light. That which Vader embraced. The dark side. No! He pushed it away, refused to look at it, took another deep breath, felt the Force permeate him, felt it attune itself to him. Or maybe it was the other way around. It didn't matter. When they were one, he started to walk. The high wire suddenly seemed as wide as a public sidewalk. It was natural, the Force. But this part always felt like magic, as if he could do miracles using it. He'd seen Yoda raise the X-Wing from the swamp using his mind. It was possible to do things that might look like miracles. As he lifted his foot to take another step, he remembered other things about his time on Dagobah. Under the soft, damp ground, in the cave, Darth Vader came toward him. Vader! Here! How could that be? Luke pulled his lightsaber, lit it, brought it up. The gleaming blue-white of his blade met Vader's reddish beam as they crossed in on-guard salute. The power hum and the energy crackle grew louder. Suddenly Vader swung, a powerful cut at Luke's left side. Luke jerked his blade up and over, dropped the point, blocked the slash. It hit so hard it vibrated him, nearly tore his lightsaber from his grip. He smelled the mold around him, heard the power hum of the lightsabers, saw Vader with a crystal clarity. All his senses came to life, as sharp as they'd ever been, sharp as a warehouse full of vibro-shivs. Vader cut again, now at Luke's head, and Luke's panicked overhead block barely stopped it. Barely. He was so strong. Again Vader chopped at him, a blow that would have cut Luke in half had he not jammed his own weapon out just in time. Vader was too strong for him, Luke knew. Only his anger could save him from being killed. He remembered Ben, remembered Vader hacking him down. Unthinking rage drove him. Luke whipped his blade around backhanded, all of his arm and shoulder and wrists behind it, and the cut took Vader's head off. Time seemed to drag like some heavy anchor. He stared. Vader's body dropped, oh so slowly, and the severed head fell to the ground and rolled, then stopped. There was no blood. There came a bright flash, a sudden blast of light and purple smoke, and the mask covering Vader's face shattered and vanished, revealing the face of Luke Skywalker. No! The insurgent memory had flashed by much faster than the events had actually taken. He had moved but a single step in reality. Amazing what one's mind could do. Even so, he nearly fell from the wire as he lost contact with the Force. Stop this, he told himself. He took a deep breath, balanced uneasily, reached to the Force again. There, he had it. He steadied, started walking, one with the Force again, flowing. Halfway across the wire, he started to run. He told himself it was part of the test. He told himself that the Force was with him and he could live up to his name without fear, that anything was possible to one trained as a Jedi Knight. It was what he had been taught. He wanted to believe it. He didn't want to believe that he ran because he could feel the dark side walking the wire behind him, cat-footed and evil, following him. Following like the memory of his face on Vader's severed head, following and gaining. Zizor leaned back in his form chair. The chair, which had a bad circuit he kept meaning to have repaired, took this move as an inquiry. Its vox chip said, "What is your wish, Prince Zizor?" It slurred his name, dragging out the first syllable. He shook his head. "Nothing, save that you be silent," he said. The chair's vox shut up. The machineries within the clone leather seat hummed and adjusted the support to Zizor's new position. He sighed. He was rich beyond the income of many entire planets, and he had a malfunctioning form chair that couldn't even pronounce his name correctly. He made a note to have it replaced. Now. Today. Immediately. As soon as he was finished with his business here this morning. He looked at the 1/6 scale holoproj frozen in front of him, then up at the woman standing across the desk. She was as beautiful, if not as ethnic, as the two epicanthics women fighters in the holograph between them. But her beauty was of a different order. She had long and silky blonde hair, pale and clear blue eyes, an exquisite figure. Normal human males would find her attractive. There were no flaws in Yuri's face or form. But there was a coolness about her, and that was easily explained if you knew the reason. Yuri was an HRD, a human replica droid, and unique. She could visually pass for a woman anywhere in the galaxy, could eat, drink, and perform all of the more personal functions of a woman without anybody the wiser. And she was the only one of her kind programmed to be an assassin. She could kill without raising her ersatz heartbeat, never a qualm of conscience. She'd cost him 9 million credits. Zizor steepled his fingers and raised an eyebrow at Yuri. "The Pike sisters," Yuri said, glancing at the holo. "Genetic twins, not clones. The one on the right is Zan, the other is Zu. Zan has green eyes, Zu has one green and one blue eye, the only noticeable difference. They are masters of Teras Kasi, the Bunduki art called Steel Hands. 26 standard years old, no political affiliations, no criminal records in any of the major systems, and as far as we are able to determine, completely amoral. They are for hire to the highest bidder, and they have never worked for Black Sun. They have also never been defeated in open combat. This," she nodded at the unmoving holoproj image again, "is what they do for fun when they aren't working." Yuri's voice was, in contrast to her appearance, warm, inviting, a rich alto. She activated the hologram. Zizor smiled, revealing his own perfect teeth. The holo had shown the two women mopping the floor with 8 Imperial stormtroopers in some rat's nest of a spaceport bar. The soldiers had been big, strong, well-trained and armed. The women weren't even breathing hard when they finished. "They'll do," he said. "Make it happen." Yuri nodded once, turned and left. She looked as good from behind as she did from the front. 9 million and worth every decacred. He wished he had a dozen more like her. Unfortunately, her creator was no longer among the living. A pity. So, 2 more hand-picked assassins now under his command. Assassins with no ties to Black Sun, not before, and with Yuri's expert manipulation, not ever. Caesar glanced up at the ceiling. He'd had the pattern of the galaxy installed into the glow tiles. When the lights were dim, and they usually were, he had an edge-on view of the home galaxy floating holographically there, with more than 1,000,000 individual glowing dust-small stars hand-drawn in it. It had taken the artist 3 months, and had cost a warlord's ransom, but the Dark Prince could not spend what he already had even if he tried hard, and more than that kept flowing in all the time. Credits were nothing. He had billions. A way of keeping score. That was all. Not important. He looked at the holograph again. Beautiful and deadly, these two, a combination he enjoyed. He himself was of the Falline, a species whose distant ancestors had been reptilian, and who had evolved into what was generally considered the most beautiful of all humanoid species. He was over 100 years old, but he looked 30. He was tall, had a top-knot ponytail jutting up from his otherwise bald head, and a hard body crafted by stim units. He also exuded natural pheromones that made most of the human stock species feel instantly attracted to him, and his skin color, normally a dusky green, changed with the rise of those pheromones, shading from the cool into the warm spectrum. His handsomeness and appeal were tools, nothing more. He was the Dark Prince, Underlord of Black Sun, one of the 3 most powerful men in the galaxy. He could also kick a sunfruit off the top of a tall humanoid's head without a warm-up stretch, and he could lift twice his own weight over his head using only his own muscles. He could claim a sound, if admittedly devious, mind in a sound body. His galactic influence was surpassed only by the Emperor and the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Vader. He smiled at the image before him again. 3rd, but about to become 2nd, if his plans went as intended. It had been months since he'd overheard the Emperor and Vader talking of a threat they perceived. Months, and now the preliminaries were done. Caesar was ready to move in earnest. "Time," he said. His room computer answered, and gave it to him. Only an hour remained before his meeting. It was but a short walk through the protected corridors to Vader's. Not much beyond where the Emperor's massive gray-green stone and mirror crystal palace thrust itself up into the high atmosphere. A few kilometers, no more. A brisk stroll would put him there in a few minutes. No hurry. He did not want to arrive early. A chime announced a visitor. "Enter," Caesar said. His bodyguards were not here, but there was no need for them in his sanctum. No one could penetrate its defenses, and only a few of his underlings had the right to visit him here, all of them loyal as fear could make them. One of his sub-lieutenants, Mace Duval, came in and bowed low. "My Prince Caesar." "Yes." "I have a petition from the Nesriti organization. They wish an alliance with Black Sun." Caesar gave Duval a measured smile. "I'm sure they do." Duval produced a small package. "They offer a token of their esteem." Caesar took the package, thumbed it open. Inside was a gem. It was an oval-cut, blood-red Tumanian pressure ruby, a very rare stone, apparently flawless, and easily worth several million credits. The Dark Prince held it up, turned it in his fingers, nodded. Then he tossed it onto his desktop. It bounced once, slid to a stop next to his drinking cup. If it had fallen onto the floor, he would not have bent to retrieve it, and if the cleaning droid came in later and sucked it up, well, so what? "Tell them we'll consider it." Duval bowed and backed away. When he was gone, Caesar stood, stretched his neck and back. The evolved reptilian ridge over his spine elevated slightly, felt sharp against his fingertips as he rubbed it. There were other applicants waiting to see him, and ordinarily he would sit and attend to their petitions, but not today. Now it was time to go and see Vader. By going there instead of insisting that Vader come here, he was giving away an advantage, appearing to be himself a supplicant. No matter. That was part of it. There must not seem to be any contention between them. No one must suspect that he felt anything but the greatest respect for the Dark Lord of the Sith. Not if his plans were going to succeed. And succeed they would. He did not doubt it. Because they always did. 2. Leia sat in a bad cantina in the bad part of Mos Eisley. You really had to work at it to earn both of those low distinctions. Calling this place a dive would have elevated it 4 notches. The table was expanded metal, aluminum plate turned into a cheap and easy-to-clean mesh. Probably they used a high-pressure solvent hose to wash everything into that drain in the middle of the sunken spot over there in the floor. If they opened the door to the arid outside, it would dry in a hurry. The cup of whatever vile brew it was she had in front of her was certainly losing more liquid to evaporation than her drinking from it. The air refreshing system must have had a bad circuit. The place was hot, the desert air outside seeping in along with the gutter scum who came to hang out here. It smelled like a bantha stable in the hot summer, and the only good thing about the place was that the light was dim enough so she didn't have to look too closely at the patrons. From a dozen different species, and none of them particularly savory-looking examples at that. Lando must have done it on purpose, picking this pit in which to meet, just to get a rise out of her. Well, when he finally arrived, she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. For a time she'd hated him, until she understood his apparent betrayal of Han had only been a ruse to help save them from Vader. Lando had given up a lot for that, and they all owed him for it. Still, this wasn't a bar she would have gone into without a good reason. A very good reason. And not a place she would have gone alone. Despite her protests that she didn't need a bodyguard. But need one or not, she had one. Chewbacca sat next to her, glowering at the assorted patrons. The only reason Chewie had left her with Luke after the last encounter with Vader was to go with Lando to Tatooine to set up Han's rescue. Once Leia had arrived, Chewie had stayed as close to her as part of her wardrobe. It was irritating. Lando had explained it. Chewie owes Han a life debt. That's a big deal among Wookiees. Han told him to take care of you. Until Han tells him otherwise, that's what he's going to do. Leia had tried to be firm. She told Chewie, I appreciate it, but you don't have to. It was no use, Lando told her. As long as he was alive, Chewbacca was going to be with her. And that was that. She didn't even speak Wookiee, save for a couple of swear words she thought she recognized, but Lando had smiled and told her she might as well get used to it. She almost had, after a fashion. Chewie could understand a number of languages, and while he couldn't speak them, he could usually make known what he wanted somebody to know. Leia liked Chewie okay, but here was another reason to free and find Han, so he could call the Wookiee off. Then again, even though she would never admit it, there were times when having a 2-meter-tall Wookiee around was useful, such as in this wonderful place. During the last hour, she'd had to look a little closer at several of the patrons than she liked, despite the fact that she wore old and threadbare freighter handlers' coveralls spotted and stained with lube, had her hair wound into a tight and unattractive bun, and did not meet anyone's gaze. There had been a steady parade of various humans and aliens to her table, trying to pick her up. Also despite the fact that a fully grown and armed Wookiee sat at the same table. Males. Didn't seem to matter what species they were when they wanted female company, and it didn't seem to matter what species the female was either. Chewie made it clear they weren't welcome, and between his size and bowcaster, nobody much wanted to argue the point. But new ones kept coming. Chewie growled at a bulbous-headed Biff who banged into the table. The alien, whose species was normally well-behaved and peaceful, had obviously had way too much to drink, if he would even think it possible that he and Leia could find anything in common. The Biff looked at Chewie's bared teeth, hiccuped, then tottered off. Leia said, Look, I appreciate your help, but I can handle these guys. Chewie turned his head to one side and regarded her, a gesture she was coming to realize meant skepticism and amusement mixed about equally. She took it as a challenge. Hey, next time somebody comes over, just watch me. You can do it without threats, you know. It didn't take long. The next pest in the rotation was a Deveronian, a horned humanoid who, surprise, wanted to buy Leia a drink. Thank you, but I'm waiting for somebody. The Deveronian said, Well, why don't I keep you company until they get here? Perhaps they were delayed. It might be a long wait. Thank you, but I have company. She nodded at Chewie. The alien ignored the gesture, and since the Wookiee didn't speak or point his weapon, kept right on talking. I'm really quite pleasant to have around, you know. Many femmes have thought so. Many. He leered at her, his pointed teeth looking particularly white against his red lips, shot his tongue out and sucked it back in. It was as long as her forearm. Spare me, Leia thought. So much for the easy way. No, go away. You don't know what you're missing, little one. His leer grew wider, making him look more demonic. She glanced at Chewie, who was about to start laughing, she could tell. She glared at the Deveronian. I'll try to get over it. Leave. Just one drink, and I can show you my Waranian hollow cards. They are, very stimulating. He started to sit across from her. Leia pulled the small blaster she'd tucked into her coverall pocket, brought it out over the table where the Deveronian could see it. She pointed at the ceiling and thumbed the power setting button from stun to kill. He saw that too. Very quickly he said, "Oh well, perhaps another time. I just recalled that I left the converter charging on my ship. You'll excuse me." He hurried away. Amazing what waving a blaster under an obnoxious would-be suitor's nose would do to improve his manners. Chewie did laugh now, said something, and she had a pretty good idea of what it meant. "Nobody likes an obnoxious Wookiee," she said. But she smiled. That point went to Chewie, and she was woman enough to admit it. She put the safety on and tucked the blaster away, fiddled with the stir stick in her drink. Lando was going to pay for calling the meeting in this hole. Somehow. Somebody opened the door, and a flash of hot light spilled into the dank bar. Outlined in the door was a human, who for just a second reminded her of Han. Han. She felt the grief start to well in her again, and she shook her head, as if that could stop the emotions from flowing. The last time she had seen Han Solo, he'd been frozen in a block of carbonite. The last thing he had said to her was an answer. "I know." Leia sighed. She hadn't really known until that moment that she loved him. When she saw Vader order him lowered into the freezing chamber, when she knew there was a chance he might not come out alive, she'd had to say it. It had come out of her unbidden. It had seemed as if the words had been spoken by another woman. It had been so unreal. But she couldn't deny it. Not then, not now. She did love him, pirate and rogue that he was. There was no help for it. That feeling scared her more than anything she could think of, more than when she'd been in Vader's hands in the Death Star, more than when it seemed half the Imperial Army and Navy had been after them. "Buy you a drink, beautiful?" somebody said from behind her. Leia turned. It was Lando. She was angry at him, but glad to see him too. "How'd you get in here?" "Back door," Lando said. He smiled. He was a handsome man, tall, dark-skinned, a thin mustache above those shiny white teeth. And he knew it, too. Behind him were the droids R2-D2 and C-3PO. R2's dome swiveled as the droid took in the bar, and 3PO, the most skittish droid Leia had ever been around, managed to look nervous even though he could not change his facial expression. R2 whistled. "Yes, I see that," 3PO said. A short pause. "Master Lando, wouldn't it be better if we waited outside? I don't think they like droids in this place. We're the only ones here." Lando smiled. "Relax. Nobody's going to bother you. I know the owner. Besides, I don't want you alone outside. You might find this hard to believe, but this town is full of thieves." He opened his eyes wide in mock amazement and waved his hands to take in the bar and the port around it. "You wouldn't want to wind up shoveling sand on some moisture farm now, would you?" "Oh, dear me, no." Leia smiled, unable to help herself. What a band of characters she'd wound up with. 2 funny droids, Lando Calrissian the Gambler, Chewbacca the Wookiee, Luke the... What was Luke? Halfway to becoming a Jedi at least. And awfully important given how badly Darth Vader seemed to want him. She'd heard other rumors too, that Vader wasn't particular how he got Luke, alive or dead. She loved Han, but she felt something for Luke too. Another complication she did not need. Why wasn't life simpler? And Han... "I think we got Slave 1 spotted," Lando said quietly. That was Boba Fett's ship. The bounty hunter who had taken Han from Cloud City. What? Where? "A moon called Gaul, circling Zar, a gas giant out in one of their far rim systems. The information's third-hand, but the informant chain is supposed to be reliable." "We've heard that before," she said. Lando shrugged. We can sit and wait, or we can go see. The bounty hunter should have delivered Han to Jabba months ago. He's got to be someplace. I've got a contact in that system, an old gambling buddy who does a little, freelance cargo delivery. Name is Dash Rendar. He's checking it out for us." Leia smiled again. Freelance cargo delivery was a euphemism for smuggling. "You trust him?" "Well, as long as my money holds out, yeah." "Fine. How soon will we know?" "A few days." Leia looked around. Anything would be better than waiting here. Lando flashed his bright smile again. "Mos Eisley's known as the galaxy's armpit," he said. "I guess there are worse parts of the anatomy where we could be stuck." Chewie said something. Lando shook his head. "I don't know why he'd be there. There's a shipyard on the moon. Maybe he needed repairs. Something serious had to hold him up because Jabba won't pay him until he gets here." Chewie said something else. "Yeah, I'm afraid so." Lando looked at Leia. "Gaul is an Imperial enclave. Got a couple of destroyers based there, plus all the attendant TIE fighters. If Fett's ship is there, it won't be easy to get to him." "When has anything been easy since I met you?" she said. "Let me ask you something. Of all the crummy places in this port, why did you choose this one?" "Well, I do know the owner. He owes me for a bet we once made. I get to eat and drink here for free whenever I'm in town." "Oh boy, what a thrill that must be. You ever try to eat anything in this place?" "I haven't been that hungry yet, no." She shook her head. Her life had certainly been interesting since she'd fallen in with these guys. But it was like Lando had just said about Boba Fett. Everybody had to be someplace. Until they found Han, this was as good as any. Leia said, "Maybe we better go tell Luke." Zizor left his 4 bodyguards in the antechamber and went into Darth Vader's personal meeting room. The guards were trained in half a dozen forms of hand-to-hand combat, each armed with a blaster and each an expert shot. Still, if Vader wanted to harm him, it wouldn't matter if he took 4 or 40 men with him. The mysterious force would let Vader block a fired blaster bolt with his lightsaber or his hands, and he could kill with a gesture, could freeze your lungs or stop your heart, just like that. It was a lesson many had learned the hard way. One did not stand toe-to-toe with Darth Vader and challenge him directly. Fortunately, Zizor enjoyed the Emperor's patronage. As long as that was the case, Vader would not dare harm him. The room was spare, a long table of polished dark grille wood, several non-reactive chairs made from the same kind of wood, a holoplate and viewer. A faint tang of something spicy hung in the air. There were no pictures on the walls, no conspicuous signs of the wealth Vader commanded. He was nearly as rich as Zizor, and like the Dark Prince, cared little for wealth itself. Zizor pulled one of the chairs away from the table and sat, allowing himself to appear completely relaxed, legs stretched out in front of him, leaning back. Somewhere in Vader's castle, monitoring technicians would be watching every move he made, recording it all. Zizor knew that Vader's spies followed him everywhere he went, on or off planet, here in the dark heart of the Serpent's Nest itself. There could be no doubt that his slightest gesture would be watched and analyzed. If Vader wished it, he could likely know how much air Zizor breathed, the volume, weight, and composition of that air, the percent of carbon dioxide in the residue. Zizor allowed himself a tight grin. Give the tech something to think about. Uh-oh, he's smiling. What do you suppose that means? Of course, he had Vader under constant surveillance, too, every time he set foot outside his castle. On Coruscant, yes. It had been renamed the Imperial Center, but Zizor did not care for the new name. Virtually everyone of any importance had his or her own spy net, keeping track of all the other people of importance. It was necessary, and Black Sun's spy net was second to none, not even the Empire's own. Well, perhaps the Bothans were slightly better. The wall at the opposite end of the room slid aside silently, and Vader stood there, quite dramatic in his cape and black uniform, his breathing audible inside the armored helmet and mask. Zizor stood, offered a military bow. "Lord Vader?" "Prince Zizor," Vader offered in return. No bow. He bent the knee only to the Emperor. But Zizor did not acknowledge the small breach of etiquette. This was all being recorded. The recording might find its way before the Emperor. In fact, Zizor would be greatly surprised if it did not come under the Emperor's scrutiny. The old man was not one to let much get past him. Instead, Zizor intended to be the soul of grace, the epitome of politeness, the acme of good manners. "You asked to see me, Lord Vader. How may I be of service to you?" Vader stepped into the room, and the door slid shut behind him. He made no move to sit, no surprise. Zizor also remained standing. Vader said, "My master bids me to arrange for a fleet of your cargo ships to deliver supplies to our bases on the Rim." "But of course," Zizor said, "my entire operation is at your disposal. I am always happy to aid the Empire in any way that I can." Zizor's legitimate shipping operations were quite extensive, among the largest in the galaxy. Much of the money from Black Sun's illicit activities had been funneled into Zizor Transport Systems, and XTS alone was enough to make him a wealthy and powerful man. Vader was also aware that the holocams were upon him. He made a comment for the record. "In the past, it seems as if your company has been slow to respond to Imperial requests." "It embarrasses me to say that you are correct, Lord Vader. Certain individuals who worked for me were lax. However, those individuals are no longer employed by my company." Point, counterpoint. Vader jabbed, carefully, using a fine point, and Zizor parried. Each conversation he had with the Dark Lord of the Sith was thus, an obvious surface dialogue with much hidden in the depths below it. It was a kind of feud, in which each player tried to score, like two brothers trying to outdo each other in the eyes of a critical father. Zizor did not consider Vader anything like a nest brother, however. The man was an impediment to be removed, and though he did not know it, a mortal enemy. 10 years ago, Vader had a pet project, research on a biological weapon. He established a hazard lab on Zizor's home planet of Falleen. There had been an accident at the supposedly secure facility. A mutant tissue-destroying bacterium somehow escaped quarantine. In order to save the planet's population from a horrible, rotting, always fatal infection, for which there was no cure, the city around the lab had been sterilized. Sterilized as in baked, torched, seared, burned to cinders. Houses, buildings, streets, parks, and people. 200,000 Falleen had been killed by the sterilization lasers crisscrossing the doomed metropolis from orbit. The Empire counted itself lucky to have lost only that number, when the necroticizing bacteria could have killed billions, maybe even escaped off-world to infect other planets. It had been a close call, but the cost had been relatively minor. In the opinion of the Empire. In Darth Vader's opinion. Among the dead had been Zizor's mother, father, brother, 2 sisters, and 3 uncles. He'd been off-world at the time, cementing his control of Black Sun into place. Otherwise, he would have been one of the victims himself. He had never spoken of the tragedy. He had, through the offices of Black Sun, caused his family's deaths to be erased from Imperial records. The operatives who had done that deed had been themselves eliminated. Nobody knew that Zizor, the Dark Prince, had personal reasons to detest Darth Vader. It would be natural to see the two as rivals for the Emperor's favor, and there was no way to hide that. But of the other, no one save Zizor had any inkling. He had been patient, Zizor had. It was never a question of if, only a matter of when he would repay Vader in kind. Now at last, revenge was in the making. Soon he would have it. He would spear 2 fleek eels with the same trident. Vader, the impediment to his power, and Vader, the killer of his family, would both be removed. Zizor felt a smile, but held it from observation by Vader in his hidden holocam's gazes. Killing the Dark Lord might be possible, but much too good for him, and dangerous in the extreme. Dishonor and disgrace were ever so much more painful at this level of existence. He would break Vader, would cause him to be tossed upon the trash heap by his beloved master. Yes, that would be justice. "We shall need 300 ships," Vader said, cutting into Zizor's thoughts. "Half of them tankers, half dry cargo transports, standard Imperial delivery contracts. There's a large construction project of which you are aware. Can you supply the vessels?" "Yes, my lord. You need but tell me where and when you desire them, and I will make it so." In imperial terms are acceptable. Vader stood silently for a moment, the only sound the mechanical wheeze of his breathing. He didn't expect that, Zizor thought. He thought I might argue or try to haggle over the price. Good. Very well. I'll have the Fleet Supply Admiral contact you with details. It is my honor to serve, Zizor said. Again, he gave Vader a military bow, a bit lower and slower than before. Anybody watching would only see how courteous and eager to please Zizor was. Without another word, Vader turned. The wall slid back again, and he swept from the room. And anybody watching would see how close to the edge of rudeness Lord Vader walked. Again, Zizor allowed himself a tiny smile. Everything was going according to plan. 3. Luke stared at the little furnace, as if doing so could hurry the process. Inside, the ingredients for a lightsaber gem cooked at an incredible heat and pressure, hot enough to melt denskrys, intense enough to collapse durasteel into a liquid ball. And yet, from a meter away, except for the red operating diode, you couldn't tell the thing was even on. Well, except maybe for a little bit of a smell, something like a blaster bolt, a kind of ozone odor. The furnace had been working for hours, and the little yellow diode had not yet begun to blink, the signal that the process was in the final stage. He looked around at the inside of what had been Ben Kenobi's home. It was a small place on the edge of the western Dune Sea, made, as so many of the local structures were, of sandstone, crushed local rock mixed into a slurry with dissolvents and cast or sprayed into frames to harden. The resulting buildings were sturdy and proof against the sandstorms. Ben's house looked almost as if it could have been a natural rock formation, smoothed and rounded by centuries of too hot by day and too cold by night desert weather. Ben, struck down by Vader on the Death Star. The memory was equal parts grief and rage. His teacher hadn't left much behind, not for a man who had once been Obi-Wan Kenobi, a Jedi Knight and a general in the Clone Wars. Perhaps the most valuable thing was the old and intricately carved boa wood trunk and its contents, including an ancient leather-bound book. A book that contained all manner of wondrous things for a would-be Jedi, such as plans for building a lightsaber. The thumbprint clasp on the volume had accepted Luke's right thumb to unlock it, and once it was open, he saw the flash packet rigged inside the cover. Had anybody tried to force the clasp, the book would have burst into flame. Somehow, Ben had known Luke would find this book. Somehow, he had prepared it so that only he could open it safely. Amazing. According to that book, the best lightsabers used natural jewels, but there weren't a lot of the kind he needed lying around where he could find them on Tatooine. He'd managed to collect most of the electronic and mechanical parts in Mos Eisley, power cells, controls, a high-energy reflector cup, but he had to make his own focusing jewel. Ideally, the best lightsabers also had 3 of those, different densities and facets, for a fully adjustable blade, but for his first attempt at building the Jedi weapon, Luke wanted to keep it as simple as possible. Even so, it was trickier than the book made it out. He was pretty sure he had the superconductor tuned right, the amplitude for the length set where it was supposed to be, and the control circuitry boards correctly installed. He couldn't be positive until the jewel was finished, and the book didn't mention exactly how long that took. Supposedly the furnace would shut down automatically when it was done. If everything went right, he'd be able to cut the jewel, polish and install it, tune the photoharmonics, and then he'd only have to hit the switch to have a working lightsaber. He had followed the instructions to the letter. He was pretty good with tools, and it ought to be okay, but there was a small worry that when he switched it on, it might not work. That would be embarrassing. Or worse, it might work in a way it wasn't supposed to. That would be worse than embarrassing. Luke Skywalker, up-and-coming Jedi Knight, a man who had gone one-on-one with Darth Vader and lived to tell of it, vaporized when his faulty lightsaber blew up. So far, he'd been very careful constructing the thing, triple-checking each step, and to get this far had taken almost a month. The book said a Jedi Master in a hurry could construct a new lightsaber in a couple of days. Luke sighed. Maybe after he'd built 6 or 8 of them, he might be able to speed it up, but he obviously had a long, long way to go to get there. Suddenly, he felt something. It was like hearing and smelling and tasting and seeing something combined. And yet it was none of those things. something impending somehow. Could it be something coming from the Force? Ben had been able to sense events happening light years away, and Yoda had spoken of such things, but Luke wasn't sure. His own experiences in his X-Wing and in his practice had been so limited. He wished Ben were here to tell him. Whatever it was grew stronger. For a moment he had a flash of recognition. Leia? He had been able to call to her when he was about to fall from beneath Cloud City after his encounter with Vader. She had somehow received his cry for help. Was it Leia? He buckled on his blaster, adjusted the belt on his hip so he could draw the weapon quickly if needed, and went outside. Normally the Tusken Raiders, the Sand People, stayed clear of Ben's house. They were superstitious, Ben had told him, and with his control of the Force, he had shown them a few tricks, enough so they marked his place as haunted. But Ben was gone, and whatever he had done might not work forever. Luke didn't have Ben's control. The Raiders might not be so impressed with him picking up a few rocks with the Force. Then again, there was nothing wrong with his aim, and however inelegant it was, a blaster bolt splashing off a rock next to them would make just about anybody stop and think. Once he got the lightsaber built and working, he hoped he could put the blaster away. A true Jedi did not need any other weapon to protect himself, Ben had told him. He sighed. He had a way to go to get to that level, too. A hot wind blew grit off the desert, abrading and drying his skin. In the distance, he saw a thin dust cloud. Somebody approached across the barrens from Mos Eisley, probably in a land speeder. Since nobody else was supposed to know he was here, it was probably Leia or Chewie or Lando. If the Empire had located him, they would have dropped in on him from the air, raining ships and stormtroopers. In that case, he'd be lucky to get to his camouflaged X-Wing before they blasted the place to a smoking ruin, as they had blasted Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru at the farm. Luke felt his jaw muscles go tight at the memory. The Empire had a lot to answer for. The protected corridors in the core of the Imperial Center were available only to those with proper identification, and admissions were, supposedly, strictly limited and enforced. Such corridors were large, well lighted, lined with fanciful botanicals, such as singing fig trees and jade roses, and often patrolled by hawk bats, which preyed on the rock slugs that sometimes infested the granite walls. These corridors were designed to be pathways in which the rich and famous could stroll without being bothered by the rabble. But as Zizor walked along one such enclosed path, his 4 bodyguards ahead of or behind him, an interloper appeared in front of them and started shooting at the Dark Prince with a blaster. One of the pair of bodyguards in front took a bolt in the chest that pierced his concealed hardweave armor and dropped him. Zizor noticed the chest wound smoked as the guard groaned and rolled onto his back. The second guard, whether through luck or skill, returned fire and scored a direct hit on the assassin's blaster, knocking it from his hand. The threat was over. The attacker screamed and charged at the remaining guards, and Zizor barehanded. Intrigued, Zizor watched the man come. The assassin was big, bigger than any of the guards, and much larger than Zizor himself, built like a heavy-gravity weightlifter, and he was obviously crazed if he would charge 3 armed men without a weapon. How interesting. Don't shoot him, Zizor said. The running man was only 20 or so meters away and closing fast. The Dark Prince allowed himself one of his tight smiles. Leave him alone, he said. He's mine. The trio of bodyguards tucked their own blasters away and moved aside. They knew better than to question Zizor's orders. Those who did could wind up like the still smoking guard lying on the polished marble floor. The assassin continued his run, screaming incoherently. Zizor waited. When the man was nearly upon him, the Dark Prince pivoted on the balls of his feet and slapped a hard palm against the back of the man's head as he charged past. The extra momentum of the strike was enough to off-balance the yelling man, so that he overstepped and fell. He managed to turn the fall into an awkward shoulder roll. He came up, spun, faced Zizor. He was a bit more wary now. He moved in more slowly, hands held in tight fists. "What seems to be the problem, citizen?" Zizor asked. "You murdering scum! You bog slime!" The man lunged in closer, swung a roundhouse punch at Zizor's head. Had it connected, it would have shattered bone. Zizor ducked and sidestepped, kicked the attacker in the belly with the toe of his right boot, and knocked the man's wind out. The attacker tottered back a few steps to catch his breath. Have we met? I have an excellent memory for faces, and I don't recall yours. Caesar noticed a bit of lint on the shoulder of his tunic. He reached up and brushed it off. You killed my father! Have you forgotten Colby Hoff? The man charged again, fists swinging wildly. Caesar stepped aside and almost nonchalantly slammed a hammer fist into the man's head, knocking him down. You were mistaken, Hoff. Your father committed suicide, as I recall. Stuck a blaster in his mouth and blew the back of his head off, didn't he? Very messy. Hoff came up from the floor, and his rage drove him at Caesar again. Caesar V-stepped to his right and drove his left boot heel at Hoff's left knee, hard. He heard the joint go with a wet snap as he connected. Hoff fell, his left leg no longer able to support him. You ruined him. He struggled up to his good knee. We were business competitors, Caesar said matter-of-factly. He gambled that he was smarter than I. A foolish mistake. If you cannot afford to lose, you should not play the game. I'm going to kill you. I think not, Caesar said. He stepped in behind the wounded man, moving fast for one his size, and grabbed Hoff's head with both hands. You see, to contend with Caesar is to lose. As far as any reasonable person is concerned, attacking me will also be judged as suicide. With that, Caesar gave a sharp, hard twist. The crack of vertebrae was quite loud in that corridor. Clean up this mess, he said to his guards, and inform the proper authorities of this man's poor fate. He looked down at the body. He felt no remorse. It was like stepping on a roach. It meant nothing to him at all. In his most private chamber, the Emperor sat staring at a life-size holographic recording. Prince Caesar breaking the neck of someone who'd attacked him in a protected corridor. The Emperor smiled and turned in his floating repulsor chair to look at Darth Vader. Well, the Emperor said, it seems the Prince Caesar has kept up his martial arts practice, does it not? Unseen under his armored mask, Vader frowned. He is a dangerous man, my master, not to be trusted. The Emperor favored him with one of his unattractive, toothy smiles. Do not concern yourself with Caesar, Lord Vader. He is my concern. As you wish, Vader bowed. One wonders how that hot-headed young man managed to get into that protected corridor, the Emperor said. But there was no wonder in the Emperor's voice. None at all. Vader's face froze. He knew. It was not possible, for the guard who had admitted the would-be assassin into the corridor was no longer among the living, and none but that single man had known who ordered him to allow the young man access. But somehow the Emperor knew. The Emperor's mastery of the dark side was great indeed. I will look into it, my master, Vader said. The Emperor waved an age-spotted hand in dismissal. Don't bother. There was no harm done. Prince Caesar was hardly at risk after all, was he? He seems quite capable of taking care of himself, though I would hate to see anything happen to him as long as he is useful to us. Vader bowed again. As usual, the Emperor made his point in a subtle manner, but in such a way that it could not be ignored. There would be no further attempts to test Caesar's ability to defend himself against deadly attack. Not yet, anyway. Meanwhile, Vader would keep a close watch on the Dark Prince. The Falleen was all too devious, and whatever his twisted mind was up to would serve the Empire only if it served Caesar himself. Caesar was, after all, a criminal. His morals were perverse, his ethics situational, his loyalties non-existent. He would stop at nothing to get his way, and Vader was fairly certain in his own mind that what Caesar wanted did not include a galaxy in which there was room for Vader or the Emperor. To contend with Caesar is to lose. We shall see. 4. As the land speeder carrying them neared their destination, Leia saw Luke standing next to the house, watching. Odd that he would somehow know of their approach. Of course, out here in the middle of nowhere, nothing but sand and rocks and scrub, he could have seen them coming for a long way. It might not be the Force at work here, but simple observation. Chewie brought the speeder to a stop. Dust kicked up by the repulsors floated around them for a moment before the nearly constant wind swirled it away. This climate would leach you dry if you stayed out in its unprotectedness for too long. The dunes shifted and revealed more than a few crisp white bones of those who had thought they could move around the desert with impunity. Luke smiled at her, and once again Leia felt that sense of confusion. She loved Han, but here was Luke, and she certainly felt a connection to him, too. Was it possible for a woman to love two men at the same time? She returned his smile. It was not the same with Luke as with Han, but there was something there. "Hey, Luke," Lando said. Chewie added what had to be a greeting. "Master Luke, it's so good to see you again," 3PO said. His normally bright golden color was somewhat dimmed by a coat of dust. It seemed as if the protocol droid somehow attracted more dirt to himself than the rest of them did, though Leia felt a little gritty herself after the long ride from town. Even R2 whistled a happy greeting. They all liked Luke. There was something about him that seemed so natural and so attractive. Maybe it was the Force flowing through him. Maybe it was because he seemed like such a nice person. "We would have called," Lando said, "but we didn't want to risk having our comm overheard. Chewie saw a couple of those new Imperial Codecracker slicer droids in town. He thinks they might be monitoring local calls. No point in taking any unnecessary risks." Luke nodded. "Good thought. Come on inside." There was a faint smell of something cooking in what had been Obi-Wan's simple home. The aroma reminded Leia of a time she'd gone camping as a girl and had sat around an open fire. She saw a small blast furnace set up on a table. Was Luke making some kind of jewelry? They told Luke why they'd come. He was immediately excited. He was ready to hop into his X-Wing and leave right now. "Hold on a second," Lando said. "First we have to make sure Fett's there. Then there's the little matter of the Imperial Navy." Luke shrugged. "Hey, we can fly circles around those guys." Lando and Leia exchanged glances. Whatever else Luke was, he was not lacking in self-confidence when it came to his piloting. Chewie spoke up. 3PO translated. "Ah, Chewbacca wonders if perhaps the Rebel Alliance might not be willing to help, given Master Han's services to them." Luke grinned like a child seeing a new toy. "Sure they would. Wedge is in command of Rogue Squadron now, and he told me if I ever needed them, they'd come running." "They can drop whatever they're doing just like that?" Lando asked. Leia nodded. "I don't see why not. The Alliance's chain of command is a lot looser than the Empire's. We have to be more flexible given the numbers. The Rogues don't have any permanent assignment, and I'm sure I can convince the Alliance that Captain Solo is worth rescuing. He was instrumental in the destruction of the Death Star. Plus, we need all the good pilots we can get." Leia glanced at the others quickly, to see if her somewhat shaky reasoning covered her true feelings. Luke didn't seem to see past what she said, eager to fly as he was. Lando's small grin could mean anything. The droids and Chewie were unreadable. "Great," Luke said. "Let's do it." "Not so fast," Lando said. "First, say we wait for the confirmation that Fett is actually on Gaul before we take off. That's a long trip to make for nothing." Leia could see that Luke didn't want to wait. Patience didn't seem to be his strongest virtue, but he could see the wisdom of what Lando said. "Okay. For the meantime, let's contact Wedge and have the Rogue standing by." "I'll speak to the leadership," Leia said. She hoped that Lando's informant, what was his name? Dash somebody? Would get the information to them quickly, and she hoped that the rumor was true. Nobody wanted Han back more than she did. Zizor sat at the head of the long table in his private meeting room, watching the nervous faces of his lieutenants. Yuri stood behind him at a modified parade rest, her hands out of sight at the small of her back. They had reason to be nervous, his lieutenants. By ascending to this level in Black Sun, they had each earned the honorific Vigo from the old Tianese for nephew. It fostered the illusion that the top managers of the organization were family, and thus made them appear stronger to outsiders. Unfortunately, the appearance was not always the truth. One of them at the table was a spy. Caesar did not know for whom the spy worked. Could be the Empire, the Rebel Alliance, even a rival criminal organization, and he did not particularly care. Everybody spied on everybody in this business. It was a given. But the fact that it was normal did not mean that you let it pass when you found it. Now, at the beginning of this meeting, he had 9 lieutenants at this table, each of whom was responsible for several stellar systems. At the end of this meeting, he would have 8 lieutenants. But first, the normal business of Black Sun must be attended to and properly settled. "I will have your reports," Zizor said. "Vigo Lone?" Lone was a Twi'lek, sly, clever, and cowardly. He wore his prehensile headtails wrapped and draped over one shoulder, his usual garish jewelry and decorative coloration toned down for this meeting. "My prince, the spice trade is up 21% in our sector. The gambling casino ships have increased their business by 8%, and the arms dealers are doing a brisk business. Current estimates indicate a 31% increase. Unfortunately, slave revenues are down 53%. Several planets have fallen under the sway of the Rebel Alliance and passed local laws forbidding slavery. Until the Empire chooses to intercede, I'm afraid revenues in this area will remain depressed." Zizor nodded. Lone would always be too much a coward to risk death by betraying his uncle. His whole species was that way. The Dark Prince said, "Vigo Sprax?" Sprax, a Nelroni whose dark fur had begun to gray, though he dyed it to try to appear younger, began to rattle off his statistics. Zizor watched him, listened with half his attention. He already knew all of what was being officially delivered. Sprax was too smart to try to cross Zizor. The Nelroni finished his report. "Vigo Vecker?" Vecker, a Quarren, flashed a nervous smile and started his recitation. The Squidhead had no ambition to rise any higher, was content with his job and the status quo. One by one, Zizor called for the Vigos to speak, and one by one the rest of them did. Durga the Hutt, Krita the Kinthar, Kleezo the Rhodian, Wumdi the Eti, Parrot the Mon Calamari, Green the Human. It was hard to believe any of his Vigos would be so foolish. After all, one could not get to this elevated status without years of loyal effort. Some of them had come up through the ranks, smugglers, thieves, businessmen, and some of them had been trained from birth and had inherited their places from their fathers. Or, in the case of Krita, his biological mother. Several of these 9 had been Vigos before Zizor himself had attained that rank before moving to head Black Sun. And yet, there it was. Life was full of treachery. He let them all sit and worry for a few moments. Then he nodded at Giri. His most trusted bodyguard and employee began to walk between the seated Vigos. They all had their own intelligence operations, and they all knew at least what Zizor had allowed them to find out about the traitor. Not much, save that there was one, and that he did not know who it was. A calculated bit of provocation, this last. He did know who it was, and now the matter would be corrected. "A final item on our agenda, my Vigos. One of your number has seen fit to use his office to betray us. Not content with the millions of credits he has made by my largesse, the awards, bonuses, dividends, and unreported skim that all of you indulge yourselves in, this person has dishonored the title of Vigo." Giri strolled behind the seated lieutenant slowly. Zizor watched them. Those who could, sweated or flushed or otherwise showed signs of fear they could not hide. She passed Durga, Krita, Kleezo, reached the other end of the table and circled around it. Zizor continued speaking, slowly, evenly, betraying nothing in his tone. "There are sub-lieutenants among your ranks who would cheerfully wipe out entire planets to be given such an opportunity as you have all been given. To be a Vigo in Black Sun is to enjoy more power than all but a handful of beings in the entire galaxy." Giri passed Lone, past Sprax, then Vecker, paused a moment behind Durga the Hutt. Tension thickened in the room, became almost tangible. Zizor thought that was a nice touch. Durga was nobody's fool and would never risk himself as a spy. No, the Hutt had ambition enough for 10. He would go for a coup. Having Giri pause behind him let him know Zizor was keeping an eye on him. A warning that he should think long and hard before trying to climb from his lofty plateau to the top of the mountain. Giri moved on, and the sense of relief that came from Durga was, like the tension, something you could very nearly collect from the air and use for a doorstop. The droid who had passed for a woman sauntered past Wumdui, the Eti, and Parrot the Mon Calamari. She stopped behind Green the Human. Zizor smiled. Green tried to stand, but Giri was incredibly fast. She whipped her arm around the man's throat and locked it with her other arm into a chokehold. Green struggled briefly, but he might as well have been wrestling with a Duracell clamp. The blood that fed his brain shut off, and he lost consciousness. Giri tightened the hold and held it. Held it, held it. A long time passed. None of the other Vigos moved. When Green was no longer among the living, Geary released him, and he fell forward. His head thumped loudly upon the table. "I will accept nominations for a new Vigo now," Zizor said. Nobody spoke for a moment, and Zizor kept his face bland. A pity about Green. He was one of the smartest of all the Vigos. But humans were quick to treachery and could hardly ever be trusted. He looked at his lieutenants again, waited for them to speak. Here was an object lesson they would certainly remember. To contend with Zizor is to lose. Never forget that. After the Vigos had gone and the body had been removed, Geary returned. "I thought that went well," Zizor said. Geary nodded once, not speaking. "You have assembled all the information on Skywalker?" "Yes, my prince." He stared into space. His organization was huge, the people working for him numbering in the tens of thousands. But some things he had to deal with personally, especially something this sensitive. "All of the material has been checked and rechecked?" "As you ordered." "Very well. Let the bounty hunters know the price for Skywalker's head. Black Sun's hand must be invisible. There must be no mistakes." "There will be none, my prince." "Oh, I would like to speak to Jabba the Hutt." "He will be online when you return from midday meal, my prince." "No. Have him come here by the fastest ship. I would speak to him personally." "As you wish." Geary stood silently as Zizor considered his plan. Vader wanted Skywalker, wanted him alive to give to the Emperor. Zizor's memory of that conversation he'd been privileged to overhear some months back was that the Emperor very much wanted the young man alive and in his control. Black Sun's reach was long and wide, and what information there was on Vader's quarry was now in Zizor's personal computer system. The Dark Lord of the Sith had all but promised to deliver Skywalker, not only alive, but made pliable to the Emperor's wishes. If Vader should fail in his promise, if it could be made to appear that he had never really intended to produce this young would-be Jedi for the Emperor, if it could be made to seem that he had killed the boy rather than risk facing him, well, the Emperor put great stock in Vader's abilities, probably trusted him as much as he trusted anyone. But the Emperor demanded total loyalty and total obedience. If he could be made to believe that Vader was disloyal or disobedient or had simply failed in his assigned task, things would not go well for Vader. The Emperor was capricious. He had been known to have whole cities destroyed because a local official defied him. He'd once had a wealthy and influential family banished from the core systems because one of the sons had plowed a ship into one of the Emperor's favorite buildings, damaging it, and not incidentally killing the pilot responsible. If the Emperor thought that his trusted right hand, Darth Vader, his own creation, was any kind of threat, even the Dark Lord of the Sith would not be immune to Imperial danger. Yes, it was a good plan. A bit complicated, but all the possible sequels had been examined and considered and covered. In the end, he knew he had found the perfect weapon with which to finally defeat Darth Vader. The death of Luke Skywalker. 5. Darth Vader sat naked inside his hyperbaric medical chamber. The interior lighting was turned off, and he was free of the armor that he had to wear to sustain himself in public. The Force was powerful. Vader thought the dark side even more so, but he had never been able to use it to heal his badly burned body to the extent that he wished. That he was alive at all was something of a miracle, but he had somehow failed to master the energies needed for complete regeneration. He believed that it was possible, that with sufficient meditation and training, he would someday be able to rebuild himself to the man he once had been. Physically, at least. He would never go back to what he had been mentally, weak, foolish, idealistic. Anakin had been much like Luke Skywalker was now. Mere potential. Yes, the Force was strong in Luke, perhaps even stronger than it had been in Anakin, but the boy needed to embrace the dark side, to learn where the real power was, to achieve his true promise. If he did not, the Emperor would destroy Luke. Vader did not want that. When they fought, he had also tried to strike the boy down, but that had been merely a test. Had he been able to kill Luke easily, Luke would not have been worth the effort to recruit. But although he had certainly attempted to defeat Luke, the boy had held his own. Despite Vader's superior skill, despite his experience, Luke had survived with no more damage than an easily repaired amputated hand. The meeting had made Vader feel. Not a normal occurrence lately. There had been the thrill at meeting a worthy opponent and pride that the one so strongly opposing him was his own son. Vader smiled into the darkness surrounding him. Obi-Wan had not told Luke that Anakin Skywalker had become Darth Vader. Luke's anger at the man who had slain his teacher had been potent, had allowed the dark side to claim him. If Vader hadn't broken that anger with fear and confusion by telling the boy that he was his father, Luke could have defeated him. A Jedi does not fight in anger. He holds his emotions in check and allows the Force to move through him. But the dark side needed to be fed with strong emotion, and when it was, it repaid that sustenance tenfold. Luke had felt the power of the dark side. It was up to Vader to find him and allow him to feel it again. The dark side was addictive, more potent than any drug. When Luke accepted it, he would be more powerful than Vader, more powerful than the Emperor. Together, they could rule the galaxy. Enough. It was time for another test. Vader waved his hand over the motion-sensitive controls in his chamber. The spherical chamber opened and the lid lifted with a hydraulic hiss and escape of pressurized air. He sat exposed to the surrounding room, unprotected by the super-medicated and oxygenated field inside the chamber. He concentrated on the injustice of his condition, on his hatred of Obi-Wan, who had made him so. With the anger and hatred and the dark side of the Force permeated Vader. For a moment, his ruined tissues altered, his scarred lungs and dead alveoli and constricted passages smoothed out and became whole. For a moment, he could breathe as normal beings breathed. His sense of relief, his triumph, his joy at being able to do so drove the dark side from him as surely as a light chases away shadow. The dark side eagerly consumed anger, but it was poisoned by happiness. It left him, and when it did, he could breathe no longer. Vader waved his hand, and the half-dome lowered and sealed him into the chamber once again. He had achieved it briefly, as he had done several times before. The trick was to maintain it. He must not allow himself to feel relief, but must somehow cling to his rage, even as he healed. It was difficult. He had not purged all of Anakin Skywalker, that blemished and frail man from whom he had been born. Until he did, he could never give himself over totally to the dark side. It was his greatest weakness, his most terrible flaw. A single spot of light amid the dark that he had been unable to eradicate over all the years, no matter how hard he tried. Vader sighed. He would have to try harder. He could not afford any weaknesses, given his enemies, and more especially, given his friends. Luke reset the jewel in the clamp and took a deep breath. He had the first few facets done, and now the cuts were getting trickier. If he tapped the shearing tool too hard, he could shatter the jewel, and if he did, he'd have to cook another one and start over. Chewie sat watching him, apparently very interested, while Leia napped in the bedroom. Lando had left them all at Ben's and taken the landspeeder to town. He was due back soon. Chewie looked away, hearing something. He spoke. 3PO, who was playing some kind of word translation game with R2, turned. Chewbacca says Master Lando has returned. Luke nodded, but concentrated on his task. He tapped the cutter with the little wooden hammer. A flat sliver of the stone flaked off. All right. Perfect. Lando came in grinning. What are you so happy about? Luke asked. I just got a coded call from Dash Rendar. That's Boba Fett's ship on Gaul. In theory, only the Empire could use expensive and restricted HoloNet. In practice, anybody with a little primary electronic education could tap into the net, use a few relays, and make calls easily. And to add insult to injury, make the Empire pay for it, too. Luke jumped up. When can we leave? I got the Millennium Falcon ready to go. How long will it take you to get your X-Wing operational? Soon as R2 and I get on board. Get on board what? Leia said from the doorway. She rubbed sleep from her eyes. It looks as if we found him, Lando said. I'll meet you in orbit, Luke said. He grinned. The waiting was over. Leia said, "I'll get a coded call to the rogues." Luke nodded. They were going to get Han. Jabba waited in the visitor's chamber. The Dark Prince entered and looked at the hut. Such gross and ugly creatures they were, but no less useful for that. "Greetings, Prince Zizor," Jabba said in Huttese. "Speak basic," Zizor said. "As you wish." "How goes your business, Jabba? Are things well in your sector?" "They could be better. Revenues are up generally. Of course, the cost of imperial bribes has also risen, as have shipping and salaries, but one does what one must." "I understand that you've had some dealings with high officials in the Empire of late." Jabba looked quizzical as Hutts could look. "I speak of Lord Vader." "Ah, not directly, Highness. I recently engaged several bounty hunters to, collect a bad debt. As it happened, one of them, Boba Fett, I believe you've utilized him yourself a time or two, managed to locate the, source of the debt in Imperial hands. Lord Vader was in command of the situation. A coincidence, I am told." "You are speaking of Captain Solo, I believe." It was not a question, and it was meant to remind Jabba that Zizor had more than a few sources of intelligence himself. This was a tricky game, and it had to be balanced precisely. Zizor needed information, but he could not reveal what it was, and thus must circle around it. He also had to let the Hutt know who was in charge, and showing him he knew trivial things was part of it. He saw Jabba get it. "A minor smuggler," Jabba offered. "He has had his uses in the past, but he joined the Alliance and does owe me money." "Some refreshment, Jabba?" "Thank you. Something crunchy?" Zizor waved a hand, and a serving droid appeared almost instantly, bearing a tray of insectoids and some vile liquid Hutts were known to favor. "Ah, thank you, Highness." He picked up one of the wiggling things and ate it. Zizor leaned forward, as if to convey a sense of closeness. "I have had some dealings with Vader myself of late," he said. "Your presence here is most important, Jabba. Information, even the smallest details about the Dark Lord of the Sith, will be most helpful to me in my present situation. This deal with Boba Fett, has it been finalized yet?" "Not yet, my prince. I'm awaiting delivery of Captain Solo." As if remembering a small and insignificant fact, Zizor said, "Wasn't this Solo part of the rebel force that attacked the Death Star?" "Yes, Highness. He and his friends were instrumental in its destruction. The Wookiee Chewbacca, Princess Leia Organa, and a young, unknown player by the name of Skywalker all were involved in the debacle." "Skywalker?" Jabba laughed, a deep rumble that echoed from his huge bulk. "Yes, he thinks he is a Jedi Knight, so I understand," he said when he finished laughing. "He was until recently on Tatooine." "Where is he now?" "Who knows? He took his X-Wing off planet only a short time ago." Zizor leaned back. It probably means nothing, but perhaps these things will be of use to me. If any of these people return to Tatooine, I would greatly appreciate knowing it." "Certainly, Prince Zizor." Zizor nodded. He was essentially done, but he continued to carry on a conversation with the Hutt, pretended that Jabba's opinion was worthwhile and that he needed to hear it. He let it run for another 10 minutes, asked a few questions about Imperial troop movements and naval deployment so that Jabba would think that was the reason he'd been summoned. When he had done what he thought was enough of it, Zizor smiled. "Old friend, this information is most confidential," he said. "It must remain between us. Your cooperation will be suitably appreciated." The Hutt mirrored Zizor's smile. Sometimes the touch of a soft word was more powerful than the impact of a hard staff. Jabba was not stupid, and he knew what happened to anyone who crossed the Dark Prince. But let Jabba think instead he was privy to some vital bit of business, some twisted plot, that he was a trusted confidant. It would do the Hutt's reputation no harm if his underlings and enemies thought he had the ear of the leader of Black Sun. Fear was good. Fear and greed were better. Zizor nodded and took his leave. His spies had learned that Darth Vader had turned Solo, a small-time smuggler and sometimes Alliance pilot, over to the notorious bounty hunter Boba Fett on Bespin. Sooner or later, Fett would show up on Tatooine to deliver Solo and collect his credits. But Zizor's spies indicated that Fett's ship, Slave One, was not on Tatooine. and so far those spies had not been able to locate the bounty hunter. Well, it was a large galaxy, and such searches took time. But he was willing to bet that Skywalker knew about the bounty on his friend and had returned to Tatooine to wait for Fett to show up. That he had left could indicate a lot of things. Perhaps he had gotten tired of waiting, though Zizor did not think that likely. Or perhaps he had pressing business unconnected to Solo. Or perhaps he had, through the Alliance, discovered where his friend was. That was possible, given that the Alliance's contacts were fairly extensive and included much of the famed Bothan spy net. Well, there was nothing to be done about it, if that was the case, but he could increase his agent's chances of finding Skywalker. He reached his sanctum and called Geary. She glided in silently. Put out the information that those seeking to claim the reward for Skywalker would be advised to locate the bounty hunter Boba Fett. Sooner or later, Skywalker will likely do so, and appropriate plans can be made for that instance. Geary nodded, not speaking. Zizor smiled. Leia sat in the Millennium Falcon's lounge, watching Chewie and 3PO play on the hologame board. Lando was in the galley, making something that smelled awful for their dinner. Luke sat next to Leia, cleaning the lenses on R2's electrophoto receptors. Luke's X-Wing was locked onto the Falcon's hull. The trip was possible in the fighter, but it was also a long jump to make without sleeping or eating or using the fresher. The Falcon hummed along through hyperspace on autopilot, running much better than it had any right to, looking as it did. The first time Leia had seen the Corellian freighter, she'd almost laughed. The ship appeared to have been rescued from a scrap pile, but while it had a few glitches, it was obvious the craft had been heavily modified to fly faster and shoot harder than the Corellian designers had ever intended. Lando had owned the ship once, until he lost it to Han in a sabacc game. Han. No, don't think about him now. Chewie said something that sounded angry and impolite. 3PO said, "Well, I'm sorry, but it was a fair move. It's not my fault you didn't see it." Chewie said something else. "No, I'm not going to take it back. And don't threaten me. If you pull my arm off, I won't play with you anymore." Chewie muttered something, then leaned back on his seat and looked at the game board. Leia smiled, like a couple of small children, the Wookiee and the protocol droid. She turned and watched Luke as he cleared the micrometeor dust from R2. Luke wanted to rescue Han as much as she did, which was interesting given that she'd felt the competition from them for her attention. A lesser man than Luke might take advantage of a rival's absence, but so far he had not. That was the thing about Luke. He wanted to win, but he wanted to win fairly. Lando came into the lounge bearing a tray with several steaming plates and bowls upon it. "Dinner is served," Lando said. He smiled. "Giju stew." They all glanced at him, then went back to what they were doing. "Don't everybody rush in at once," Lando said. His smile faded. To Leia, the stuff on the tray looked like a cross between melted boot plastic and fertilizer, with a sprinkling of pond scum over it. Stank like she imagined that combination would smell, too. "Come on, I spent an hour in the galley fixing this. Everybody dig in." Chewie said something that didn't sound particularly complimentary. "Hey, pal, you don't like it? You cook next time." Luke looked up from his work on R2, made an "oh yuck" face. "Giju stew," he said. "It looks like old boot plastic and fertilizer drenched in pond scum. Smells like it, too." Leia chuckled. "Fine, fine," Lando said. He put the tray down in the middle of the hologame board. The tiny game figures suddenly seemed to be buried to their hips and chests in the steaming goo. "Don't eat it. That'll just mean more for me." Lando snatched up one of the bowls and dipped a spoon into it, shoved the spoon into his mouth. "See?" he said around the mouthful of stew. "It tastes great. He stopped talking. The expression on his face went from irritated to amazed, slid to horror, then right into disgust. He forced himself to swallow. Then he blew a quick breath and shook his head. "Oh, man, maybe I did use a little too much bunta spice," he offered. "Maybe I'll just open a couple of packets of beans for dinner." Luke and Leia laughed at the same instant, looked at each other. There were worse places she could be than with her friends, Leia decided. A lot worse places. 6. When the Millennium Falcon broke from hyperspace in the vicinity of the gas giant Tsar, Luke used one of the vacuum suits to transfer to his X-Wing for the rest of the trip. Lando and Leia would have preferred that they all stay together, but if any trouble showed up, better there were two armed ships to meet it than one, Luke argued. They saw his point. After he and R2 were in the fighter, Luke felt a lot better. Yeah, Lando was a good pilot, but Luke trusted his own skills more. Not that he was necessarily a better flyer, though he's pretty sure he was, but at least he didn't have to sit and watch. The vac suit made things a little tight, though. He kept the little ship close to the Falcon as they entered the system. What was Boba Fett doing this far out on the rim? It didn't seem to be on the way to anywhere. He saw the blips on his scope about the time he got the call over his comm. "Hey, Luke. Welcome to the edge of the galaxy." "Hey, Wedge. How's it going, buddy?" "So-so. Another day, another credit. Before taxes, of course." Luke smiled. Wedge Antilles had been one of the Alliance pilots who survived the attack on the Death Star. He could fly, and he was braver than he had any right to be. Good old Wedge. Here they came, a dozen ships like his own. "Good to see you again, Luke. I hope you got something interesting cooked up for us. Things have been a little slow lately." "Well, if you want to talk about bad cooking, you'll need to speak to Lando." "I heard that," Lando said over the comm. Luke grinned at the Falcon where it flew on his port side. "Just a joke, Lando." "Hey, Calrissian, long time. I figured you'd be in jail by now." "Not yet, Antilles. Not yet." "Follow us, Luke," Wedge said. "We got camp set up on the little moon called Kyle, in the planet shadow opposite Gaul. We fixed it up real nice. Got air, gravity, water, all the comforts of home." "Lead on," Luke said. "We're right behind you." "You call this real nice?" Leia said as she looked around at the interior of the cast-plast prefab building Rogue Squadron had set up as a base. It was basically 4 walls and a roof, and looked like a cross between a warehouse and a hangar, with exposed plastic beams and not much else. It was cold, and it smelled like burned rock. "I'd hate to see a place you thought was not real nice." Wedge smiled. "Well, you know the Rogues. All we need is a ship and a rock to land it on." "You got that second part right." Wedge led them to a corner of the chilly building where a table and a holoproj unit had been set up. A man sat sprawled in one of the one-piece cast-plast chairs, looking as if he were asleep. He didn't really look anything like Han. He had red hair and pale skin, but something about the way he sat. He might have been asleep, but his eyes flicked open fast, and he looked awake by the time they got there. He was tall, lean, had green eyes. He wore freighter togs, a gray coverall, and a holstered blaster slung low on his hip. He looked to be about Han's age, Leia figured, and he had that same lazy, insolent look about him. He came to his feet and made a slow, sweeping, theatrical bow. "Princess Leia," he said, "how delightful of you to visit us here in our humble castle, your highness." He waved at the big, empty room and grinned. Leia shook her head. Could Han have a long-lost brother? Did these guys take lessons in how to speak smart-mouth? Lando said, "This is Dash Rendar, thief, card cheat, smuggler, and an okay pilot." Dash's grin increased. "What do you mean okay, pilot, Calrissian? I can fly rings around you in a one-winged hopper with a plug jet." "And modest, too," Leia said. Dash bowed low. "I see that the princess has a keen eye to go with her stunning beauty." Oh, brother, Leia thought. This guy was going to lead them to Boba Fett? "Bottle the serpent oil, Dash," Lando said. "Let's take care of business." "First good idea you've had in years, Lando," Dash said. Lando made introductions. "So you know who Princess Leia is, and you know Chewie. This is Luke Skywalker." Luke stepped forward, and the two men nodded at each other. "Have we met? You look familiar." "You might have seen me on Hoth," Dash said. "I was delivering a shipment of food stores when the shield went up. I flew a snowspeeder during the battle, awaiting my turn to leave." Luke nodded. "That's right. You took down one of the Imperial walkers. I remember now. You were pretty good." Dash flashed this bright smile again. "Pretty good. I slept through most of that battle, kid. I could have stayed and knocked those walkers over all day without raising my heartbeat if I hadn't had an appointment to pick up paying cargo elsewhere." Leia shook her head. What was it with men? It was a wonder they didn't knock themselves down, patting themselves on the back so hard. Did she really need to get involved with another hotshot braggart? Well, yes, if he could take them to where Han was being held prisoner. She could stand it. Wedge said, "We've done a little recon work. Couple of flybys. Let me show you the layout." He moved to the holoprojector controls. Luke watched as Wedge began showing them the holographic maps and recorded images of the moon where Boba Fett's ship was supposed to be docked. If they could believe this Dash Rendar. He was pretty good at shining his own light, that was for sure. And yeah, he had done okay during the fight on Hoth. But Luke wasn't so sure about this guy. Still, Lando seemed to think they could trust Dash's judgment, as long as he was well paid. Luke had to smile at that. Han had seemed like nothing more than a mercenary smuggler when they'd first met, and pretty quick to let people know what a terrific pilot he was, too. It wasn't until later that Luke realized that was just a public mask, a facade behind which Han hid so nobody would know how much he really cared. Maybe there was more Dash Rendar than met the eye, too. Wedge said, "Moon has some bad atmospheric conditions. Big cyclonic storms that get real mean, mostly in the southern hemisphere. You wouldn't want to try to fly through one of those." Dash laughed. "Maybe you wouldn't want to, Antilles, but I eat thunderstorms for breakfast." Or maybe there isn't more to him, Luke thought. Maybe he's just crazy. Wedge continued the briefing. The Imperial Enclave was home base to 2 Star Destroyers. Turned out the carrier was just a rumor, but that was plenty. Luke knew that a standard destroyer carried a wing of TIE fighters, each wing made up of 6 squads, which meant 72 TIEs per destroyer. 144 of them against the 12 in Rogue Squadron. Well, 13 counting Luke's ship. That made the odds a hair less than 12 to 1. Not so bad compared to some battles they'd been in. He grinned. It was a measure of how lopsided the war between the Empire and the Alliance was when 12 to 1 odds didn't seem so bad. As Luke listened, he started thinking about a plan. Simpler the better, he figured. Wedge finished his briefing. "That's about it. What do you think, Luke?" "Piece of cake," Luke said. "I know just how to do it." Leia and Lando looked at him as if he'd turned into a big spider. He grinned again. In his sanctum, Zizor grinned at the information floating holographically before him. Well, well, the misguided young man who had seen fit to try to kill him, what was his name? Hoth? Had gained access to the protected corridor through an Imperial checkpoint a mere few hundred meters away. And here was an odd coincidence. The guard who'd been on duty at that checkpoint had mysteriously vanished. So whatever subterfuge the dead man had used would never be known, him being dead and the guard having disappeared. Zizor had bet half his fortune against the bent decacred that the absent guard would never be heard from again either. Somebody had caused the guard to allow the would-be assassin to pass, and whoever that was, they did not wish their involvement known. Zizor was also sure of that. He considered it. His enemies were legion, were myriad at the very least, and many of them would happily see him dead. A single guard would be easy enough to bribe and get rid of. 100 of his foes here on Coruscant might be in a position to do that. Who hated him the most? A difficult question, there being so many. Who was likely to have the nerve to make such an attempt? Here was another matter. Black Sun was nearly invulnerable, and while many would cheerfully lop off its leader's head if they thought they could get away with it, not many would be so certain they could do the deed undetected. So narrow that down to somebody powerful, somebody who might, should it become known, survive not only Black Sun's wrath, but the possible ire of the Emperor himself. Well, that narrowed it down a whole lot more. Zizor leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. This was a little game he sometimes played with himself, pretending that he was using reason and logic to arrive at a conclusion he'd already made intuitively. He knew who had caused the attack, just as he knew it had not been really meant to succeed. It was no more than a small thorn set in his path, a tiny sticker upon which he was to step and be irritated. No more. A small grief offered to his person by a man who feared neither Black Sun nor the Emperor's displeasure. There was only one such man. Zizor was tempted to hire a dozen assassins, not tell them who their target was, and loose them on Vader. The killers would fail, of course, be squashed like insects by Vader with less effort than Zizor had expended on the man in the hallway. Vader could kill with a wave of his hand, though he enjoyed a chance to use his lightsaber from time to time. But no, that might foul Zizor's plans to appear to be Vader's friend. Or at least, not his enemy. If Zizor could figure out who had been party to the pathetic attempt on his life without any evidence save his feeling, Vader could also determine who might be brave enough to send shooters after him. Certainly, he would be quick to at least consider that it was a retaliation in kind for the attack on Zizor. No. Satisfying as it might be to worry Vader with an attack, it would not be prudent, given the larger plan. But it was good to know that Vader disliked him enough to want to see him dead. Leia laughed. That's your plan? Luke looked indignant. What's wrong with it? His breath made fog vapor in the cold room. You and Rogue Squadron will attack the Imperial Enclave, keep 100 and some odd TIE fighters and 2 Star Destroyers busy, while Dash leads the Millennium Falcon to where Boba Fett's ship is docked? We'll just land, rescue Han, and fly away? Why, nothing is wrong with that plan. What could I possibly be thinking was wrong? It's perfect. She shook her head. Okay, so it's simple, Luke began. Simple-minded, Leia said. He set his jaw. Uh-oh. She'd insulted his manhood. She knew that look. If you have a better idea, Luke said, his voice tight. Leia sighed. That was the problem. She didn't have a better idea. Luke's plan was straightforward, and while it might be foolhardy enough to get them all cooked by Imperial turbo lasers, it might also be just crazy enough to work. If she were the local commander, she'd never expect anybody to do anything so stupid. Well, she began. That's what I thought, Luke said. There was a small note of triumph in his voice when he said it, too. Not to put a governor on your drive or anything, Dash said, but if we're going to sneak in the back way, it'll take some pretty fancy flying. Treetop level stuff to avoid local sensors. Might have to drop onto the Grand Trench canyons. He looked at Lando. Even if that piece of Corellian junk you're in doesn't fall apart, you think you can manage it? Lando said, You flew it? I can fly it. Yeah, well, I was in the Outrider when I did it. The Millennium Falcon has had a few modifications since I owned her, Lando said. Chewie said something. That right, Dash said. Where you get sublight engines that fast? Chewie said something else, waved his left arm. Dash grinned. Yeah, I guess Solo would be dumb enough to do something like that. He nodded at Luke and Wedge. Okay, if you can keep the TIE fighters and destroyers busy, I can get Lando to where Boba Fett's ship is. Chewie said something. Leia figured she knew what it meant. He was offering to go along. You don't have to, pal, Lando said. Chewie spoke again. Thanks. I appreciate it. Count me in, too, Leia said. I don't know if that's a good idea. Leia interrupted him. You don't think the Imperial commander is going to send all his TIEs out to deal with a dozen X-Wings, do you? He's bound to have somebody on the planet. If they start shooting at the Falcon, you'll need somebody to shoot back. If Chewie's in the dorsal turret, who's going to cover your belly? Lando and Luke looked at each other. Luke shrugged. She's right, and she's a good shot. Thank you, Leia said. Okay, I guess that's it, Wedge said. The boys will be glad to fly under your command for this mission, Luke. Thanks, Wedge. Dash said, Want to see something, kid? Luke looked at him. Through that door there. Luke walked toward the door. Curious, Leia followed them. Dash opened the door into another large, hangar-like room. Wow, Luke said. Leia looked through the doorway. A ship sat perched on the cheap plastic flooring. It had smooth lines, heavy cannon mounted above and below, and it shined with a dark gleam like chrome. It was about the size of the Millennium Falcon, and had an offset cockpit module, but that was as close as it got. This ship was a top-of-the-line, state-of-the-art craft. Leia had seen enough ships to recognize that it was something special. A droid stood next to it, a stripped-down skeletal model with a tool bag slung over one shoulder. The Outrider, Dash said, and my droid, an LEBO-2D9. He answers to Lebo, when it bothers to answer at all. He thinks he's funny. How'd you afford a ship like that? Luke said. Well, it wasn't clean living. You like it? Luke nodded. Leia could see he itched to inspect the vessel, to climb into it, to see what it could do with him on the controls. Like boys with an expensive toy, she thought. She hoped the mercenary who owned it could fly half as well as he claimed. This didn't sound as if it was going to be an easy trip. Leia stared at the Outrider. She was about to risk her life again, and that wasn't something you got used to doing, even when it was necessary. That she was going to risk it to rescue Han somehow made it worse. That she would be that vulnerable to want something. No, someone so badly was scarier still. She could justify putting herself at risk for the Alliance. That was of galactic importance. But to do it for the love of a man? She never thought it would happen. Her dedication to the Alliance, to defeating the Empire, had never allowed for much of a personal life. Oh, sure, there had been friends, even some with whom she'd been close, but she'd always thought her life would be spent fighting against the Emperor and his evil. She'd never seen herself falling in love, settling down, having a home or children. Probably that wouldn't happen anyway, given all that could get in the way, but at least it was a possibility now. Assuming they could find and free Han. Assuming they could escape and not get killed in the process. Assuming Han had any real interest in her. He hadn't said the words. She believed he felt the same thing, but he hadn't said it. Big assumptions, those. Well, they just have to see. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. 7. Darth Vader held his lightsaber firmly, wrists locked, and watched the killer droid circle to its left. The droid was a new model, one of a dozen identical units constructed to his personal specifications. Like Vader, it also held a lightsaber. It was tall, spindly, looked something like a general-purpose asps to be found all over the Empire, but with a number of special modifications. The unit was faster than an ordinary man, stronger, programmed with the knowledge of 100 swordmasters in a dozen different fighting styles. Against a normal person, the droid would be unbeatable and deadly. The droid stepped in fast and cut at Vader's head. Vader blocked, and the droid chopped again, circling the humming blade in a second cut at Vader's side. Fast, but again a block. The droid's third attack came from the opposite side as its blade flashed in a large half circle. Vader parried and riposted, angling a slash at the droid's head. The droid blocked and slid back a meter, out of range, blade held over its head, point angled down. The slight ache in Vader's shoulder where Luke had cut through his armor during their fight was definitely better. He hardly felt any soreness at all with all that series. He moved in, swung a feint at the droid's neck, twisted his wrists, and pivoted the lightsaber in for a second feint at the same side, then a third feint, a jab at the midsection. The droid stepped back and cross-blocked the final feint. Vader V-stepped to his left, cocked his blade over his left shoulder, and hacked 45 degrees at the base of the metal neck. The droid's block was a quarter second slow. Strong as it was not strong enough to offset the power and momentum of Vader's strike. The blades met, hissed, and sparked, but Vader's sword shoved the droid's blade to the side. It tried to backpedal. Too late. The lightsaber hit midway between the droid's neck and shoulder joint, sheared through the exoframe and halfway through the chest. Circuitry sparked, shorted out. Sparks and acrid smoke erupted from the droid's body. It dropped the lightsaber as its hand controls died, fell to its knees. Vader cocked the weapon over his right shoulder and swung in a flat, horizontal arc. The lightsaber sliced through the droid's neck and took its head off. The head fell, bounced, and the droid's decapitated body fell forward. Vader stood over the downed droid. Soon he would have to order another dozen of them produced. This was the 8th one of the originals. He had but 4 left. And the next batch would need to be improved. It was getting too easy. His shoulder definitely felt better. He shut off his lightsaber and turned away from the droid. An aide stood in the doorway, looking impressed and nervous. "Clean up the mess," Vader said. He strode away. He did not look back. Inside his X-Wing, Luke took a deep breath. "You ready, R2? R2 whistled assent. "This is Rogue Leader," Luke said. "Lock your foils into attack position. Accelerate to sub-6 and acknowledge." "Rogue 1, copy," Wedge said over the comm. "Rogue 2, that's affirmative. Lock and load." "Rogue 3, I copy." The rest of the squadron acknowledged Luke's orders. They were ready as they were going to get. The Dayside destroyer lay dead ahead, and by now its long-range sensors would have spotted the incoming X-Wings, and the commander would have started scrambling his fighter force. The latest TIE fighters were a couple of sublight units faster than an unmodified X-Wing, TIE interceptors faster still, but they couldn't get to top speed immediately, so Rogue Squadron would get one relatively free pass at the destroyer before the TIEs got clear and moving. Not that they'd be able to do much to the destroyer with fighter wattage laser cannons or proton torpedoes. Destroyer shields and armor were too thick, but a lucky shot might do a little damage, and it would make the Imperials keep their heads down. They couldn't know if the Alliance might have outfitted snub fighters with some new weapon. It would make them sweat a little. TIEs were faster, but no more maneuverable, and the X-Wings had the advantage in shielding. TIEs didn't have any, save for the few of the specially equipped interceptors, like the one Vader had. "Here they come," Rogue 6 said. That was Wes Jansen, an old hand. A score of TIE fighters spewed from the destroyer's flight bay ports. "I see them, Wes," Luke said. "Everybody stay alert." Took them long enough, Luke thought. Must have thought it was a drill. They probably don't get much action out here. Maybe they'd gotten fat and lazy. Well, he could hope they had. "Double up on the forward shields," Luke ordered. "Attack speed. Targets of opportunity." "Yee-haw!" one of the squad yelled into the comm. Luke had to smile. He really should tell whoever it was. It sounded like Rogue 5, that was Dick's, to bottle the unofficial comm speak, but he knew just how the pilot felt. There was nothing else in the universe that felt like flying into combat. "Watch yourselves," Luke said. Then he was cutting across the destroyer's axis. Laser cannons spitting high-energy beams. No time to talk now. The battle was joined. On the Millennium Falcon, Leia crouched behind Chewie and Lando in the control cockpit. 3PO stood behind them, braced more or less in the doorway. "Do be careful, Master Lando. We're awfully close to the tops of those trees." "Oh, really?" Lando said. "I hadn't noticed." "Well, there's no need for sarcasm." Ahead of them, a couple 100 meters, Dash flew the Outrider, and the wind of his passage was enough to fan the tall evergreens below. You could see the air wake ripple through the foliage. The chrome-silver ship cleared the tops of the highest trees by no more than 5 meters. "Any closer and we'll get green stains on our belly," Leia said. "Tell me about it," Lando said. "He said we'd have to fly low, but I didn't realize he meant this low. Chewie, what's our altitude?" Chewie looked at a control panel and said something in that half-gurgle, half-moan of his. "Oh my," 3PO said. "Do I want to know?" Leia said. "I don't think so," Lando said. Over the comm on a shielded opchan, Dash spoke. "You nervous back there, Calrissian?" Lando glanced at Chewie. "Who, us? Nah, I thought you said we were going to be flying low, Dash. We're practically in the stratosphere way up here." He cut the comm off. Lando grinned at Chewie. "Guess I told him, didn't I?" Dash didn't respond in words. Instead, the Outrider dropped 4 meters lower. If a passenger on the smuggler's ship could have reached through the floor, he would have been able to touch the tops of the trees with his fingertips. "He's crazy," Leia thought. "He's crazy," she said. "Yeah, but he can fly. You gotta hand him that," Lando said. "Give me a little more thrust, Chewie." "Master Lando, what are you doing?" "I can't let him think he scared us, can I?" "Certainly you can," 3PO said. "He has." "You're crazier than he is," Leia put in. The Millennium Falcon lost 4 meters of altitude. Chewie said something. 3PO said, "Oh dear." "What?" Leia said. 3PO waved his arms. "He says that another centimeter and we'll snag the laser cannon." Leia shook her head. "What's with this guy? What's he trying to prove?" Lando concentrated on his flying. That was good. So he didn't look at her as she spoke. "You've never heard the story of the Rendars?" "Should I have?" Chewie yelled something. I see it," Lando said. The ship lifted a meter to avoid a particularly tall tree directly in its path. After they cleared it, Lando continued. "Dash was at the Imperial Academy, a year or so behind Han. His family was wealthy and highly placed. Dash's older brother was a freighter pilot working his way up through the family shipping company. There was an accident. A control system blew out. Not the pilot's fault, and the freighter crashed on liftoff from the Coruscant spaceport. Killed the crew. Destroyed the ship." Leia nodded. "Terrible. So?" Chewie started to speak, but Lando beat him to it. "I see it. Do you want to fly it?" Chewie grunted. Leia didn't need to speak Wookiee to understand that one. "Then be quiet and let me do it." The Falcon did another little hop behind the Outrider, settled back into its dangerous dance with the treetops. So, the building the freighter hit was the Emperor's private museum. Had a lot of his mementos in it. Most of them were lost in the ensuing fire. The Emperor was not happy. He had the Rendar family's property seized, then had them banished from Coruscant. That included Dash. They kicked him out of the academy on Caradia, and off that planet, too. Leia ground her teeth. That kind of thing was one of the reasons the Alliance was fighting the Empire. No one should have that much power, that he could arbitrarily do such things unchecked. And Leia knew of worse, knew of much worse. The Death Star had destroyed her homeworld, killed millions as a test of its power, just to see if it worked. It had meant nothing to the Empire, less grief than swatting a fly. I can see that he wouldn't have any love for the Empire, Leia said. Why isn't he working for the Alliance? Lando shrugged. He doesn't want to owe anybody. Doesn't want anybody to owe him. He works for whoever pays the most. He's downright magic with anything that flies, and he can pick wingnuts off a tabletop with a blaster without scorching the finish. He's a good man to have at your back when the going gets hot, as long as your money lasts. Leia nodded. The Empire had ruined a lot of good people. Looked as if Dash Rendar was one more casualty. 4 TIE fighters roared in, spewing death. Luke yelled at Wedge, "Rogue One, look out! On your port, bearing 305! Wedge's X-Wing immediately peeled left and down. "Thanks, Luke." Luke punched it, swung a shallow turn, and headed straight for the attacking quad. "Use the Force, Luke." Luke grinned. The first time he'd heard that, during the attack on the Death Star, he hadn't understood. He knew what it meant now. "Targeting sensors off, rear shields off, reroute more power to the guns." R2 was not pleased and said so. "Sorry, buddy, but this way is better." Luke reached out. The Force was here, as it was everywhere, and it was no harder to touch deep in space than it was in the swamps on Dagobah. He let it fill him. The TIE fighters suddenly seemed to be moving slower. Luke's hands flew over the controls. He moved the stick with sharp and precise movements, swung to a starboard and hit the lasers, double-tapped the fire button. Lines of fire lanced out and shattered 1, 2 of the 4 TIE fighters. The explosion spat a hard spray of wreckage at him as Luke looped away. Shards of the destroyed TIEs sleeted against the X-Wing's transparent steel canopy, a metal and plastic hail. "Fine shooting, Rogue Leader," Rogue 5 said. "Thanks, Dix." "More coming in. 6 blips at 175, Rogue 4 said. "Watch your back, Luke," somebody said. "You got a tail." But Luke had already felt the approach to the TIE and had put his fighter into a hard downturn. He flew an outside loop and came up behind the TIE. Luke stroked his fire button once, and the TIE shattered into expensive scrap. "Rogue 2, you got a pair of 'em coming in at 224. Move it." "Ah, copy that, Wes. I owe you one." "Pay me back later." The X-Wings and TIE fighters streaked back and forth through the blackness of space, tossing incandescent spears of hard light at each other. "I'm hit," Rogue 2 said. "Got my R2 unit and punched a hole in my canopy. I got a patch here. Okay, the leak is plugged." "Break off and return to base, Rogue 2, Luke said. "Hey, I can still shoot and got manual." "Negative, Will. There's too many for that. Take a walk." R2 whistled rapidly. "Doesn't apply to me," Luke said. "I got an edge." "Copy, Rogue Leader. Rogue 2 returning to base. Good luck, guys. I'll put the kettle on for tea." 2 more TIEs came at Luke, and he moved instinctively, pulled the stick and soared away from the attackers at almost 90 degrees, then looped at the top and dropped back toward the attackers in a power dive, lasers blinking. One of the TIEs exploded, the other's engines flamed and went out, and the wounded TIE coasted out of the fight without main power. "Here comes another wave," Wedge said. 12 blips at 303 and closing fast." The odds were getting worse, the dangers increasing by the second, and Rogue Squadron was down 1 member. Things didn't look good. Despite that, Luke was having a great time. He might not be much of a Jedi, but he could fly. He hoped Lando and Leia and Chewie were doing okay. Acceleration pulled at his body as he swung the X-Wing into a hard power turn. The battle continued. 8. Late afternoon shaded into evening as Zizor left the house of his mistress, an almost palatial dwelling he had bestowed upon her as a going-away gift, though she did not yet know the affair was over. Zizor never spent more than a few months with any female. Because of his hormonal makeup, his ability to produce overwhelmingly powerful pheromones, he never had any trouble attracting new companions. But because it was so easy, he quickly tired of them, no matter how beautiful, no matter how clever. He had never found a companion he could consider his equal, and if he ever did, well, how would he be able to trust someone that adept? An interesting conundrum. Moreover, once a meal was eaten, no matter how delicious, he preferred to dine on a different delicacy the next time. A warm rain drizzled down from the condensation cloud hanging low over this section of the city. Such micro-weather cells were quite common at the season. A short distance away the skies might be crystal clear. As the darkness thickened and where clouds did not interfere, one could view the colorful discharge auroras and the red and blue running lights of the constant stream of ship traffic going to and coming from orbit, even here in the center of the city glow. The two bodyguards waiting at the exit accompanied Zizor to his armored luxury coach, where two marked guards and the droid chauffeur waited. Zizor entered the vehicle and leaned back on the cloned leather seat. His mistress would receive a call from Geary shortly, a generous severance payment and good wishes for her future. She would also be told never to attempt to contact Zizor again. Should she do so, the consequences would be dire. Thus far, only one of his ex-companions had tried to see him after their arrangement had been terminated. That unfortunate woman, he was told, had become part of a tall commercial plex in the southern enclave, courtesy of a giant factory-like construction droid that had somehow, alas, accidentally mixed her in with a vat of Duracrete. Life was full of dangers, even here. "We'll have dinner at the Minari," Zizor told the droid. The coach lifted and swung smoothly up into the traffic pattern, bracketed front and back by bodyguards in their own airspeeders. The trio of vehicles reached cruising altitude and headed for Monument Park, where the planet's single uncovered mountain peak jutted above the surface's otherwise all-encompassing building complex. There was a restaurant that catered to the wealthy and powerful on a spire near the park, and from the shelter of the building one could view the mountain, even see through the restaurant's transparent steel walls the religious fanatics who maintained vigil over the peak to prevent tourists from stealing the bare rock for souvenirs. One booked reservations for the Minari months in advance, and then only if one's name was on the approved list. It was the most exclusive restaurant on the planet. Exclusive, but even so, no matter how crowded the Minari, no matter how it might upset a rich man to see an empty space when he'd waited months for a chance to dine there, a place was always kept open for Prince Zizor. If he took it upon himself to drop in, he was ushered to his private booth without delay. To most of the diners, Zizor would be simply another wealthy shipping magnate, no more important than 1,000 other rich beings in the imperial center. They would wonder why he deserved such treatment when they did not, given that many of the patrons had more credits in their accounts than Zizor, at least in his guise of shipper. None of them had more money than Black Sun. Besides, Zizor was one of the place's owners, though that was not common knowledge, and word had filtered down from the top. If Prince Zizor has to wait to be seated, the manager who allows such stupidity to occur will be looking for another job before he can stammer an apology. If he is lucky. Zizor smiled as the coach looped away from the central nexus toward the mountain. He did not often flaunt his power, but good food was one of his small pleasures, and there was no cuisine better than that of the Minari. The rain had stopped, and now the shadows of night condensed and intensified. Soon Coruscant would be ablaze with its own light, quite a view from a ship as it approached from space. Nowhere else in the galaxy had nearly the entire surface of a world been covered with the building blocks of civilization. To live here was truly an experience, to be at the center of everything. Coruscant was the Empire's acme. The head of Black Sun could hardly live anywhere else. Now, what should he have for dinner? The fleek eel was good, kept alive until the moment of being dipped in boiling pepper oil. The eels would have been light years away and swimming in the Hakarim Sea that same morning. Also, the stuffed yam and plecto steak was excellent, as was the giant Ithorian snail and flu-nut butter, or perhaps the Kashyyyk land shrimp. So many choices, none of them bad. Well, rather than order in advance, perhaps he would just wait until he arrived at the restaurant and decide then. True, he would have to wait for it to be prepared, but then, patience was one of his virtues after all. Yes, that was what he would do. He would be spontaneous. It would be refreshing. Heads up, boys. Another wave coming in, Luke said into his comm. Copy that, rogue leader, came a chorus in return. Uh-oh, I see a couple of TIE interceptors in this squad, Wedge said. I got 'em, Wedge, Luke said. He leaned on the stick and put the X-Wing into a sharp turn to port. Interceptors were faster, and the newer ones wore heavier guns. He hoped the Force would stay with him. This was getting trickier by the moment. He couldn't afford to fail. Han's rescue depended on his keeping things going, not to mention the rogues and his own life. He hoped Leia and Lando were doing okay wherever they were. Lando flew past jagged outcroppings of reddish rock that looked like giant fangs. The Falcon zipped through a three-sided tunnel with what seemed like very little clearance below and to both sides. The sky above was like the surface of a river, blue and serene. 3PO said, I think perhaps one of my circuits is overheating. I really ought to sit down and power off. But the droid didn't move. Like the rest of them, he seemed hypnotized by the flight through the canyon. There was a long-range Imperial sensor post at the edge of the Great Plateau into which these deep canyons had been carved by time and water, Dash had said. The only way to avoid being spotted was to sneak in below the sensor scan. It reminded Leia of Han's desperate flight into the asteroid field after they'd fled Hoth, and the hiding place into which they'd scurried to avoid being captured by Vader. A place that had turned out to be something other than what it first seemed. Ahead of them, the Outrider flew. As Leia watched, the ship rolled, twisted on its long axis like a screw. Oh man, Lando said. A couple meters either way and we're bugs on a canopy and Dash is doing barrel rolls. He is crazy. Chewie said something. I hear that, Lando said. 3PO translated for Leia. Chewbacca says that Master Dash must be part bird. Leia found herself nodding. Lando had been right. Whatever else he was, Dash Rendar could fly. Luke kept the rogues spiraling in and out, drifting the skirmish several degrees one way, then the other, to keep the destroyer's big guns from locking on them. They were doing okay so far. Look out, Dixie, Wedge yelled. Luke saw the danger. A TIE fighter had gotten below Dix and now bored in, firing at the X-Wing's exposed belly. Dix cut hard to his right and began a sharp starboard turn. Too late. The deadly lasers raked the X-Wing like fiery claws and ripped into it. Dix's ship flew apart in a fireball that ate the craft's oxygen, then winked out, leaving nothing but blasted and ionized wreckage. Luke felt his stomach roil. Oh no, they'd lost Dix. Suddenly, it wasn't a game. People were dying. Good people. He could never lose sight of that. Not for a moment. It was only fun as long as nobody got hurt, and that part never lasted. War was ugly. It got bad. Now it was worse. The Nightside destroyer came around the Terminator and began unloading its fighters. No more time to think. No time to worry. Luke abandoned himself to the Force. Terminator coming up, Dash said, and we're past the plateau sensor station. Ready to go up top? I was just beginning to enjoy this, Lando said, but I suppose if we have to. They were approaching the night side of the moon, and while the darkness wouldn't hide them from Imperial sensors, it would offer them some cover from curious eyes. We're about 4 minutes away from the shipyard, Dash said over the comm. Any luck at all, and the Tulus operating the scopes there won't notice us until we're a minute or so out. Time they get their fighters scrambled, we'll be upright and on top of 'em. Copy, Lando said. Leia felt her stomach twist, go fluttery. The flight so far had been dangerous, but this was going to be a whole lot more so. Lando shook his head, said, This was not my idea, right? I want it on record that this was not my idea. Dark shadows began to paint the rock, lengthening so fast they could see them move as the Falcon flew deeper into the night. Going up, Dash said. The Outrider lifted from the canyon. Blast, Lando said. Directly ahead of them, no more than a few 100 meters and getting closer fast, the canyon ended in a wall of dark rock. Chewie roared. Lando didn't bother to answer as he pulled the Falcon up in a climb that made Leia's stomach feel a lot worse. They missed the collision by centimeters. Oh, better be careful, Dash said as the Falcon rose into the night. Did I mention the canyon dead ends pretty soon? Just wait, Rendar, Lando said. Next time I see you, I'm going to punch you in the nose. Yeah? You in what army? Chewie snarled. Leia could figure that out easily enough. Over the comm, Dash Rendar laughed. Wedge's voice over the comm seemed calm, but there was a lot of emotion under it. Luke, we aren't going to be able to keep this dance going much longer. Once that second destroyer sets up a south pole, we'll be in range of the big guns on one or the other. I hear you, Luke said. R2, would they have had time to make it to the yard yet? R2 whistled. Luke glanced at his sensor screen, saw the translation of the droid's whistles. They could have made it, but barely. 1 more minute, Luke said. Then let's make a pass at the Daysider and get out of here. Copy, Luke. You heard the man. Let's throw a few more rocks and keep 'em jumping. Around Luke, TIE fighters and interceptors swarmed like saurian hornets from a disturbed nest. The rogues had taken out a score of them, maybe more, and lost one of their own, plus another one damaged. Good flying, but given the odds, they couldn't keep it up forever. He had to hope they had bought enough time. A TIE fighter appeared in front of Luke, coming right at him. Luke thumbed his own fire button, and the two crafts sped directly at each other. Neither pilot blinked. The TIE exploded, and Luke flew through the fireball. R2's exclamation sounded like, "Yow!" You okay, R2? The droid whistled. Yes, he was okay. He had been better, however. Luke smiled. The party was getting raucous. It was time to pack it up and leave. There it is, dead ahead, Dash said. The lights of the shipyard blazed in the darkness, a beacon visible for a long way. We'll pass right over your target in 30 seconds. Leia leaned forward, strained to see. There it is. There's Fett's ship. Been fun, people, Dash said. See you around. Ahead of them, the Outrider pulled up in a hard climb and rocketed toward space. Where are you going? Lando said. Hey, you didn't pay me to shoot, only to guide. I'm out of here. Dash, blast you. Never mind, Leia put in quickly. We don't need him. Chewie pointed at the sensor screen and said something. Oh dear, 3PO said. I wish you'd stop saying that, Leia said. What? Lando spoke before the droid could. Company. We got half a dozen TIE fighters on our tail. Is that all? For a hotshot pilot like you, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Lando shook his head. Yeah, right. But just for fun, why don't you and Chewie go see if the guns still work? The Wookiee came up. Leia was already on the way. I'll take the dorsal turret, she said. Chewie growled, and she took that for agreement. Now things were really going to get interesting. 9. Luke? Wedge said over the comm. Right, Wedge. Rogue Squadron, this is Rogue Leader. Break off your attack. Go to lightspeed. Repeat. Break off and jump to hyper. The leap into hyperspace was a trick. They weren't going far enough to need it, and they'd re-enter normal space in a few seconds. But better that the Imperial fighters thought they were going far away. Maybe nobody would bother to look for them at a moon just around the bulk of the huge gas planet right in front of them. That was the hope. Rogue Squadron peeled away from the engagement in a shallow arc. The TIE fighters, who'd obviously been ordered to defend but not to pursue, allowed them to go. Most of them. As the rogues sped from the battle, Luke felt a sudden wave of something he couldn't quite identify wash over him. Like a sense of danger that couldn't be ignored. Some kind of warning. Luke! Obi-Wan! He jerked the control stick between his knees to the side without questioning further. The beam from a laser cannon flashed past. If he hadn't moved, it would have cooked him. But there weren't any TIEs behind him, only Rogue 6. As he watched, Wes's X-Wing altered course to follow him. What? Wes, what are you doing? Wes yelled a short burst of expletives, then, Luke, something's gone wrong with my R2 unit. It's taken control of my ship. My stick is dead. Yeah, Luke thought. I'll be dead too if I don't do something. To complicate things, one of the TIE fighters who decided to give chase did get within range. The TIE let loose with a blast of its weapons, barely missing Luke. Luke pulled the stick back into his belly and hit full thrust. The X-Wing responded. Acceleration mashed him into the seat, his face stretched and flattened as if a giant hand pressed hard fingers against the skin and muscles. Everybody, get clear, Luke managed to say through peeled-back lips. What was going on? He'd almost been fried, by one of his own. At the moment, he couldn't think about it, but he couldn't not think about it either. He could have died. If not for the Force, he would have died. Whatever he might have been would never have come to pass. Behind him, Wes's X-Wing replicated Luke's maneuver, trying to stay with him. The TIE fighter kept shooting, too. Blast! This was bad. This was very bad. What was he going to do? He couldn't fight. not one of his own people. And if all he did was run, sooner or later the out-of-control X-Wing would blast him. First things first, the TIE fighter. Luke looped around, trying to shake Wes and lock onto the TIE at the same time. He didn't manage either very well. The TIE fighter zipped away, and Wes kept shooting at Luke. Luke felt the sweat seeping from him, soaking his suit. He wasn't prepared for this. It had never crossed his mind. If Wes could bail out, that would solve it. Thing was, he couldn't eject. Like the others, he wore only a lightweight flight suit, not suitable for protection against the vacuum of deep space. Another blast of laser fire stabbed out from the pursuing X-Wing. Missed. Barely. The TIE fighter swung around. Probably didn't have any idea what was going on, but he was going to take advantage of it for sure. Luke felt himself gripped by the fear, an icy sensation that turned the perspiration cold. What was he going to do? He had to figure it out, and he had to figure it out fast. He had an idea. It was risky, but his choices were getting real limited. Here goes. At the apex of his climb, Luke killed his thrust and shoved the control stick forward. Inertia kept the craft going, but its relative speed compared to Wes's out-of-control craft made it seem to stop as Rogue 6 rocketed past him before his malfunctioning R2 unit could compensate. The TIE fighter had looped and was opposite Wes, trying to track Luke. Luke punched in full thrust again and swung the stick hard to port, spiraling away in a left turn. He gave the little ship all of it, or he, could take. The TIE fighter ran into Wes's fire and shattered. That was something, at least. Luke felt better, but it wasn't over yet. He jockeyed the X-Wing around. Wes copied his move and fired. Luke had never asked the X-Wing for more. R2 shrilled, and Luke turned it out. He had to trust the Force now. Normal skill wouldn't get him out of this. He dodged. Another blast cooked the vacuum. Luke stalled and dived. Wes's ship hammered at him, splashing a glancing shot off the rear shields. Come on, come on. He knew the Force was powerful, but he wasn't sure his control of it was enough. A mistake and a good man would die. A mistake, and they both might die. He focused himself, cut hard to port, then starboard, gave his engines full power, pulled up and into an inside loop, circled down and behind Wes, almost blacking out from the G-force. Help me, Obi-Wan. Luke fired. The beam splashed against the runaway X-Wing's main engine precisely, cut through and killed it. Rogue 6's thrusters flamed out. Luke was close enough to see the R2 unit on Wes's ship try to effect repairs as he flew by, but it surely wasn't going to fix that. Rogue 6 couldn't fly very well, but it could still shoot. It did shoot, tracking him and lancing out with powerful beams. Like a wounded firecat, it was still dangerous to approach. Luke dodged, abandoned himself to the Force again, let the X-Wing become an extension of his body. The little ship danced, hopped, slowed, sped up, and managed to avoid being speared. Luke felt the sigh slip from him. Steady. Luke made another pass. Wes's R2 blasted at him. Luke imagined he felt the heat of the beam. Maybe it wasn't his imagination. Come on. More of those TIEs coming back, Luke, somebody said. Not now. Once again, he let the Force direct his aim, gave himself to it, pinpointed the targeting sensors in the nose cone, felt the rightness of it, fired again. A hit. Now Wes's guns were dead, and he, or his crazed droid, couldn't fire the lasers or the torpedoes. Luke sighed again. Thank goodness. What in the galaxy could have caused it to malfunction that way? Wedge, see if you can get a magnetic line on Wes, and let's get out of here fast. That's affirmative, Luke. Bad enough when it was the enemy shooting at you. Much worse when it was your own men. Hey, I'm sorry, Luke. I don't know what happened, Wes said. Don't worry about it. We'll sort it out later. Right now, we better go before the Empire decides we might be worth chasing after all. Copy that, Luke. But now that the heat, and sweaty cold, of the incident had passed, the fear oozed back, the taste of it sour in him. He could have been blown apart. If not for the Force warning him, he would have been fried, would have winked out like an overloaded glow bulb, never knowing what had hit him. Dead. Gone. No more. Those TIE fighters are coming back, Luke. Let's move it. Until then, that had never seemed a real possibility to him. Luke had always thought that somehow all the lasers would miss, all the missiles would sail past harmlessly, that he would live forever. It hadn't seemed real, that he could actually cease being. Now it seemed real. Leia fired, and the quad barrels of the Falcon's dorsal gun's piston spat its hard engines at the incoming TIE fighter. The Imperial craft flew right into the beams. Exploded. That was 3 she'd gotten, and Chewie had hit some of them too, but there were more of them swarming in. Too many more. "We can't land," Lando said over the comm. "If we put it down on the deck, we'll get blasted." "What are we going to do?" Leia said. "I don't know. We can't keep flying around." Uh-oh. Uh-oh what? "Boba Fett's ship. It's taking off." "Follow it." "How? There's a wall of Imperial fighters between it and us." "Go around them." She was too close to lose Han now. "I'll try." The Falcon lurched, fell in a belly-twisting dive. Because they were in a gravity well and they needed the power for the shields, the artificial gravity was turned off. Leia felt herself go weightless. Only the safety straps kept her from floating out of the seat. Abruptly, she grew heavier as the power dive bottomed out, and Lando hit the throttles hard in a climbing turn. Another TIE fighter came into view. Leia started the guns working, but the fighter zipped past too fast. Missed it. She felt the Falcon rock as the shields were hit by enemy fire. "I sure hope that bootleg shield generator Han installed holds up," Lando said. Leia didn't answer. She was too busy trying to shoot down the next pair of TIE fighters coming at her. Her gun beams lanced out and pierced one of the fighters, sent it spinning away, control surfaces riddled with holes. She missed the other one. She heard Chewie yelling something, and she wished she could understand him other than from context. "I hate to be the one to say it," Lando said, "but I have a bad feeling about this." Back at Rogue Squadron's secret moon base, Luke and Wedge hurried from their fighters to where Wes's X-Wing had been towed. Wes stood there staring at his ruined ship. Wedge said, "You all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I'd sure like to know what my R2 unit ate for breakfast, though. What could have gotten into it?" Luke hoped he looked better than he felt. He was still rattled, his knees a little rubbery. He took a deep breath, fought to keep his voice calm. "Why don't we see if we can find out?" he said. He waved at the crew chief. "Get a coupler in this R2 unit, would you?" As the chief hustled her crew over to do just that, Luke heard a whistle behind him. Luke turned. "I don't know, R2. You ever heard anything like it before?" R2 chirped and whistled. Luke took that for a negative. The malfunctioning R2 unit settled to the ground. The crew chief stepped in and struck a restraining bolt on it before it could move. R2 moved closer, extruded an interface, and plugged it into the other unit. Somebody plugged a translation screen into the damaged R2 unit. R2 whistled frantically. "Uh-oh," Luke said, looking at the translation screen. "What?" Wedge said. "Look. According to this, the droid wasn't malfunctioning. It was programmed to shoot at me." Wedge whistled, a counterpoint to R2's astromech speak. "Who would do that? Why? How?" The chief pulled her comlink from her belt and spoke into it, listened. Luke couldn't hear who was on the other end of the comlink. "That's Rendar coming in," the chief said. "What about Leia and Lando?" Chief shrugged. "He didn't say." To the chief, Luke said, "Keep an eye on this droid. Don't let anybody touch it." To Wedge, he said, "Let's go." Luke hurried to the second hangar, where Rendar's ship would arrive shortly. "We can't get through," Lando said. "They'll pound us to pieces unless we get out of here. We better—" His voice shut off. "Lando? Lando!" No answer. "Chewie?" No answer from there either. The Falcon seemed to be flying okay, but the comm was out. Leia yelled, "3PO, where are you?" Right here," came 3PO's nervous voice from above her gun turret. "Go find out what happened to the comm. Check and see if Lando's all right." "Yes, Princess Leia." Another TIE shot past. Leia fired at it. Missed. The blasted things were fast. The Falcon swung a hard turn to the left, then the right. Well, somebody was flying it. 3PO leaned over her turret. "Princess Leia, Master Lando says the comm unit has been damaged. We no longer have internal or external communications. Master Lando says we must leave immediately, or we will be destroyed." There's a tinge of hysteria in 3PO's voice. "We can't," Leia said. But they were already doing so. The Falcon arced away from the shipyard and dived between 2 half-constructed towers, twisted so it flew sideways. The metal support struts of one tower passed so close to Leia's guns, she could read the part numbers stamped into them. "No!" she yelled. One of the TIE fighters chasing them wasn't so well flown. Leia saw it smash into the tower and shatter into a fireball. The falcon twirled and flew parallel to the ground, but only for a few seconds before Lando took it almost straight up. Leia looked, saw they were outrunning their pursuers. She unbuckled herself from the turret, hurried to reach the control cockpit. 3PO followed her, prattling on about something she couldn't catch. Lando was sweating when Leia arrived. "What are you doing?" "Saving our lives," he said. "I used every trick in the manual, plus a few I made up, and I couldn't get past those fighters. There were too many of them. It was just a matter of time before they knocked us down." "What about Boba Fett?" "I lost sight of him. He's probably trying to run to hyperspace. Luke and Rogue Squadron." She trailed off as she realized the problem. "Yeah," Lando said. "Our comm's dead. We can't call Luke to tell him to chase Boba Fett." "Maybe we can circle around," she said. He shook his head. "He'll be long gone." Chewie arrived, asked a question. "No," Lando said. "Sorry, buddy." Chewie expressed anger. "Yeah, me too," Lando said. "But we can't do Han any good if we get scattered all over the landscape." Leia felt a great weight settle upon her. Like a blanket made of soft lead, it pressed on her. She could hardly sit there without bowing. "Han, I'm so sorry." "Listen," Lando said. "I don't want to add rocket fuel to a burning building, but we don't even know for sure that Han is on that ship. Boba Fett might have stashed him somewhere." Leia couldn't speak. It was too much effort. Chewie said something. "Chewbacca is right," 3PO said. "Sooner or later, Master Han will be delivered to Jabba. We can always go back to Tatooine and wait. I think that is a very good idea." Nobody spoke for a minute. 3PO continued. "Well, at least we're alive." Luke almost took a swing at Dash. It was all he could do to restrain himself. Wedge saw, said, "Easy, Luke." Dash, if he was worried, didn't show it. He stood there, relaxed, and shrugged. "You just left them there?" "Hey, kid, I was paid to show them where Slave One was. I showed them. My job was done. If they wanted me to do anything else, they should have contracted it up front." "If anything happens to them..." "What, kid? You gonna shoot me? I didn't make them go there. I was hired as a guide, so I guided. End of story." He turned and ambled off. Wedge kept one hand on Luke's shoulder. "Don't do it, Luke. It won't help them." "Maybe not, but it'll make me feel a lot better." Even as he felt the anger flush through him, Luke also felt a coldness, a kind of slyness within it. He knew what it was. Obi-Wan had warned him. He couldn't give in to his anger. If he did, the dark side would be there to claim him. He could feel it, waiting, ready to fill him with its bleak and unclean energies. He could feel that to allow it in would give him abilities he did not have, would give him powers ordinary mortals could not withstand. He would be able to bring Dash Rendar to his knees with a gesture. No, don't even think it. To give in to the dark side would be to become like Vader, like the Emperor, to become that which he fought against. He took a deep breath, and when he blew it out, much of his anger flowed with it. Dash even had a point. He hadn't forced anybody to do anything. One of the sensor crew ran over to where they stood. "We got a ship coming in," he said. "No communications, but the scope says it's a Corellian freighter." The Millennium Falcon! They were alive! "They're about 15 minutes out," the man said. Luke felt a vast relief. Leia. She was all right. Even though he felt that he would have known if anything had happened to her, it was still a relief to hear that the ship was in one piece. "That gives us a few minutes," Wedge said. "What say we go and see what we can dig out of that rascaled R2 unit?" "Good idea," Luke said. But when they reached the place where the Balioxed astromech droid had been, what they found was a smoldering pile of debris. Somebody had blasted the droid into rubble. Luke spun around, looking for the crew chief who was supposed to be watching the unit. He spotted the woman quickly enough. She was pointing a blaster right at him. 10. Luke saw Wedge reach for his blaster. He yelled, "No!" Too late. The chief saw Wedge go for his weapon, turned slightly and shot at him. The blast sizzled between Luke and Wedge, missed Luke by centimeters. He smelled ionized and burned air as he jumped to the side. Wedge didn't have any choice. His blaster beam caught her square in the center of mass and knocked her sprawling. The burn smell grew stronger and more unpleasant. By the time Luke got to her, the chief wasn't going to be answering any questions ever again. "Well, I guess we won't know who rascaled the droid," Luke said, his voice quiet. "I would have liked to know why." Wedge shook his head. Maybe we can find out. I'll see what the operations computer has on her. Do that. It was only a few minutes later that the Millennium Falcon put down on the moon. Once it was stowed out of sight inside the hangar, the hatch opened and the ramp came down. Lando and Chewie walked on the ramp, followed by 3PO. Where was... There she was. She looked terrible. She walked as if she were 1,000 years old. Leia? Her face was a study in misery. Luke moved to her, hugged her, but she was limp in his arms. What happened? Boba Fett got away, she said. Behind them, Lando said, Yeah, and we were lucky to get away ourselves. The place was thick with TIE fighters. I'm sorry, Luke. I tried. Chewie nodded and said something. Luke nodded. He turned, one arm still around Leia. Holding her thus brought up all kinds of conflicting emotions. As if he didn't have enough to sort out about Vader and the Force and the dark side, how he felt toward Leia was a whole nother unprobed universe. Come on, Luke said to her. We'll figure something else out. Leia was depressed, but the news of the malfunctioning droid broke through the blanket of despair shrouding her. It frightened her. When Wedge and Lando came through from checking on the former crew chief through the upcom, they looked grim. What? She asked. Well, Wedge said, it seems there was a transfer for 10,000 credits into the chief's account a few days ago, just after Rogue Squadron arrived here. Lando managed to access the account using, a borrowed command override code. And? The money came from a dummy corporation, Lando said. I managed to backwalk it through 2 more dummy corporations. Wound up with something called Saber Enterprises. Last I heard, Saber was a front organization for the Empire's secret undercover anti-espionage operations. You think somebody paid the chief to rig the droid to shoot Luke? Leia said. Seems awfully coincidental to me otherwise, Lando said. Leia nodded. It's got Vader's glove prints all over it. Luke shook his head. That doesn't make any sense. Why not? He wants me alive, Luke said. He wants me to join the Empire. Maybe he changed his mind, Lando said. Leia stared off into the distance. This was bad. She'd lost Han, maybe forever. No, don't think that. And she didn't want to lose Luke, too. He was too important, not just to the Alliance, but to her. She loved Han, but she loved Luke, too. Maybe not in the same way, but she didn't want to see him hurt. She had a feeling about this, an intuition. This attempt on Luke's life was just the tip of something much larger, something hidden under a great depth of murky water. She had to find out what it was and stop it. There was another thing, Lando said. The chief's account had a pending file of credit in it from the same dummy corporation. Meaning what? Luke asked. Meaning there was probably going to be another transfer of funds. My guess is that the 10,000 was just a down payment. If you'd gotten blown up on that run, I'd also guess that a much larger amount would have wound up in the chief's account. Sure brings up a lot of questions, doesn't it? Lando looked at Wedge. She was going to shoot Luke, Wedge said. Second rule of self-defense is to shoot first and ask questions later. Leia turned around and looked at Lando. What is the first rule? Be somewhere else when the shooting starts. They looked at each other. What did all this mean? Zizor knew that exercise was necessary, was essential for optimum health, and it helped keep underlings in line if they knew you were physically powerful. He practiced martial arts now and then, but he knew that wasn't enough, and exercise bored him. He hated to do it. Thus, it was that he sat in the myostim unit when Geary came to see him. The unit was simple enough. A sensor field coupled with an adjustable, computerized, electromyclonic broadcaster. Turn it on, set the level, and the myostim unit worked the muscles, forcing them to contract and relax in sequence. You could get stronger just lying there, develop powerful mass without having to do any heavy lifting. A great toy. Geary seemed to materialize from nowhere. Zizor lifted an eyebrow as his thighs clenched into hard knots, relaxed, then contracted again. The first attempt on Skywalker's life has failed. The bribed crew chief is dead. Zizor nodded as his calves hardened and softened under the electrical stimulus. No surprise. We knew the boy was extremely lucky. Or skillful, Geary said. Zizor shrugged as his feet tightened and slackened. Either way, I've had some thoughts about the matter. Allow our agents to proceed. Grease bearings is necessary. Be certain it looks as if they are under the employ of the Empire, linked directly to Vader. If they get Skywalker, good. If not, I have another idea that might be even more beneficial to us." "As you wish." He gestured with one arm as the stimwave began to move back up his legs towards his belly. "This is not our only concern. We have a business to run." He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again there was a sharp edge to his voice. "Aurora Transportation." Gary nodded. "I do not believe the Tenlaw Syndicate knows that Aurora is trying to take over our spice operations in the Baji sector. I suppose we could make them aware of it and allow them to handle it, but that doesn't suit me. I want you to go there and meet with Aurora. Indicate our displeasure at their ambition." Geary nodded again. "Before you leave, put in a comm to Darth Vader. I would like to see him at his convenience." "Yes, my prince." "That will be all." She left, and Zizor watched his bare stomach ridge under the hard stem contraction, forming symmetrical and rounded rectangles. No fat coated those muscles. Sending Geary to deal with Aurora was necessary. Greed never slept, and it was incumbent on Zizor to make certain that everyone knew that to cross Black Sun was to court ruin. Geary by herself would probably be enough to knock the transportation company's leaders back into line, but Zizor never used a wrist slap when a hammer fist was called for. If you damage an enemy, you should damage him enough so he cannot retaliate. That was a simple truth. He had plans for Aurora, plans that would not only chastise them for their stupidity, but would also further Zizor's aims on the fronts. Everything in the galaxy was interlinked. A spark here could become a conflagration there, if you knew how to fan it properly. He was always looking for links, always checking to see how an event on that side of the galaxy could be made to serve his ends on this side. As in a tri-dimensional hologame, there were small moves that would add up to larger ones. A push at precisely the right place and exactly the right time could, in theory, topple a mountain. And it was his business to know when and where to push. Yes, Aurora would pay for its temerity, and in ways it could not begin to imagine. He leaned back and allowed the milestem machines to make him stronger. Darth Vader stared at the hologram of Zizor's human droid Geary. "Very well," he said. "Tell your master I will see him. I have business on the Emperor's skyhook. Have him meet me there in 3 standard hours." Vader broke the connection. What did Zizor want? Whatever it was, he did not believe for a moment that it was to serve the Empire, unless it served Zizor first. The Dark Lord of the Sith stalked through the bowels of his castle to where his personal shuttle was kept. He could have taken the turbolift to the skyhook. Most passengers and cargo were moved to the giant orbiting satellites through their tethers to the surface of the Imperial Center. But he had not stayed alive this long by taking foolish chances. Skyhook lifts seldom malfunctioned, but they were vulnerable to attack from within and without. No, better to be in control of his own armored craft, where the dark side could be unleashed, along with laser cannon, if need be. As he walked through one of his spare hallways, Vader considered another problem. For now, the Emperor did not want him to hunt for Luke Skywalker, at least not personally. While the Emperor had not yet spoken of it directly, the construction of the new and more powerful Death Star was behind schedule. Those in charge offered many excuses: material, workers, constantly changing plans, and the Emperor was growing impatient. Vader was fairly certain that it would be only a matter of time before the Emperor sent him to oversee the lagging project. It was amazing how a general who would drag his feet while out of the Emperor's sight would suddenly learn how to run when paid a visit from one who could call upon the dark side. Those Imperial officers who scoffed at the Force did so out of ignorance. Those who did not fear the power of Darth Vader were those who had never stood face to face with him. Vader did not agree that the Death Star was the invincible and omnipotent weapon its designers had promised the Emperor. He had heard the tale before, and the ill-equipped rebel forces had shown just how wrong that was with the first Death Star. No, that was not strictly true. It had been Luke Skywalker who had struck the deadly blow, proving to Vader's satisfaction that the Force was more powerful than the most sophisticated and deadliest technology. But the Emperor did not agree, and there was nothing to be done about it. Nor was there anything to be done about being made to wait here. What the Emperor willed was so. Vader reached the shuttle's bay. A guard stood at the door. "Is my shuttle ready to launch?" "It is, my lord." "Good." The example he'd made of the technicians in charge the one time it had not been ready when he wished to use it had thus far been sufficient to keep that from happening again. Vader swept past and marched toward his vessel. Very well. He could not seek Luke out in person, but he could arrange for others to do so. Those wheels had already been put in motion. A very large reward and the gratitude of Darth Vader had been offered for whoever brought Skywalker to him alive. That would have to do for now. "Why me?" Luke said. They were next to the Falcon. Support techs from Rogue Squadron moved in and out of the ship, repairing damage done during the failed attempt on Boba Fett's ship. The big makeshift building hadn't gotten any warmer since they'd arrived. Leia said, "Because it's your homeworld and you're the most familiar with it, somebody needs to be there to keep an eye out for Boba Fett. You need to practice your Jedi skills, and you need a quiet place to do it. You're the logical choice." Luke shook his head. He didn't like it, and he didn't think Leia was being completely frank with him. "Can't your alliance business wait?" he asked. "No. Take R2 and go back to Ben's house. Lando and Chewie and 3PO and I will meet you there as soon as I am done." Luke sighed. She was probably right, but that didn't make it any easier. "All right, but you be careful." After Luke had taken off in his X-Wing with R2, it was a long trip and they'd packed food and water for him, though he'd be ready for a shower when he got there. Leia spoke to Dash Rendar. "Are you available for a job?" she asked him. "Sweetie, I'm always available, if the money's right." "I want you to go to Tatooine and keep an eye on Luke." Dash raised an eyebrow. "Bodyguard? Sure, I can do that. Kid won't like it if he finds out." "So stay out of sight," Leia said. "Somebody tried to kill him, and I think they'll try again. How much?" Dash named a figure. Lando whistled. "Man, you are a bandit, aren't you?" "The best don't come cheap, Lando. In advance, princess." Leia smiled. "You think so little of me, Dash? Do I look that stupid? 1/3 in advance, 2/3 when we arrive. If he's still alive." "I can't guarantee that." "I thought you were the best." Dash grinned. "I am. Half up front, half when you get there." "All right." After she paid Dash and he was gone, Leia turned to Lando. "All right. Let me pose a hypothetical question." "If you don't mind a hypothetical answer, go ahead." "What would be the best way to contact somebody high up in Black Sun?" Lando stared at her as if she'd just told him she could fly by waving her arms. He shook his head. "The best way? Don't." "Come on, Lando. This is important." "Princess, Black Sun is bad news. You don't want to get into bed with them." "I'm not planning on getting into bed with them. I just want to rummage through their wardrobe chest." "What?" Leia said, "Somebody tried to kill Luke. Maybe it was Vader, maybe not. Black Sun has a vast spy net of its own, older, maybe even wider than the Alliance's. They can find out who is responsible." Chewie half grunted, half moaned something. "I'm with you, pal," Lando said. He exchanged glances with Chewie. "This is a big mistake." Leia continued, "But you have the connections and can put me in touch with them, right?" "It's still a bad idea." "Lando." Yeah, I know a few people." She smiled. "Good. Where do we find them?" 11. The Emperor's skyhook was half again as large as Zizor's and far more opulent. The Dark Prince preferred to keep his best treasures on the ground. He felt they would be safer there. Not that there was any real danger of a skyhook dropping out of the sky. It had happened on Coruscant but once in 100 years, and that had been a freakish combination of a power failure, a solar storm, and a freighter collision. Then again, the Emperor had a lot more treasures than anybody else in the galaxy, and the loss even of a city-sized skyhook would be but a small pale subtracted from his vast sea. Zizor stood on a high, wide terrace overlooking the central park of the huge space habitat. His bodyguards, now at travel strength of an even dozen, formed a semicircle from the balcony's edge with Zizor alone inside it. Here he stared at a full-size evergreen and deciduous trees, some of which topped 30 meters. A section of the park immediately below him was planted and climate-controlled into a fecund jungle, a riot of colorful flowers, electric reds, bright blues, phosphorescent oranges among the verdant hues, those ranging from the palest of greens to a broad-leaf vine whose waxy leaves were almost black. Caesar did not care much for botany, but he knew good work when he saw it. Perhaps he could entice the Emperor's gardener away from his own skyhook? He felt Vader approach before he heard or saw him. The man did have a presence, no doubt about that. Caesar turned and offered a small bow. Lord Vader. Prince Caesar, you had something to discuss? No polite small talk, no social niceties from Vader. Almost refreshing, given some of the toadies Caesar encountered. Almost. Yes, the location of a secret rebel base has come to my attention. I assumed you would want to know of this. Vader was silent, save for his measured, mechanical breathing, which suddenly seemed quite loud. Caesar could almost see Vader's brain working, measuring, calculating, wondering, what was the head of Black Sun up to? Caesar kept his face carefully neutral for the recording holocams he knew were watching. His, the Emperor's, Vader's, and whoever else might be good enough to get past the Emperor's security to be spying on them. Of course, Vader finally said. Where is this base? In the Baji sector, out on the rim. The Libeus system, hidden on one of the larger Vergesso asteroids. It is my understanding that there is a shipyard full of vessels undergoing repair. Scores, perhaps hundreds of rebel ships, ranging from fighters to troop carriers. Vader said nothing. Destruction of such a base would no doubt greatly cripple the alliance. Caesar continued, a bland understatement, offered as if ice would not melt upon his tongue. Again a protracted silence. Then, I'll have my agents check it out, Vader said. If it is as you say, then the Empire will be indebted to you. Oh, that must have hurt to have to say that. Caesar gave Vader a courteous nod. Merely my duty, Lord Vader. No thanks are necessary. He could almost feel Vader squirming. To have to owe Caesar must have rankled. But what could he do? If this report was true, and it certainly was, it was a succulent and ripe offering. The rebels didn't have so many ships that they could afford to lose any, much less an entire yard full of them. This truly was a service to the Emperor. That the shipyard was, unknown to either the rebels or the Empire, owned by Aurora Transportation, the same company that had dared tread on Black Sun's spice operations in that sector. Well, so much the better. Here was another way to skewer 2 eels with 1 spear. Aurora would be much damaged, and the Emperor's trust in Caesar would be greatly enhanced at the same time. It truly was an ill wave that washed no good ashore. Vader turned and laughed, Black Cape flagging behind him. Caesar's bodyguards prudently stepped aside to allow him to pass. Vader would have to verify the report. The Emperor would send forces to attend to the base. With any luck at all, Vader would be the one dispatched, given the Emperor's well-known disposition regarding such things. You found it, you take care of it. That would get Vader out of the way and allow Caesar a bit more freedom to continue the unfolding of his plan. He turned and looked down at the miniature jungle below. Schemes were like plants in many ways. You put them where you wanted them, fed and watered them, pruned them as needed, and they grew as you expected. By and large. He waved one of his bodyguards over. My lord? Find out who's in charge of this. He waved at the park. Offer him twice the credits he's being paid to come work on my skyhook. My lord. The bodyguard bowed and hurried away. Caesar took a deep breath and inhaled the oxy-rich and jungle-scented air. It smelled very alive, like wet mushrooms and leaf mold and fresh grasses all mixed into a fine odor. Very alive, and he never felt more so himself than when he was manipulating things to his satisfaction. Luke covered the X-Wing with the camo netting and stood back next to R2. There, that ought to be it. From the air, the ship should be invisible, and with all its power systems shut down and offline, a flyby wouldn't pick it up on a quick sensor scan. Not that he was particularly scared after the incident with the crew chief. It just made good sense not to let passerby know there was a Alliance ship parked here. Heat rose from the ground in shimmery waves, and the sun seethed and offered yet more light and warmth than the desert could absorb. The reflections from the sand were actinic and bright, and Luke had to squint against the hard light. He didn't worry too much about somebody just happening to pass by. Nobody came out here without a really good reason. He walked back to the house. He still thought of it as Ben's, with R2 rolling along the bunk B ground behind him. The short droid chirped and whistled at him. He sounded concerned, and Luke guessed he was talking about Leia and the others. Yeah, I know. I worry about them too, but they'll be all right, he hoped. Inside, Luke touched a control, and a panel of sandstone on the curved roof slid back and exposed the solar panels hidden underneath. The house had been running in reduced mode on battery power while he'd been gone, and it was not much cooler inside than out. With the panels suddenly feeding the system more power than it could use, the air conditioner kicked on and a welcome cool breeze blew through the small house. Luke felt grubby from his flight. He stripped and took a long shower. Fortunately, the water condensers had filled the underground tanks while he was away, and he had enough water to lather and rinse twice. When he was done, he felt a lot better. It was a long hop from Gaul, and he was looking forward to stretching out and sleeping in a bed for change. But maybe he would just finish the facets and the lightsaber jewel first. He had a lot to think about, and he didn't think he'd be able to take a nap just yet. Too many things buzzing around in his head. Might as well do something useful. He put on a robe and moved to the work table. "Rhodia?" Leia said. "Rhodia," Lando said. They were in the Falcon, moving through hyperspace. Chewie was asleep in the bunk behind the lounge, the only one long enough to hold him stretched out, and 3PO had powered down, so it was just the two of them in the cockpit. "Why Rhodia? That's a long way from here, halfway to Coruscant." "I know, but that's where my contact is. Name is Avaro. He owns a small casino in the gambling complex in Equator City. The complex is run by Black Sun. Avaro will know who to contact." "Okay." "Might be a little tricky, though." "Why's that?" Lando shook his head. "Well, before Vader showed up on Cloud City and gave him to Boba Fett, there were other bounty hunters looking for Han. I found out when we were poking around in Mos Eisley that a Rhodian thug named Greedo caught up with Han in one of the cantinas there. Greedo was going to blast him for the reward. There was a shootout. Han walked away. Greedo didn't." "So?" "Greedo was Avaro's nephew." "You think he'll hold that against us?" Leia asked. "Maybe. Maybe not. All I know about Rhodian customs is that they're big on hunting. If somebody had shot my nephew, I might be unhappy with them." "We didn't shoot him. Han did." Lando grinned. "Well, yes, that's true, but we are his friends." Leia leaned back in her seat. Always more obstacles. Then again, maybe this wasn't really a problem. No way to tell until they got there. Around them, hyperspace flowed as the Falcon carried them to whatever awaited. Vader knelt on one knee as the Emperor stared through his viewer plate at the spires of the city. Abruptly he turned. "Do get up, Lord Vader." Vader obeyed. "So our agents have verified this report?" "They have, my master." 100 rebel ships, plus no doubt their pilots and officers." "Likely, yes." "That's Grand Moff Kantaro's sector, is it not? He's been lax in allowing such a base to become established. We will speak to him." Vader said nothing. Grand Moff Kantaro would likely be out of a job soon, and also likely out of breath. Permanently. "Well, you must take part of the fleet and go there immediately. Destroy the base. The loss of ships and troops will be most damaging to the rebels." "I thought perhaps Admiral Hawkins might command the expedition." The Emperor smiled. "Did you?" Vader felt his hope evaporate. "But if it is your wish, I shall lead the attack." "That is my wish. You may take Hawkins if you like, but you are to personally ensure the assault." Vader bowed. "Yes, my master." As he left the Emperor's most private chamber, Vader fumed. The base was there, just as Zizor had said. It would be a powerful victory for the Empire and relatively easy. Ships under repair would not be able to lift to defend themselves, and it'd be like shooting game birds at roost. But he did not trust the Dark Prince, and he knew the man did nothing for free. What was in this for Zizor? What did he hope to gain? Vader brooded as he walked. At least he had not conveyed to the Emperor who had given the rebel base's location. He'd had the recordings from the Skyhook's holocams erased and his own recordings locked away. A small victory, but any such triumph over Zizor was better than none. Vader was met at the exit of the Imperial Palace by Admiral Akins. "Prepare your ships, Admiral. I shall be carrying the flag on my destroyer." Akins bowed. "At once, Lord Vader." Vader looked up into the night skies over Imperial Center. The darkness was held at bay by the millions of lights on the surface, and up where the glow dimmed, the tiny dots of spacecraft arriving and leaving looked like a swarm of Bavarian fire gnats, reds and greens and blinking white ventral landing beacons. He would take his ships and crush the rebel shipyard, smash it flat, and then he would hurry back here. Zizor was up to something, and it would be best if he found out what quickly. 12. Luke took a deep breath. He stood outside Ben's house, the first stars of evening aglimmer, the moon still on the rise. The air was warm, but not as scorchingly hot as it had been. He held the completed lightsaber in his right hand. He'd assembled it according to the old book's direction. Everything should work. Should work. But he'd come outside to test it. That way, if it blew up, at least it wouldn't take Ben's house with it. R2 stood nearby, watching. Luke could have had the droid try it without any risk to himself. But what kind of Jedi would do that? "Go back inside," he told R2. R2 was not happy with that and said so, ending in an air forced through rubbery lips noise. "Go on. If something happens, I need you to tell Leia." "Yeah, tell her, Luke. The galaxy's biggest idiot flash-flamed himself to a black crisp because he couldn't follow an elementary circuit diagram." R2 left, whistling his protest as he went. Luke let his breath out. He waited until R2 was out of sight, then took another deep breath, held it, and pushed the control button. The lightsaber glowed. The blade extruded to full length, just under a meter, and began to hum with power. It gave off a green gleam that was quite bright in the early night. Luke grinned and let his indrawn breath escape. Phew! Well, it wasn't like he really thought it was going to explode. He waved the lightsaber experimentally. It had good balance, maybe even better than his first one. He drew himself into a ready stance, slid forward, and swung through a series of downward cuts, alternating from left to right and back. Yes! There was a thin spire of rock jutting up from the dry ground a few meters away. He moved to it, cocked the lightsaber, and whipped it down at a 45-degree angle. The humming blade crackled, sheared through a wrist-thick chunk of rock, left a smooth cut. He nodded and relaxed his fighting stance. He held his left hand near the blade. No sensation of heat. That was good. It meant the superconductors were working. Behind him, R2 chirped and rolled to a stop. Luke shut the lightsaber's power off, saw the droid, and shook his head. He had a mind of his own, R2 did. "Hey, it works great," Luke said. "I knew it would, you know." Did R2's whistled agreement have a sarcastic tone? Luke chuckled. Well, no matter. He had built the elegant weapon, and it worked. That was something. Maybe he would learn how to be a Jedi Master after all. He looked up at the stars. He hoped Leia and the others were doing okay. Leia, Chewie, and Lando sat in Navarro's private office, facing him across a large desk made of some kind of carved yellowish bone. Navarro's skin had faded to a dull green. He was much fatter than most of the Rhodians Leia had seen, and he spoke basic with a lispy accent. "I see no problem," he said. "Greedo couldn't have tried to take Solo alone. He was not very bright, my nephew. Dolo is frozen. Kenobi is dead. Yeah, money is all that good for anybody." Well, so much for family ties. Made things easier, though she wished Navarro would speak some language in which he was more proficient. She didn't know what, given that her Rhodian was elementary. Oh well, she could understand him with a little work, and that was all that was necessary. "So you'll put us in touch with the proper people?" Navarro nodded. "Yes. It will take a few days. Local contact won't do you any good. You need an off-planet representative." "Fine. Meanwhile, feel free to enjoy the casino. Will be made available for you." Leia nodded. "Thanks." If Mos Eisley was bad, this place was worse, Leia thought as they left Navarro's office and moved toward the hotel section. There were electronic gambling devices, card games, wheels of fortune, and the like, with players and dealers and operators busy at them. But the floor was worn and dirty, the air filled with smoke and an odor of spice that indicated some of the patrons might be chemically enhanced. Or chemically debilitated, depending on how you viewed such things. Large armed guards stood at regular intervals, looking, she thought, for somebody to shoot. It all looked seedy and unkempt. Lando glanced around with a critical eye. "See anything you like?" Leia asked. "A couple of the card games look as if they might be honest. Like this place like this in a complex with so many other casinos pretty much has to be on the up and up. House percentage ensures a good profit, and if there aren't a few big winners now and then, the customers go elsewhere. Better stay away from the credit discs machines and the wheels, though. Those will be rigged." "Don't worry, I don't gamble." Lando grinned. "Something funny?" "Princess, you're the biggest gambler I've ever met. But you don't risk money, you risk your neck." Leia also had to grin a little at that. He had a point. 3PO waited at the entrance, and he did not seem happy to be there. He did seem relieved to see them return. "I hope your meeting went well," he said. "Yeah, it did," Lando answered, "though I think we might take you to translate for us next time. Navarro has a slight problem with BASIC." "Happy to be of service," 3PO said. "I'd much rather stay with you than out here alone. Some of the patrons seem quite unsavory." Leia smiled again. There was an understatement. "We better get checked in," Lando said. "Then we can come down and see just how honest this operation is." It was nearly a standard week after his meeting with the Emperor, and Darth Vader now stood on the bridge of his super-class Star Destroyer, about to leave hyperspace. They had entered the Baji sector and would soon be in the Libya system. In formation with him were 2 Victory-class and 1 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, more than sufficient firepower to destroy a single shipyard. Better too much than too little, the Emperor had said. Vader took no particular joy in this kind of mission. It was so impersonal. But it was a necessary part of the war. The enemy could not fight without equipment, and depriving of him of it was much better in the long run than waiting to meet in battle, no matter what Vader's personal preferences might be. "We are dropping a sublight, Lord Vader." He turned and saw a junior officer standing there. He had heard that the officers drew lots when it came time to deliver messages to him, and the loser had to go. It was good that they feared him. Fear was a better weapon than a blaster or a lightsaber. Vader was silent, allowing the man to worry for a moment. "Very well," he finally said. "Set a course for the Ragesso asteroids, using the coordinates for the shipyard. I will be in my chambers. Call me when we get there." "Yes, Lord Vader." After the frightened officer hurried away, Vader stood there staring after the man. He would much rather be hunting Luke Skywalker than playing figurehead on a mission any line officer with half a working brain could manage. True, he had his agents in the field, some volunteers, some conscripted, many of whom were quite adept, but it was not the same as doing it himself. He blew out a particularly labored breath. Unfortunately, he had not been given a choice. The Emperor did not ask for opinions when he issued a command. The best Vader could do was hurry and finish as quickly as possible. He headed toward his chambers. Lando sat at a table with 5 other card players engaged in a game Leia didn't recognize. Each player was given 7 thin electronic rectangles by the dealer droid, allowed to discard up to 4 of them, then to draw replacements. The game seemed to involve sorting these card plates into colors and numbers, then betting that the resulting combinations would either total more points than the other players or come close to some ideal. Leia wasn't quite sure about that part yet. Apparently each player was given the same number of points on a counter to begin with, and the winner was the one with the highest total when the session ended. Lando seemed to be doing well at the game. The electronic counter in front of him showed a positive balance higher than all but one of the others. "The bet is 15, the droid said. "The sum is minimum, and the color is open." "Match," the bald man next to the dealer said, "in green." "Match, in blue," a young Rhodian female next to him said. "Double," Lando said, "in red." The other players groaned. Lando smiled. 3PO stood nearby, watching, as did Chewie. 3PO kept his voice quiet and said, I don't understand how he keeps winning. He isn't playing correctly. The odds on the match he just offered are 806 to 1. It would be very difficult to achieve that combination. He's bluffing, Leia whispered. Threebeal turned to look at her. That doesn't seem very wise. Three of the players tossed their cards into the retrieval tray. Sure it is, Leia said. He's winning, and they're intimidated. Rather than risk losing more, they prefer to drop out. But what if one of the players has a superior hand and doesn't drop out? Watch, she whispered. Now, just Lando, the bald man, and the Rhodian female were left in the round. Match, the bald man said. Plus a tenth, the Rhodian said. Redouble, Lando said. And red, maximum count. He can't possibly achieve that, Threepeal whispered. Chewie growled at him. How rude, I was merely stating the truth. Be quiet, Leia said. She was interested in seeing how the others reacted to Lando's gambit. The bald man shook his head and tendered his cards. Too steep for me. The Rhodian looked at her cards, held in such a way that Leia could not see them, then glanced at Lando. Lando smiled at her. The expression was at once warm and mocking. He looked self-satisfied, confident, even smug. Oh, he was good. The Rhodian muttered something Leia didn't catch, though she guessed it was probably a curse of some kind. She shoved her cards into the collector. Round to player number 3, the droid said. Lando tossed his cards into the collector and turned to grin at Leia. Threepeal said, I can't believe it. Leia said, sometimes the appearance of strength can be as effective as strength itself. Think about the Bolano serpent, which has no teeth or claws or poison, but which can blow itself up to 5 times its normal size, making itself look fiercer and more dangerous. It might not really matter whether you can beat an opponent if he believes you can. I suppose you have a point, Threepeal said, but he did not sound convinced. Leia hoped Lando was having fun. She wasn't. They'd been here for 3 days, and since she didn't care to wager on the games of chance in this pit, it wasn't interesting for her. She'd practiced with a Rhodian Electro Dictionary and learned a few words and phrases. She'd gone outside a couple of times, Chewie staying with her like a shadow. But that wasn't much fun either. Like Mos Eisley this time of year, it was hot. Unlike that wretched place, there was an ocean not too far away from the gambling complex, so the humidity was much higher. It was thus hot and sticky. Hardly an improvement. She could, she supposed, go to that body of water and sit on a beach or something. Avaro had made it known that many tourists did that, swam or moto-surfed while their friends or relatives spent time in the casinos. Of course, sitting on a beach and enjoying the breeze and a cold drink might be fun, but probably not as much fun with a grumbling Wookiee complaining about the sand in his fur. Besides, if something came up, she wanted to be right here. There was a row of hollow board games set up in one corner of the casino, with players betting on their skills there, and Chewie seemed interested, the way he kept looking in that direction. She shook her head. Come on, she said to Chewie. You want to play? Play. I'll watch, and Threepeal can stand behind you and offer bad advice. The Wookiee raised his eyebrows. The 3 of them left Lando and headed toward the board games. Amazing how fast the path cleared for them. Leia didn't know if it was because of their connection to Avaro, who deigned to pass through the smelly room from time to time, or because Chewie led the way. There was a no shooting inside policy, they'd been told, but almost everybody seemed to be sporting a weapon of some kind, and Chewbacca's bowcaster looked particularly lethal. She was surprised there didn't seem to be any Imperial presence. No stormtroopers, no off-duty officers, nothing. Maybe it was because Black Sun had some interest in the complex. She sighed. Somehow, when she'd signed on to help the Alliance, she'd never pictured herself in a ninth-rate, bug-chewed casino, waiting to be contacted by a representative of the galaxy's largest criminal organization. If somebody had told her that even a few months ago, she would have laughed and told them to see a medic. Trying to guess your own future turned out wrong almost all of the time. Life was strange that way. 13. R2 fired a crackling beam of electricity at Luke. Tatooine's desert morning air sizzled with a spark that arced a full 2 meters long. Luke, in the grip of the Force, had already snapped the lightsaber over to block the artificial lightning bolt. The charge cascaded harmlessly from the blade. Too easy, he said. R2 whistled. I know, it's not your fault you're no Darth Vader. Luke relaxed a hair. It took a few seconds for the capacitor that ran R2's electroprod to build up enough of an electrical overload for another discharge. With the force, the blue flash was easy to deflect. Without the force, it would zap him pretty good, since there was no way he could dodge the bolt. Not that there was any danger. The electrostatic charge would make his hair stand on end and tickle some, but even with almost 200,000 volts, the amperage was so low that it couldn't do much more than that, unless he was standing in a puddle of water. Freestanding water was unlikely out here in the wastes. Luke heard a distant drone. It was a faint noise, but quickly grew louder. He turned and looked into the morning desert. Bzzz! Luke jumped a meter, came down rubbing at his backside. Hey! Ow! R2 made a noise Luke had come to believe was his version of a laugh. That's not funny. R2 chirped and whistled, punctuated his reply with a bladder squeeze. I know I didn't tell you to quit, but you saw me turn and look away. R2 said something that was probably derogatory. Yeah, well, you just remember that next time you need a lube. R2 whistled, sliding up and down the scale. Master Yoda be shaking his head. So much for Luke's control of the Force. One little slip in concentration and poof, it was gone. Luke quickly forgot his irritation at himself and the little droid. Those sounds were getting louder, and he could see the dust trail now, pointing like a comet right at him. Engines. Somebody was coming to call, and there appeared to be a lot of them. Maybe we'd better get out of sight, Luke said. Hide inside, R2. With R2 safely in Ben's house, Luke circled around to a sandy hillock and crouched down. He couldn't be bolting every time some passing dune rat coughed. He had to stay and see what was going on. The noise of the engines was an echoing racket now, and Luke finally recognized the source. Swoops. Swoops were long, raked repulsor craft with a plow-like scoop on the front. The vehicles were capable of seating two, were fast and maneuverable, but hard to control well. They weren't much more than huge engines with seats and controls, and the combination of big repulsors and hot turbo thrusters made for a mean, fast, noisy flyer. A speeder bike was a child's toy compared to a fully dressed-out swoop. Most people associated the small, unprotected craft with gangs, outlaws who did almost anything as long as it wasn't legal. Some of them are famous, like the Nova Demons and the Dark Star Hellions. They could make their swoops do everything but dance. They ran spice, smuggled weapons, did odd jobs for various factions of the underworld, and generally raised a lot of grief wherever they went. Of course, not everybody who flew a swoop was a thug. He'd spent quite a bit of time riding a borrowed swoop himself when he'd been a teen, darting in and out of the canyons and roaring through the streets of Mos Eisley late at night when the traffic patrol was thin. Question was, what was a swoop troop gang doing out here? He was the only person around for 100 kilometers. Had they gotten lost? Not likely, given their time in the seats. No, if this was what he thought it was, they were coming to see him. And he didn't think they were coming out to wish him a nice day. Well, he'd wanted a real test for his lightsaber. Looked as if he might be about to get one. Luke looked for insignia as the swoops roared in and began to circle Ben's house. There were 8, 9, a dozen of them, and they all wore protective goggles and shock helmets. But their flight suits weren't matched. A couple of them wore blue neocells, a couple wore orange and tan, one was in green puff sleeves, another sported dyed red bantha hide, and about half of them wore freight handler grays. All had the same insignia on their jackets. Luke couldn't place it, though it looked vaguely familiar somehow. All carried blasters. He wasn't as well hidden as he thought. One of them spotted him, jerked his blaster up, and fired. The beam sizzled past him, turned sand into muddy glass. Not even close, but it didn't look as if they were here to take any prisoners. Uh-oh. He heard one of the bikers yell above the engine racket. Blow the little runt to Bespin, boys. Luke hurried to find better cover. There were a couple of large boulders that would keep most of their fire off him. He ran. His own blaster was in the house. All he had was his lightsaber and 10-1. 12-1 odds? That could be a lot better. He'd never outrun them on foot. Not a whole lot of places to hide out here. Why were they trying to kill him? Who sent them? He needed to know that. He also needed to stay alive. The engines rumbled. The vibrations of the repulsors shook the ground. The sound washed over him in hard bass, and the subsonics made his head ache. He could see their mouths working, but he couldn't hear what they were yelling. Okay, Luke, think of something. The swoopers roared in, snapped off shots at him. Most of the bolts didn't come close, and he was able to block those that did with his own unaugmented skills. He tried to let the force fill him, but it didn't happen. Hard to concentrate with all that racket and a dozen armed thugs taking pot shots at him that way. Two of the riders headed for him. Both fired again. Neither was even close, their beams missed by a meter. Fortunately, the swoops kicked up a lot of grit. A cloud of dust surrounded them and offered a translucent tan screen. Again, a blaster beam went wide as Luke jumped and swung his glowing green blade. Behind him, there came a crash. Luke spun, saw that two of the swoops had collided. One of them angled off and smashed into a clump of rocks, the rider leaping free at the last second. The other bike settled to the ground, damaged but probably not unusable. They couldn't shoot and they couldn't fly. Lucky for him. A roar to his left. Luke twisted. A biker roared in. He had what looked like a giant axe in his hand. Another engine screamed closer than the Axeman. Luke set himself, and as the second swooper came in, he swung his saber in a feint and slammed his boot into the rider. Luke's kick toppled the attacker from the swoop. The dead man's switch and the grips immediately killed the turbine, but not the repulsor engine. Luke hopped onto the swoop, grabbed the handlebars, and twisted the start ring. The swoop's turbine grumbled back online. Now the odds were better. He couldn't keep riding his luck. Better to take his chances riding one of these. He opened the throttle a little, hit the retros, turned, put the swoop into a 180 and kicked up a sand wall, just like he'd done as a teen. He pointed the swoop at the Axeman and opened the throttle wide. The acceleration nearly unseated him, but he managed to stay in the saddle. Oh boy, he'd nearly forgotten how much fun one of these was. The Axeman's weapon shattered when it hit Luke's saber. Luke twisted the throttle, turned, roared away. The next rider nearest Luke was the one dressed in puffy green. With the swoop's turbos open wide, it didn't take long to reach him. Green saw him coming, and by the time he figured out Luke wasn't one of his gang, it was too late. He tried to turn away at the last second, but Luke's cut sheared through Green's right thruster control line. The right jet shut down, but the left jet did not, and the swoop immediately spun out of control. Luke was past him and safe, but the wildly twirling and gyrating little craft flew into the path of another of the gray riders. There came a crunch of metal and plastic as the two swoops smashed into each other and crashed to the ground. Well, well, 3 down, 9 to go. So far, so good. It was too good to last. The leader saw Luke and used hand signals to move his troops. They scattered and reformed in a unit. Luke swung the swoop into a wide turn and hit the throttles. If he took this baby a few hundred meters up and out of the sand and ground clutter, he could open it up to racing speed. He could be at Beggar's Canyon in minutes. He'd explored just about every centimeter of that place in his T-16. No way they'd run him down there. He could pick them off one at a time, disable their machines. Shoot, he could capture the whole gang. There was an extra set of goggles clipped to the handlebars. Luke belted his lightsaber, pulled the goggles free, and strapped them on. He'd need them. When the afterburners kicked in on a hot swoop, it could hit a good 600 kilometers per hour. A bug would put an eye out at that speed. He hoped the machine's owner kept his rake tuned. Beggar's Canyon, here I come. Beggar's Canyon was actually a series of interlinked canyons. Long ago, there had been a lot of water on Tatooine, and much of it had flowed as rivers. Beggar's Canyon had been the confluence of at least 3 rivers, and along with millions of years of wind and rain and sunlight, the flowing water had carved deep and twisted valleys into the rock. It had been a while since Luke had flown the canyons. Then again, they hadn't changed since his last visit. He and a few of the other local would-be star pilots had engaged in mock firefights here, using harmless light beams for lasers. Plus, he'd hunted womp rats, some of them 3 meters long, but hard targets to hit with a low-powered sporting blaster while traveling at speed. The pack of swoop troops was still behind him as he dropped below ground level. They hadn't gained on him, save for one of the riders, who was only 100 meters or so back. But the pack hadn't lost much distance either. It was only a few hundred meters behind the rider dressed in blue and holding steady. Luke grinned. Let's see how they like playing in my territory. The route called the Main Avenue went more or less straight for nearly 2 kilometers before it made a sharp angled turn to the right. Dead Man's Turn, they called it, and for good reason. Luke dropped his airspeed as he approached the intersection. Try to take it too fast and you'd turn yourself into a gooey paste on the far wall of the turn. He hit the retros as he adjusted the turbojets for a hard arc to the right. The swoop slewed a little, drifted to the left, then the thruster straightened it out with a heavy shove. Easy as sneezing. The rider behind him, apparently unfamiliar with the canyons, didn't slow down enough. Luke heard the crash as the swooper hit the far wall of the turn. The fuel cell let go, and a brilliant yellow-orange flash and fireball rose into the air. No time to worry about that. Another turn was upcoming, a long zigzag to the left, right, then left again, and he needed to keep to the center of the corridor, which narrowed in the middle of the stretched-out Z. He didn't see the rest of the swoop troops behind him, but if they wanted to catch him, they'd have to be back there somewhere. They could stay high, but to see him, they'd have to be so high they couldn't possibly catch up. And if they got that far away, he could find an overhang and hover under it, and they'd never find him. 4 down, 8 to go. Seconds later, one of the gray suits appeared in Luke's rear viewer. He was pretty good to have gained so fast. Or pretty stupid. Gray gained. He was within 60 or 70 meters now. Time to thread the needle. There it was, just ahead. The eye of the needle was a narrow slot with jagged rock teeth lining it. Luke gunned the turbojets, went through the slot, close enough so he felt a shard of rock catch his jacket and tear it. Man! Gray, hot on Luke's tail, tried to follow him. Didn't make it. Boom. The rest of them were still after him, and the bad odds were still bad. It might be a long afternoon. Or a short one. As he throttled back for a sharp turn, Luke heard a hoarse yell. "He's got help! We ain't gonna win this one, Spiker! Let's burn!" Huh? Help? Luke looked over his shoulder. A swoop, engines off, dropped silently in free fall. The man on the machine wore black, his head shrouded in a flight helmet and polarized shield, a blinking blaster held in his outstretched right hand. He was shooting at the swoopers. If that guy in the swoop didn't light his engines real soon, he was going to turn that expensive machine and himself into a big smoking crater. As if he'd heard Luke, the falling swoop's engines ignited. The little craft continued to fall, but more slowly. It didn't look as if he'd kicked the repulsors on in time. He kept firing as he fell, missing, but making the swoopers scatter. Who? The swoop got to within a handspan of the ground and stopped. It hovered, dead still. Man, that was flying. The swoopers took off. After a moment, the stranger eased his craft toward where Luke had put a swoop into a hovering idle. The man pulled off his helmet and face shield. Dash Rendar. "What are you doing here?" Luke said. Dash shrugged. "Saving your butt from swoop scum, it looks like." "You know what I mean. Why are you here?" Luke looked at the fallen attackers. Well, here's the thing. Leia, she's a hot package, that one. Leia kinda wanted me to keep an eye on you until she gets back." "She what?" "Ease up, you'll blow a fuse. No big deal." "Listen, pal, I don't need a babysitter." "Oh yeah? You could have taken these Maloons all by yourself, right?" "I wasn't doing so bad." "No, you're right, you weren't. But you were gonna lose." Luke held his temper as best he could. He didn't like this braggart, but Dash was right. It would have taken a miracle, one he wasn't capable of just yet, to beat the last of the swoop troop alone. Like it or not, and he didn't like it at all, Dash had saved his neck. "Thanks." It was a mumble. "Excuse me? I didn't hear what you said." "Don't push it, Dash." The older man grinned. Boy, was he going to have words with Leia when she came back. As much as he was attracted to her, as much as he thought she was the toughest, most beautiful woman he'd ever known, where did she get off sending this guy to watch him? And he knew she had to be paying Dash to do it. Dash wasn't the kind of guy who did stuff for free. Dash said something, and Luke blinked at him. "Huh?" "I said, did you see their tattoos? This gang works for Jabba." Luke looked. That was where he recognized the insignia from. Jabba's men. Dash continued. "I was in Mos Eisley, kinda, hanging around when I heard them talking. They had orders to kill you." "Kill him? Yeah, he'd figured that out." Dash kept talking, and Luke tuned back in to hear what he was saying. "Vader's no longer your #1 admirer." "He never was, if it's him behind it." Was it? Luke shook his head. That still didn't make sense. 14. "Lord Vader, we are closing on the rebel asteroid." Vader turned away from the viewport to behold the junior officer who had drawn the duty this time. "Good. Have Admiral Hawkins meet me on the bridge." "At once, Lord Vader." Vader adjusted the controls on his armor for an increased supply of oxygen and started for the bridge. It was not his choice of chores, the surprise attack on helpless vessels, but he would do it well. Ah, Prince Zizor, the Emperor said. How good to see you again. Zizor nodded and bowed low. The pleasure is mine, my Emperor. Do come in. What brings you to my chambers? I was just curious, my master, as to the progress of Lord Vader's attack upon the rebel shipyard in the Baji sector. The Emperor's ravaged face revealed nothing, but Caesar was certain his comment had come as a surprise. I really must see about hiring your spies away from you, the Emperor said, especially after you stole my best horticulturalist. A pity the man had that fatal lift accident before he could start working for you. Yes, a pity, Caesar replied. If ever there was a poor loser, it was the Emperor. However, it was not my spies who gave me this information. Tell me, then, how did you come to know of it? I'm surprised Lord Vader didn't mention it to you, but what my spies did discover was the location of the rebel shipyard. I, of course, immediately offered this information to Lord Vader. Of course, the Emperor said, his voice as smooth as lube on transparent steel plate. I am expecting a report from the fleet shortly. Perhaps you would join in some refreshments and wait with me? I would be honored. Caesar kept his smile in check. Vader had not told the Emperor who had given him the rebel shipyard. No surprise. More, he had somehow gleaned the recordings from the Emperor's own skyhook to keep him from finding out. Caesar himself would have done the same in Vader's position, which was, of course, why he was here, to make certain the Emperor knew whom to credit for this bit of business, and whom to blame for his not knowing that, too. Ah, but he was going to enjoy watching Vader become aware that his little game had gone awry. He was going to enjoy it greatly. Admiral, we will be in range shortly, Lord Vader, Aachen said. Good. Commence firing as soon as we reach optimum distance. I want no mistakes. Vader stood in front of his vessel's main viewport, looking out at the large asteroid looming ahead of them. Big as a small moon, the rock was pocked with craters from collisions with its smaller brothers, and looked to be nickel iron, very common in this region. Suddenly, a pair of ships came around from the opposite side of the asteroid. 2 Nebulembi escort frigates, an officer said to his left. Vader looked at the pair of ships. The frigates were long and lean, with control and weapons pods in the front connected to the massive drives, and tie decks at the rear by a long and relatively slender tube. Our own ships, he said, angry. Nobody spoke to that. Early in the rebellion, a number of the frigates had been captured or had defected to the Alliance. At least they won't have any operable TIE fighters, the Admiral said. As if his words had been a signal, a dozen X-Wing fighters boiled out of the frigate and began accelerating toward the Imperial fleet. I see they have been modified to carry X-Wings, Vader said. His tone was very dry. It seems the shipyard will be not such an easy target after all. Atkins turned to his TIE operations officer. Scramble our fighters. I don't want to waste firepower swatting these annoying flies with our big guns. At once, Admiral. Vader saw a third ship round the asteroid, much faster than the frigates. He identified it as the officer spoke. Here comes a Corellian corvette. Inside his mask, Vader smiled. Good. Better a fight than a slaughter of crippled, roosting birds. He turned to the operations officer. Have my interceptor readied. The Admiral glanced at the TIE op-off, then at Vader. My lord, do you think that is wise? Vader finished. It has been too long since I flew in combat, Admiral. I need to flex those muscles. You can handle the shipyard. I will clear the vacuum of the fighters. The Admiral inclined his head in a military bow, as if the Admiral could do anything else. Vader had forgotten how much he enjoyed piloting his interceptor. It had been so long. It came back quickly. The enjoyment did not last. Almost effortlessly, he blew 3, 4, 5 of the rebel ships into smoking pieces. It was disappointing. The force was not strong in any of them. It was no real challenge. Some were skilled, true, but mere skill could not defeat the dark side. He had hoped for better competition. Any competition. An X-Wing in a hard power climb tried to attack him from below, but he looped away and came around fast, punched it with his lasers, turned it to scrap. He was aware of the destroyers firing at the frigates, disabling one and holding the other at bay. A frigate was no match for the pride of the Imperial Navy. As he chased another X-wing into oblivion, he felt the disturbance in the force as the fleet pounded the rebel shipyard apart, pouring destruction upon the helpless grounded ships, pilots, and troops. Multicolored streams of light burned all they touched. Another X-wing darted and twisted and turned, trying to avoid his fire. The rebel pilot was good, but he had no chance of escaping. Vader let the dark side guide his aim, felt his weapons lock on, held his fire. Disgusted, he broke off his attack and allowed the X-wing to escape. This was beneath him. Since he had fought Luke on the balcony of the city in the clouds, other opponents had been no real competition. Well, perhaps the criminal Zizor offered something, but that was different. That was not a warrior's challenge. Zizor was merely duplicitous and devious. He would never dare stand eye to eye with the Dark Lord of the Sith. Vader watched the X-wing scurry away. The battle was over, such as it was. The rebel shipyard burned, its own air and fuel feeding the conflagration. Hundreds of ships gone, thousands of troops wiped away. A great victory for the Empire. Vader shook his head. A great victory. Once that would have been something to make him proud. Now? Now it was as hollow as smashing those weak X-wing pilots. A warrior needed to contend with equals. Obi-Wan was gone. The other Jedi were all extinct, save one, who was the strongest of them all. His own son. He had told the Emperor that Luke Skywalker would join them or die. The real truth was only slightly different. Luke would join Darth Vader or die. It would be something to look forward to. That would be the duel of a lifetime. This wasn't even exercise. He headed his fighter back to the ship. Vader stepped onto the holocam field and initiated the transmission. The holonet made its shortcut through hyperspace and achieved its considerably faster-than-light connections. The air shivered and shimmered as the Emperor appeared from nothingness. Vader lowered himself to one knee. "My master," he said. "Ah, Lord Vader, your report?" "The rebel shipyard is no more. They put up a fight, but it was of brief duration. We destroyed hundreds of vessels and thousands of the enemy within them." "Good, good." The Emperor waved his hand, and his image became smaller as the holocam on his end adjusted to a wider angle. The new angle revealed Zizor standing a couple of meters away. Vader's involuntary reaction overrode his mechanical breather. He realized the Emperor would be able to hear his breathing. He forced himself to allow the breather to resume its normal function. "Prince Zizor was just telling me how happy he was to provide the Empire with the location of the rebel base. It seems we owe him much gratitude, don't you think?" Vader gritted his teeth. He would rather bite off his own tongue and swallow it than offer such gratitude, especially in front of the Emperor, but he had no choice. The Emperor did like to crack the whip now and again, to show that he still held it, and was not averse to using it. Vader looked at Zizor. It was good that they could not see his face when he spoke. "The Empire owes you thanks, Prince Zizor." The Emperor smiled. Zizor smiled even more widely, said, "Oh, think nothing of it, Lord Vader. I am always happy to serve." Had the man been any more self-effacing and servile in his tone, he would have had to look up from licking the Emperor's boots. It was good that he was light years away. Vader's anger was such that he wasn't sure he could have stopped himself from destroying Zizor had he been within reach, despite the Emperor's admonitions. "I expect to see you soon, Lord Vader." "Yes, my master. We are returning even as we speak." "Good." The image swirled and faded. Vader stood, turned to leave the hollow chamber. A junior officer approached him as he exited. "Lord Vader, That was as far as he got. Vader clenched his fist and called upon the dark side. The officer fell, clutching his throat. "I do not wish to be disturbed," he said to the man lying on the deck. "Is that clear?" Vader opened his fist. The officer inhaled noisily. When he could manage it, he said, "Clear, Lord Vader." With that, the Dark Lord of the Sith stormed away to his own chamber to brood. Zizor felt the glory of his triumph over Vader almost as a tangible thing, a shower of pleasure that rinsed him and filled him with a warm glow. "You must come and visit me more often," the Emperor said. "I do enjoy our conversations. I'm sure Lord Vader would also enjoy seeing you when he returns." Zizor bowed. Most unlikely that Vader would enjoy that. "My master." He left, and the feeling of power was unabated. The Emperor was, of course, aware of what Zizor had just done to Vader. Indeed, he had enjoyed being a part of the process, of pitting his two servants against each other and watching to see how the play would go. He was like a man who owned a pack of semi-tame wolf cats. He enjoyed throwing a single bone into the pack to see which would outfight the others to claim it. He was as devious as any man, the Emperor was, and Zizor resolved to take extreme care during the remainder of this endeavor. Extreme care. "15. Zizor leaned back in his form chair and looked at the small holoproj image floating on his desk. "Magnified image," he said. "Full scale." The computer obeyed, and the simulacrum increased sixfold. Standing up on his desk now was a strikingly beautiful woman, unaware that her picture had been captured by a hidden holocam. "Move image to floor holoplate." Again, the computer did as it was ordered. Zizor nodded. "So this is Princess Leia Organa. My, how interesting." He knew who she was, of course, though he had never bothered to scan her image closely before. He'd always assumed that she was some hardened battle-axe of a woman, all for the cause, all of those androgynous and ugly zealots who couldn't be bothered with worrying about her appearance. A mistaken assumption, that. Behind him, Geary said, "She approached the owner of one of our protected casinos on Rhodia and get in the gambling complex, looking to set up a meeting with somebody of stature in the Black Sun." The Dark Prince steepled his fingers and regarded the image. "Now why would one of the leaders of the Alliance be interested in our organization? They have repeatedly rebuffed our overtures, not wishing to sully their clean revolutionary hands with common criminal dirt. A change of heart? I wouldn't think so." Having been asked nothing, Geary did not reply. Zizor continued, "It must be important. Let's see what she wants, shall we? Go and find out." Again, Geary refrained from speaking, but Zizor detected something unsettled in her manner. "A problem?" "The task does not seem particularly challenging." Zizor laughed. One of her few foibles, that, wishing to be pushed to find her limits. "Perhaps not. Still, it is important for another reason. If our intelligence and that of the Empire are both correct, Princess Organa is close to only a few people. One of them is Luke Skywalker. It is a strong possibility that she knows where he is. Find out what she wants and report back to me. She may well be the easiest way to find Skywalker. In any event, I may find a use for her. After you take care of that other business we discussed. That should be more challenging, I believe." "As you wish." Zizor touched his finger to his forehead and sketched a mock salute. Geary laughed. He returned his gaze to the counterfeit of Leia Organa. "Computer, rotate image, normal speed." The hologram turned on an invisible axis. She looked just as good from behind. Zizor took a deep breath and let it out. Here was an interesting woman. Attractive, adept, well-educated, and dangerous. She was, according to the files, as good with a blaster as she was beautiful. The Dark Prince felt a stirring inside him. He was aware of his skin color shifting, going from the cool green to a warmer pale orange. He smiled. He had dismissed his most recent mistress. The idea of female company was not repellent, especially a female who had more to offer than mere good looks. He wondered what she might be doing just now. Probably eating a fine meal or spending money on expensive entertainment. Females did love such things. Leia watched as Chewie played another hologame, this one against a Twi'lek with a gaudy dye job and cheap jewelry on his tentacled head. Chewie made a move and leaned back. "Very good, Chewbacca," 3PO said. "Excellent move." The Twi'lek glanced at 3PO and gave him a rather sick, toothy grin. Leia leaned over to the protocol droid and whispered to him, What's going on here? I saw this Twi'lek win 4 in a row against other players who are a lot better than Chewie is. 3PO looked at her. Ah, well, he said. I took the liberty of mentioning to the Twi'lek before the game what happens when Wookiees lose such entertainments. Leia looked blankly at him. You recall what Master Solo said about pulling arms off? Leia shook her head. Han had been teasing 3PO with that comment. Chewie was fierce enough in battle, but actually very even-tempered. She hadn't even believed that arm business, though it appeared the Twi'lek did. If Black Sun didn't show up pretty soon, she was going to develop a bad case of ship fever cooped up in this place. Giri sat across the table from 3 others. 2 of them were men. 1 was a Quarren. Behind her, a pair of Gamorrean bodyguards stood watching. Giri was unarmed. Your sources are mistaken, one of the men said. That was Tuye, a chief operating officer of Aurora Transportation. A fitness buff, he bulged with muscle even under his expensive tailored Zed-cloth suit. Supposedly, he could squat holding 4 times his own weight on his shoulders without breaking a major sweat. He did not look happy. In fact, he looked as if he was about to burst a blood vessel. Are they? Giri said. She slouched in the chair, looking totally relaxed. Tuye is correct. Aurora would not presume to contend with Black Sun. That from Dallas Yules, the squid head and chief of security for the organization. The other player, a thin, short, and nervous man, nodded his assent. No, of course not. We would never tread in Prince Zizor's territory. This was Z. Lemur, the chief financial officer. So, Giri said, I should tell Prince Zizor that this was all a mistake, that our agents are idiots who couldn't find their backsides with both hands. I would not put it precisely so, the Quarren said. Tuye looked at the other 2 sitting next to him and snorted. Sack this scat. I'm done playing doormat to your boss. Yes, tell him that your agents are idiots. Tell him that he is an idiot. Aurora isn't quaking in fear of the terrible and mighty Dark Prince. We're out on the rim here, a long way from a soft bed and the decadent pleasures of the Imperial Center, where Zizor feathers his nest with our tribute. We earn our way here. We deserve every deca cred we collect. Tell him if he doesn't like it, he can come out here and do something about it. Lemur swallowed and went pale. I think perhaps what Tuye means to say is, Shut up, Lemur, you little Revo worm. Don't try to sweeten it. Tuye glared at Giri. Go home, little girl. Leave now while I still permit it. And don't come back. You do, and I might find a use for you wouldn't like. He grinned, and it was a wicked expression. Giri smiled and stood, still looking as if she'd just awakened from a long nap. When she moved, it was incredibly fast. She hopped up onto the table, threw a front somersault, and landed behind Tuye, spun, and picked him up, chair and all. Then she threw him at the 2 Gamorrean guards before either could clear his blaster. The impact knocked both of the pig-like aliens flat. Dallas Yules pulled a small blaster from inside his tunic, but before he could line up, Giri grabbed his wrist, broke it, and removed the weapon from his hand. She tossed it aside, grinning. Lemur tried to stand, and she speared his throat with her fingertips, paused long enough to twist Yule's neck until it cracked like a wet branch breaking, then leaped over the table. Tuye came to his feet and turned. Giri grabbed him around the throat as he did the same to her. For a moment, they stood there locked in stasis. Tuye crumpled, his face full of horror at her strength. He lost consciousness as the blood was kept from his brain. Giri dropped him, reached down, pulled the blaster from the belt of one of the stunned Gamorreans, then used it to shoot both the bodyguards, 1 bolt each, in the head. She hopped up onto the table and down next to Lemur and Yules and shot each of them at the base of the skull. Then she returned to where Tuye lay trying to breathe through his bruised throat. She squatted next to him and waited until he came to and looked up at her. I'll tell Prince Zizor what you said. She smiled and almost carelessly shoved the blaster against Tuye's left eyeball and pulled the trigger. Then she stood, walked to where a hidden security wall cam recorded the entire scene, and ripped the unit out of the wall. The picture went black. Stop the recording, Zizor said. He sighed and shook his head. The recording showed him what he already knew. Giri was the deadliest weapon in his arsenal. He wondered how she would do in a one-on-one against Vader, Probably better than he would, though he was fairly certain that Vader, who had hunted down and killed Jedi Adepts, could take her. Even so, it would be interesting to watch. And at 9 million credits, a very expensive entertainment should she lose. Run it again, he said. He did love to see a professional at work. 16. So where is Leia? Luke asked. He and Dash had returned to Ben's, each on a swoop. The two swoops were under the camo tarp with the X-Wing now. Dash's ship was in Mos Eisley at the port. Gone to Rhodia to connect up with Black Sun. Luke nearly dropped the container of cold water he held. Black Sun? Is she out of her mind? Dash smirked. No, you're an expert on them, are you? No, but I talked to Han a lot while we were cooped up on Hoth during the cold, stormy nights. He had dealings with them. He said they were more dangerous than the Empire. He paused a second. Why would Leia want to contact Black Sun? Dash shrugged. Got me. Maybe they know who wants you dead. The princess is fond of you, though I can't see why. You gonna hold on to that water until it evaporates? Luke glanced at the forgotten container. Oh, sorry. He handed the water to Dash, who poured himself a large cup, then drank noisily from it. The idea of Leia fooling around with a vicious underground criminal organization didn't sit well. Still, what was he going to do about it? She was a big girl. She'd been taking care of herself okay before they'd met. Well, if you didn't count getting captured by Vader. Sure, he and Han and Chewie had rescued her from that, but they hadn't exactly covered themselves with glory doing it. They had covered themselves with a stinking effluvium in that garbage pit. So what's the drill, kid? Huh? We gonna sit around here and wait for them to come back? Or you maybe want to go ask the Hutt why he sent that comedy troupe out to zap you? Jabba's got no reason to be after me. Unless somebody put him up to it. That's why I'm here, remember? Since it's nice and quiet, I could teach you how to fly those swoops right. Listen, they'd have never caught me in Beggar's Canyon. R2 began whistling and beeping frantically. I don't like the sound of that, Luke said. What is it? Dash said. Something outside, sounds like. We better go see. R2 beeped again. Dash pulled his blaster and checked the charge reading. Luke reached down to touch his lightsaber to assure himself it was still hanging from his belt. R2 chirped and rolled toward the door. Outside, they saw the fire of a braking rocket high overhead. Looks like a message droid, Luke said. R2 seemed to affirm that. Dash blew out a breath and reholstered his blaster. Message droids weren't something you had drop on you every day. They were used when fast delivery was needed and you didn't want to risk the HoloNet and its relays, but they were expensive and good for only one shot. Unless you had a new booster lying around, you couldn't reuse them. R2 whistled again. That's awfully fast. I hope they shockproofed it, Luke said. Dash had already started for the door. Outside, the incoming vessel, tiny as it was visible as it fell toward the desert floor half a click away. Who knows you're here, kid? Luke shook his head. Leia, Lando, Chewie, 3PO. And Jabba, Dash said. Though I don't think he'd spend the money for a droid when you could make a local comm. He wanted to talk to you. Not to mention kill you. Maybe it's for you, Luke offered. I doubt it. I don't leave forwarding addresses. Nobody knows I'm here except your friends, and they have no reason to call me. Luke watched as the little message ship plummeted. It began firing retros and slowing, but it was still coming down pretty fast. The droid must have underestimated the gravity or something. Maybe it was for Ben. Somebody who had been out of touch for a long time and didn't know he was gone. The message carrier hit hard enough to splash sand and make a noise they could hear 500 meters away. Let's go see, Dash said. Luke ground his teeth. He started to say something about giving orders, but held himself in check. Jedi Knights were supposed to be even-tempered. He'd have to work on that. They started toward the ship. In his inner sanctum, Zizor awoke from a light doze to the sound of his personal and private comlink speaking his name softly. Incoming call for you, Prince Shizor. Was that his imagination, or did the Vox ship slur his name as the chair he'd replaced had done? Nothing lasted these days. Everything started to break down before it was properly broken in. The Empire was going to entropy in a turbolift. Put it through, and do a self-diagnostic on your Vox chip. The small-scale holoproj flowered on his desk. It was one of his local spies. Yes. You asked me to inform you when Lord Vader returned to his castle, my prince. He has just arrived. The Dark Prince nodded. Good. Maintain normal surveillance procedures. The spy nodded and broke the connection. His image blinked out. So, Vader had returned from the wars, having unwittingly done Zizor's bidding by hitting Ororo where it hurt the most, in the credit balance. Along with Geary's little demonstration to the ranking officers, Ororo would be well behaved, at least in the near future. Best he not call on Vader just yet. Doubtless, the Dark Lord of the Sith needed some time to cool down a bit from the slap on the hand the Emperor had delivered. Vader's main problem was that he allowed his temper to rule him, a legacy of his mammalian heritage. It was that way with many species, and detrimental nearly always. Cold allowed precision. Heat threw caution aside and plunged in rampantly. Cold was the process of deliberation and planning. Heat, the result of unbridled passion. Passion was fine, but only when controlled and channeled properly. Take Princess Leia, for instance. She attracted him, but he would bring her to him slowly and with care, not in some wild chase in which he cast off his intellectual moorings and sailed out on the sea of lust. Ah, no, that was not the Falling Way. The Falling Way was cold. Cold was better than heat. Always. Darth Vader watched the spy via the holocam hidden at the top of a street-cleaning droid. The droid moved down the avenue like a giant mechanical snail, leaving a trail of cleanliness behind it instead of slime, washing the hard road with powerful jets and ebullients that caused the surface to sparkle. Zizor's spy sat on an outdoor food bar, pretending to read a hard-copy newsfax as he dawdled over a hot drink long gone cold. Vader sighed and waved the picture off. This was such a convoluted business, all this spying and intrigue. True, he had learned the game. He played it well, as one must to live on this world, but he did not enjoy it. Men like Zizor and the Emperor took pleasure from their manipulations, but Vader always felt soiled when he mucked around in this all double-dealing and triple-crossing. He was a warrior, and as such he would prefer to plant himself in the path of an advancing army alone to all this smiling to his face while plotting an enemy's ruin, which was the political core of Imperial Center. Striking a man down with your blade was clean and honorable. Shooting him in the back from the darkness of an alley and hurrying to blame it on another was something else altogether. He turned away from the monitors. Yes, he could do it, and yes, it was necessary. Still, he did not have to like it. Sooner or later, he would have the evidence he needed against Zizor. The more tangled the web, the more likely it was that the weaver would eventually trap himself in it. Sooner or later, the man would make a fatal mistake, and when he did, Vader would strike Zizor down, and explain why to the Emperor afterward. There was a thought he enjoyed. The message droid, a compact rounded box with an anti-grav unit that allowed it to hover and move a couple of meters off the ground, was apparently undamaged by the delivery vessel's hard impact on the desert. The box, half the size of R2, floated in front of Luke and Dash, now in Ben's house. It didn't look damaged, but something must have rattled loose inside it. "I have a message for Princess Leia Organa," it said for the 5th time. "How many times do I have to tell you she isn't here?" Luke said. "R2, can you talk to this thing?" R2 moved closer to the droid, whistled and beeped rapidly, and ended by flashing lights from its holoprojector at the thing. There was a pause as some system adjusted itself inside the droid. "I am empowered to deliver the message to an authorized representative of Princess Leia Organa in her absence," it said. "Now we're getting somewhere," Luke said. "Tell me. I'm her, authorized representative." He grinned at Dash, who shook his head. "Password?" the droid asked. Password? What would Leia use as a password? Luke Skywalker. "That password is incorrect." Dash laughed. Han Solo? "That password is incorrect." "We could be here a real long time while you rattle off all the names you know, Luke." "Shut up, will ya? I'm thinking." "Oh, well, wouldn't want to interfere with that, would we?" Luke did think about it. It had to be something simple, he figured. Something Leia wouldn't forget. What was the first thing that came to mind when he thought about her? Forget that. Alderaan? Password correct. A sliding plate on the droid moved and exposed a holoprojector. After a second, a holoproj blinked on. A short, long-haired, and bearded Bothan stood there, dressed in a four-screen overtunic, pants, and boots, a long military-style blaster strapped to his waist and right leg. "Greetings, Princess Leia. Koth Milan here, speaking to you from my homeworld of Bothawai. Our spy network has uncovered information vital to the Alliance, and the nature of these data are of such significance as to justify sending this messenger droid. You must come to Bothawai immediately. I cannot overemphasize the importance of this information or the urgency. Time is of the essence. I will be at the intergalactic trade mission for 5 days. The Alliance must act in that time, or the information may be lost." The projection shut down. "Well, well," Dash said. "Somebody's in a big hurry. We could just make it to Bothawai before his deadline if I push my ship hard. Even that X-Wing crate of yours might do it, though I wouldn't bet on it." "We need to get this information to Leia," Luke said. "Not a chance, kid. We can't use a holonet because we don't know where she is exactly. We can't just call and ask now, can we? Excuse me, can you tell me where one of the Empire's most wanted enemies is, please?" "All right, I get it." "Yeah, well, time we got to Rhodia, found her, and she got back to Bothawai, it'd be a standard week at the least." Luke stared at the message droid. What were they going to do? It sounded big. Really big. "Well," he said, "I guess we'll have to go in her place then." "Why? The message was for her." "I'm her designated representative. I got the password right. Whatever this Koth Milan has got, he can tell it to me." "Doesn't sound too bright to me. A Bothan spy master's just going to roll over and give it up just like that? And his name doesn't sound right either. Milan? That's not Bothan." "Nobody asked you. You're supposed to be a bodyguard, right? You don't care about the Alliance." "Not unless they want to hire me, you got that right." "Fine, I'm going. You do whatever you want." Dash grinned. "Well, you're worth more to me alive than dead. I'd better protect my fee. I'll take one of the swoops into town and get my ship. Meet you in orbit." Luke nodded. He didn't much like Dash, but the guy was good with a gun, and he could fly. That counted for a lot. "Let's get the X-Wing, R2. We're going for a ride." R2 didn't seem to think it was a particularly good idea either. Too bad, Luke thought. A Jedi Knight wouldn't just sit around when there was vital Alliance business in the works, would he? No, he wouldn't. 17. "I'm sorry," Avaro said. "Like Thun doesn't hop when I say so." Leia shook her head in disgust. She and Chewie were in Avaro's office, and once again he put them off. Lando was happy as a style pig in warm mud. He was winning most of the card games he played. Even Chewie was enjoying the casino. But if something didn't break pretty soon, Leia was going to start pulling her hair out. Sitting around and doing nothing was not her style. "Okay," she said. "Tell you what. If somebody doesn't show up here in the next week, we'll try elsewhere." Avaro shrugged. "Suit yourself." Little chance of that, Leia thought. It would suit her to be moving, to be doing something, to find out who was after Luke and why. It seemed awfully clumsy of Vader to have engineered that attempt by the crew chief so that it could be traced back to the Dark Lord of the Sith so easily. She didn't have any other ideas as to who might be gunning for Luke, but sometimes when a thing looked too easy, it was. Other times, it wasn't. She stood and left Avaro's office. She didn't have a lot of choice here. She'd wait, but she wouldn't like it. Giri was about to leave for Rodeo when Zizor stopped her. "Before you go there, I have another errand for you. There is a secret document in my personal files under the heading Root. You know what it is." "Yes." "Download it and see that it gets into the hands of our Bothan double agent on Bothawai. Make certain he knows we are responsible for its delivery." Giri said nothing, but he could feel her reluctance. He said, "You disapprove." "It does not seem to be in your best interest to do this," she said. "Ah, but it is. Having Black Sun put this tidbit into the rebels' hands gratis will make them much more apt to trust us. In the unlikely event the Empire should lose this war, the Alliance will remember us as friends and not enemies." Giri nodded. She understood, whether she agreed or not. "Highness?" She laughed. Zizor considered Giri's worry as he went over the plan again. The new information was in addition to intelligence he had already caused to be discovered by the Bothans. There was some slight risk, but not much, given that which was to be gained. The Empire was strong, and he did not really think that the Alliance would triumph. but it was a stupid man who never considered remote possibilities. Stranger things had happened. People were struck by lightning. Meteorites hit them out of a clear sky. The beating of a moth's wings on the north coast could be the breeze that helped spin a tornado on the south coast. A prudent player took no unnecessary risks, but there were times when a calculated leap had to be made over a deep abyss. This was one of those times, and as usual it was a double-edged blade. Swung with care, it would cut both ways, just as it was supposed to cut. Reaching Bothawui wasn't so hard, though it got a little tricky when they dropped back into real space. An Imperial patrol buzzed the planet. Luke and Dash had to do some fancy flying to avoid them. There didn't seem to be any quarantine, and they made it to the surface of the world. Caught a pub trans flitter from the port into the city. Luke had never been on Bothawui, and he was interested in how clean and well-maintained it was compared to his homeworld. It was a sunny spring day locally. There was a token force of Imperial stormtroopers hanging around in small groups, but it seemed as if the Bothans had control of the port itself. The streets were wide. Many of the tall buildings were glittery with some kind of natural stone. Most of the people he saw were, of course, Bothans, but there were a fair number of other aliens out and about. Very cosmopolitan, given the war and all. He said as much to Dash. Yeah, well, a lot of spying goes on, Dash said, and Bothawui is one of the more active hubs for operatives from around the galaxy. The Empire has its own spies here, so does the Alliance, and they've all pretty much decided to let the place be neutral territory. They made it to the intergalactic trade mission, paid the fare, and got out. Getting inside to see Koth Milan was a little harder. The Bothan guard wanted to see it pass, and they didn't have one. Luke wasn't particularly interested in telling the guard who he was, given that he was a wanted man. Maybe he should try to use the Force on the Bothan? He'd done Ben's trick a couple of times, and it had worked for him. Plus, he could impress Dash a little. But before Luke could gather the force to sway the guard, Dash pulled the Bothan aside, spoke a few words, and pressed something into his hand. The guard smiled and waved them into the building. "What'd you say to him?" Luke asked. "Not much, but that 100-credit coin I gave him said, 'Hey, these are good guys. What say you just let them in?'" "You bribed him?" "You didn't get out much, do you?" "That's how things work out here in the real galaxy. Money's the lube that makes all things move. We're inside, so we're happy. The guard can buy his spouse or his femme friend a nice gift, so he's happy. Nobody got hurt. If we get caught, the guard never saw us before. It's the cost of doing business." Luke shook his head, but maybe Dash had a point. Was giving the credits any worse than clouding his mind with the Force? Yeah, it was for a good cause, and it would have been justified, but wasn't a few credits also justified? He'd have to think about that a little more. Dash, meanwhile, walked up to an information droid parked in the lobby of the building. "Where might we find Koth Milan?" he asked it. The droid had a deep, sonorous voice. "Level 16, number 7, it said. "Thanks." They moved toward the turbolifts. Another droid, this one a protocol model much like 3PO, staffed the desk in the anteroom of the office to which Luke and Dash had been directed. The droid's metal skin was polished to a gleaming gold. "Good morning. How may I assist you?" he asked them. "Princess Leia is supposed to see Koth Milan," Luke said. "You are Princess Leia?" Luke frowned. No, I'm not Princess Leia. I'm her representative, Luke Skywalker. We don't exactly have an appointment, but he wants to see her, so he'll want to see us." The droid said, "I don't believe that is a logical assumption." "Look, just tell him we're here, okay?" "I'm afraid I cannot admit you without an appointment. Master Milan is a very busy Bothan, nor can I bother him with every little thing. Perhaps I can arrange for you to see him in, perhaps a standard week? Your names?" Luke frowned. How could they convince this droid to let them in? Couldn't bribe him. The Force wouldn't work. Dash grinned and pulled his blaster, pointed it at the droid. "Okay, Goldie. My name is Man with a Blaster about to cook you. Either you open the door, or your busy Bothan is going to have to get himself a new receptionist." "Oh dear," the droid said. "And no security alarms either," Dash said. "I'm watching you real carefully. Up and do the door manually." The protocol droid said, "Very well, Man with a Blaster about to cook you." Luke and Dash exchanged dry looks. Droids could be too literal at times. The droid tapped a code into the keypad next to the inner door. It slid open. "Inside," Dash ordered. The droid preceded them into a large office. Sitting behind a desk in front of a clear wall of transparent steel was the Bothan who sent the message to Leia. Well, at least Luke thought it was the same one. They all looked pretty much alike to him. Master Milan, I'm sorry to interrupt, but... It's all right, R04. Go back to your desk. I'll see these gentlemen. Hardly gentle, sir, the droid called R04 said. They said to me they were Princess Leia. They threatened me with bodily harm. Never mind, R04. To Dash, the Bothan said, Put away that hardware, Rendar. You don't need it. Dash blinked, surprised, but holstered his weapon. The droid left, closing the door behind him. Luke stepped forward. Excuse the way we came in, but we had to see you. Milan smiled. I know. You're Luke Skywalker, and you are Dash Rendar. I've been expecting you. Please take a seat. Luke and Dash exchanged quick glances. Perhaps I should explain, Milan said. I discovered that Princess Organa was no longer on Tatooine a short time ago. Too late to recall the messenger droid I sent. Because you were here, I assume you knew the password she and I agreed upon. He looked at Luke. I know your reputation and your work for the Alliance. He glanced over at Dash. I also know your reputation, Mr. Rendar, though I'm surprised to see you working for the Alliance. Dash shrugged. I'm not. I'm working for the princess. Ah, well, no matter. You're here, and now we can get to the business at hand. You took kind of a risk letting us barge in here with a blaster that way, Dash said. We could have been Imperial assassins in disguise. Milan treated them to another smile. Not really. I've known you were here since you landed at the port. You were scanned first at the doorway to the building by the guard you bribed, then on the turbolift and positively identified. If you had been assassins in disguise, you would have arrived on a level with a dozen armed guards pointing their weapons at you when the lift doors opened. Luke and Dash glanced at each other. I have many enemies, Milan continued. I have learned to be cautious. Luke moved to one of the chairs and sat. Dash did the same. What is it that's so important you sent a message droid to Leia? Luke asked. The Empire has embarked on a new military project, Milan began. We do not yet know what or where the project is, but we do know it is vast. The Emperor has diverted huge amounts of money, material, and men for this secret enterprise. How did you come by this information? Luke asked. The Bothan spy net is second to none, Milan said. There seemed to be a touch of pride in his voice. As you thought you did with the guard on the street, we bribed a high-ranking Imperial officer. With what he gave us, we tried to infiltrate a slicer droid into the main computer complex on Coruscant to locate and copy the plans for this secret venture. Unfortunately, this portion of the plan failed. What we have learned as a result of this failure is that the plans are kept closely guarded in special computers with no outside lines. There is thus no way to obtain this information from a distance by comlink, no access to these systems save by direct hands-on contact. From what little else we've learned about it, this project does not bode well for the Alliance. Luke nodded. So what are we supposed to do about it? Our operatives have collected intelligence that indicates one of the secured computers is being sent from Coruscant to Bothawi. We believe the Alliance would be served by obtaining this computer and cracking it open to see what the Empire is up to. Luke nodded again. That sounds reasonable. Dash said, Excuse me, but why are you so hot to help out the Alliance? I thought the Bothan spynet's job was to gather and sell information, not get involved with strategy and tactics. Milan looked grim. 20 years ago, the Empire had my father executed for espionage. That's one of the risks of this business, isn't it? Yes, and one I take. But all Bothans are not spies, Rendar. My father was a teacher. He was guilty of nothing, save trying to educate his students about the Empire. You will have noticed my name doesn't end in the normal Elia honorific. Until the Empire is defeated, I can have no true honor. Dash nodded. That explains that. Luke thought about his aunt and uncle, turned into smoldering corpses at the farm on Tatooine. He understood how Milan felt. I would think that you might have a grudge against the Empire yourself, Milan continued, staring at Dash, after what the Emperor did to you and your family. Dash gritted his teeth. Luke saw his jaw muscles flex. That's none of your business, he said. Luke didn't say anything, though the question leaped to the top tier of his mind. What did they do to you, Dash? Instead, Luke said, If the Empire is going to all this trouble, we best find out why. How do we get our hands on this computer? Milan nodded. Our operatives have learned that the Empire intends to send the plans incognito on an unescorted ship posing as a simple freighter carrying fertilizer. The reason that such a ship will not draw the attention of the Alliance the way a heavily armed convoy would. A freighter full of fertilizer, Dash said. That is devious. Who'd hijack that? Our operatives inform us that they will be able to obtain the route of the disguised ship shortly. When they do, it will be but a matter of a day or two before the vessel arrives. There are Bothans who have Alliance sympathies willing to help secure the freighter, but they are relatively unskilled at such sorties. It would help if they had a commander with some experience in space battles to lead them. Luke smiled. That's me. He turned to Dash. What about you? You in? Risk my ship and neck? For what? I thought you wanted to keep me alive. You ain't worth that much. One freighter against a squad of Bothans and me and my X-Wing? How dangerous can it be? A piece of cake. Dash appeared to consider it. Besides, if the information in the computer is as valuable as it seems to be, the Alliance might be willing to give you a bonus for helping collect it. Could be worth a few thousand credits, maybe more. Dash looked at him. All right, I got nothing else to do. Why not? Luke grinned. This guy did remind him a lot of Han. 18. The Emperor was normally a clever man. He seldom did anything that Darth Vader thought particularly unwise, much less stupid. Yet as Vader stood before his master in the Emperor's castle, this latest bit of twisted business fit squarely into the latter category. Stupid and dangerous. Not that he would dare say so, to the Emperor's face, or behind his back. But the Emperor was not so powerful as to be able to read thoughts. Just as well, too, because if he could, surely he would destroy Vader here where he stood for his opinion of this foolishness. Then again, Vader thought as he stared at his master, could he read thoughts? It was doubtful this plan would ever have come to pass. You disapprove, Lord Vader? It is not my place to disapprove, my master. Quite so. Later, as he walked toward his castle, Vader considered his response to this new gambit. There seemed little he could do, save to monitor the situation, to stand still and watch. This did not improve his mood. Luke and Dash traveled with Koth Milan in his private landspeeder to a base hidden in the mountains 2 standard hours away from the city. Here they met with a squad of Bothan pilots and weapons officers and inspected their ships. The dozen fighters were BTL S-3s, 2-seat Y-wings, the Alliance's most common attack craft. They weren't as fast as X-wings or TIEs, didn't have the firepower, but were rugged and could take a lot of punishment. Not the latest or the best ships in vacuum, but they ought to be more than enough to stop a single freighter. They wore Alliance colors and ID codes. Bunch of antiques, Dash said. Probably have to get out and push if you want to go any faster than a broke-leg droid. Luke ignored him. To the leader of the squad, he said, You have astromechs for all of these? The leader, a Bothan who looked as young as for his species as Luke was, nodded. Yes, we have droids, and all the ships have tame and back IX-4 laser cannons run off standard Novodex generators. Unfortunately, we don't have proton torpedoes for their Acrid launchers. Luke shrugged. Doesn't matter. We don't want to blast the freighter anyhow. We want it in one piece. How much flying time does your squad have? Not much, I'm afraid. Most of us are relatively new, 100 hours or less than these birds, but the boys are quick and the gunners are pretty fair shots, though we haven't gotten much practice. That wasn't so good. We have a few days before we get our target location, Luke said. Maybe you can find a place to do a few maneuvers. We'd love that, Commander Skywalker. The squad is at your disposal. Luke grinned. He did still like the sound of that. Commander Skywalker. He could see it becoming Colonel Skywalker. General Skywalker. Wouldn't interfere with his Jedi studies to be a general. Ben had been a general, hadn't he? That path would have to begin later. First this, then Han had to be rescued. That might be tough, but for a slow run against a dung freighter, surely he could get these guys into shape in a couple of days. Leia was contemplating putting a credit coin into one of the rigged gambling machines. She was so bored she was about ready to give it a try. Avaro approached her. I just got off a comm off planet. Black Sun representative is en route. They will take 3 days. Leia felt a rush of relief. Thank goodness. Then as Avaro waddled off, she thought about what he just said. Thee will be here in 3 days? She? Well, why not? No rule said a woman couldn't be a criminal. In a perverse way it pleased her that the representative from Black Sun would be a woman. And about time she got here, too. The operative they were awaiting arrived at the hidden base on Bathoe 3 days after Luke and Dash. Koth Milan ushered the operative into a private room where the four of them met. Here are the coordinates of the flight plan, the agent said. He produced a tiny computer and laid it on the table. Milan said, Any more information on what the project might be? Not even rumors. This is closed up tighter than a Corellian clam. Too bad. The agent looked just like 100 other Bothans Luke had seen. Put him in a crowd and he'd disappear. You believe this directions to be valid? Milan asked. He nodded at the small computer. I do. I received them from our underworld contact. She's never delivered false information before. Underworld contact? Luke said. Black Sun, the agent said. Luke and Dash glanced at each other. Luke said, Black Sun? Milan answered. It appears that the organization is courting the alliance, he said. They have several times provided us with valuable intelligence. I believe they think the alliance will win the war against the Empire. They must be the only ones, Dash said. Milan looked at Dash but ignored what he'd said. War, like politics, sometimes makes for strange bedfellows. One uses the tools one has. Luke shook his head. I don't like it. They must expect something in return. And it seemed awfully coincidental that Leia had gone to seek out Black Sun, and here they were delivering invaluable information. Something wasn't quite right about that. They have not asked for anything. Yet, Dash said. Okay, Luke said. Put that aside for now. If this information is right, how long before we need to launch and get ready? Your squad of volunteers has already been put on alert, Milan said. We'll need to be in position in less than 3 standard hours to make the rendezvous. We? I'll be going along, Milan said, if Dash Rendar has room on his ship. Dash gave the Bothan a lazy grin. No problem. Can you cook? Might want to grab a bite while we collect this freighter. I doubt we'll have time to eat, Luke said. Maybe you won't, kid, but I can fly and eat at the same time. Luke had to grin. This guy was so full of himself, it was a wonder he didn't explode and spew ego all over the place. Better get to our ships, Luke said. Dash gave him a mock salute. Aye, aye, Commander. Time to go. Luke led the dozen Y-Wings away from the planet in the sensor shadow of the local moon to help them avoid Imperial patrols. Although the formation was a little ragged, they flew pretty well for a group who'd only had minimal time in the craft. He wouldn't want to take them into battle against the best TIE wing in the Imperial Navy, but they ought to be able to help surround a freighter and stop it. The coordinates and time were coming around, and he turned his attention to the ambush. Behind him, Dash flew his chrome ship, nearly invisible against the backdrop of airless space, with Koth Milan as a passenger. Keep in tight, boys, Luke said into his comm. We're almost on station. Let's hear you sound off, Blue Squad. The pilots of the Y-Wings logged in. He'd kept it simple. Each of the attack ships got a number, and he'd christened the unit with a color. Copy, Luke said. We're there. Stall 'em in position. Blue Squadron obeyed, bringing their fighters to a halt. They floated in the middle of nowhere, waiting. If the information was correct, the freighter ought to be popping out of hyperspace less than 100 kilometers dead ahead. The freighter pilot must have overslept. The ship dropped into real space all right, but only 50 clicks away. It was a stock light freighter, Corellian, though different in configuration from the Millennium Falcon. Instead of the saucer-like body with a twin nose and offset control cockpit, this was a long oval with the ends squared off, with a rectangular, detachable cargo container slung under its belly. It looked kind of like a graphic of a giant blaster. Heads up, Blue Squad, there's our target. Attack formation. The ship came out of hyperspace relatively slowly, but since it was closer than anticipated, they didn't have much time. Luke switched to a standard operations channel and hailed the freighter. Attention on board the freighter Saproso. This is Commander Skywalker of the Alliance. Shut down your engines and prepare to be boarded. If everything went as planned, Koth Milan in a vac suit would be escorted on board the freighter by a couple of guards and technicians also riding with Dash. They'd be in and out in a few minutes. This is the captain of the freighter Saprosa. Are you crazy? Came the reply. We're hauling fertilizer here. What kind of pirates are you?" "We're not pirates. Like I said, we're with the Alliance. And maybe we have a big garden. Pull it up, Captain, and nobody gets hurt." There came a long pause. It was possible the pilot didn't know what he was hauling, but Luke didn't believe that. If he didn't know, he'd have no objection to being boarded. If he did. "Listen, pal, I'm working under contract to XTS, and my orders are to deliver my cargo to the agent on Bothawui. Why don't you go bother somebody smuggling guns or spice or something?" "Captain, either you shut down your engines, or we'll shut them down for you. Some of my gunners can pick flies off a wall with their laser cannons." Well, it was possible, though he hadn't seen any of them shooting quite that well during maneuvers. The freighter pilot didn't know that. The freighter suddenly dropped its cargo module, sped up, and turned to starboard. It was going to make a run for it. Luke switched back to the tactical option. "Gotta do it the hard ways, boys. Target the engines only. If you aren't sure, don't take the shot. We don't want to blow this baby up. Move in." The distance between Blue Squadron and the freighter decreased in a hurry. This was stupid. The ship was unarmed and much slower than the Y-Wings. If they wanted to cook the captain, he was dinner, and he had to know it. The freighter tried to move at a right angle to the incoming fighters, but they were almost in range. Luke was in the lead, his ship was faster than the Y-Wings, and it would take only a couple of blasts to knock out the engines, assuming they had standard shields. Another 2 seconds. R2 whistled. Uh-oh. Luke didn't like what he heard. "Put it on screen, R2. The image of the freighter appeared on Luke's screen. Where there had been 4 smooth sections of hull before, red lights now blinked. Another 2 spots flashed blue. Plates had slid back on the freighter to reveal hidden weapons. "Heads up, everybody. This thing has got teeth. He's got laser cannons fore and aft and what looks like missile launchers ventral and dorsal. Watch yourselves." Luke put his X-Wing into a sweeping turn as the freighter's port laser fired. The blast was close enough to scramble his comm. One of the Y-Wings, Blue 4, dived at the freighter, targeting its engine compartment. Luke saw the fighter's beams stroke the target, but the bright blue splash as the beam hit revealed that the freighter had augmented shields. Not such an easy target after all. The freighter's cannon found Blue 4, and the ship blew apart. Man, that must be some wattage behind those guns. "Break off, circle, and regroup," Luke called into his comm. Blue 2 was on the way in, and it aborted its attack run. Too late. Blue 2 became shattered history. 4 of the Bothan ships looped away in pretty good formation, Dash and the Outrider in tandem with them. Luke was close enough to see the missile port on top of the freighter blow a cloud of gas into space that crystallized and glittered under the local sun's light. "He's got a missile off," Luke yelled. "I got it," Dash said. "I'll hammer that spike into scrap." Luke watched Dash's ship roll and dive, and his robotic guns began spewing coherent bolts of energy. He couldn't see the missile, but he saw Dash continuing his attack, saw the guns spraying their hard light spears. "Blast!" Dash said. "I got to be hitting it. Why doesn't it stop?" "Dash, come on!" Luke yelled. "Shut up, I've got it." "Stop, you blasted piece of junk, stop!" "Move, Dash!" "No, I'll get it." "Incoming!" Blue 6 yelled. "Scatter!" The 4 fighters tried to split up, separated like an opening fist. Too late. The missile exploded among them, and when the blast cleared, all 4 ships, 8 Bothans, were gone. "I can't have missed it," Dash said, his voice incredulous. "I can't." Luke's anger swept over him as he put the X-Wing into a sharp and twisting turn. He'd headed right at the freighter. 6 of his squadron had been destroyed, just like that. Dash, hotshot Dash, he'd screwed up royally. If it hadn't cost lives, Luke would have felt that the braggart got what he deserved. If he'd had any doubts that the crew of the freighter knew what they carried, they were gone now. He was too incensed to use the Force. He ignored the energy beams stabbing at him, ignored R2's cacophony of whistles and bleats, ignored everything but the engine compartment of the freighter under his guns. Fired. Fired again and again. Saw the radiation absorbed by the shields. Saw the blue glow brighten. Saw the force field give way under his attack. Saw the engine compartment rupture, smoke, flash red and purple as his laser beams baked and killed it. "I couldn't have missed," Dash said. He sounded dazed. "Stow that, Dash," Luke ordered. "It's too late to worry about it now. Get ready to bring your ship in." Luke switched channels. To the freighter, he said, "Your engines are dead, Captain, and that's what you and your crew will be if you fire another laser or missile. Do you copy?" A brief pause. "We copy." You are hereby considered prisoners of war. Stand by to be boarded. If you value your lives, best you don't mess with your real cargo. If anything happens to it, you will suffer the same fate." Luke shut off his comm. Oh man. He'd lost half his squad. He should have known it was too easy to be true. A dozen Bothans had died to secure this vessel and its computer. He should have been ready for a trick. He should have known better than to trust the Empire. He should have realized that Dash was more talk than substance. He was a lousy commander. Every time he went out, he lost people. And there was nobody else to blame for this. Yeah, Dash had failed him, but it was his responsibility. He was the commander of the mission. He'd thought it would be so easy. A piece of cake, he told Dash. Yeah, he was too cocky, too self-confident, too certain the Force would show him the right path. Wrong. On some level, it made him angry. The Force didn't always come when he needed it. But the dark side would be there if you needed it. Always. Oh, no, you don't. Don't even think about going down that road. But it was tempting. All that power. He had felt it. He shook his head. He hoped whatever was in the computer the freighter was carrying was worth what it had cost to collect it. It had better be. 19. Avaro sent a menial to tell them that the representative from Black Sun had arrived. He offered to provide a room, and Leia politely declined. She'd had Lando rent a place 2 casinos away from here, and he and the droid had recently checked it carefully for spy devices. She trusted Avaro about as far as she could throw him. "Tell her to meet us at the next chance," she told the flunky, who bowed and left. Leia approached Chewie while he was playing a board game with 3PO. The other gamblers in the place having been convinced it was wiser to let the Wookiee win than not. "Let's go, boys. We have company." Chewie and 3PO stood and followed her from the casino. Lando was on the way to their rented suite to do another fast pass on the place and to set up security. He'd be hiding with his blaster drawn when the Black Sun rep showed up. Chewie would watch the door from the hall, and 3PO would stay with her. Outside, the day had shaded into early night, damp and hot still, and the facades of the gambling casinos might not have seemed quite so run down, if not for the garish lighting installed in the exteriors. Clear plastic pipes full of electro-reactive gases that glowed in a dozen different colors, most of them bright, cast multicolored glare and shadows in all directions. The lights went with the rest of it. Everything in the complex seemed to be artificial. Even the bioengineered lawns and shrubbery looked fake. Somewhere in the darkness, somebody yelled. Leia heard the sound of boots running, followed by more hoarse screams. She touched the butt of her blaster, tucked into a holster inside the waistband of her pants. Even with Chewie looming over her, she felt better knowing she had a weapon. The night here was as dangerous as a skirmish with the Empire. People who had lost big money gambling sometimes did desperate things. The local news stat listed the number of murders on its back page every morning. A slaying had to be particularly gruesome or spectacular to make the front of the stat. They arrived at the next chance without incident, however, and went straight to the suite. Lando, blaster in hand, met them at the door when they buzzed. "Everything set?" "Yes," he said. He waved at the suite's meeting room. There was a desk with computer inset at one end of the room, 2 couches, 3 chairs, and a small table. A bar and a cooler were tucked into the corner opposite the door. 2 sliding doors led to the refresher and an adjoining bedroom. "I'll be back behind the bedroom door," Lando said, "in case the Black Sun rep needs to use the refresher." "Good. Chewie, you've got the hall." Chewbacca nodded and moved out into the hall, his bowcaster slung over his back. "Okay, 3PO, you stand over there, next to the bar." Leia moved to the desk and sat behind it. Might as well try to keep this on a business-like basis. She sat, took a deep breath, blew it out. She'd met with Alliance officials, generals, heads of planets, as well as Imperial governors and senators, so rank didn't scare her. But she'd never had a face-to-face meeting with a major underworld player before. At least, not that she knew about. She was a little nervous. She didn't know quite what to expect. Chewie called from the hallway. Sounded as if their caller had arrived. "Send her in," Leia said. The door opened. The computer was the size of a small carrying case. It was black and nearly featureless, save for a control panel along one edge. Koth Milan held the thing easily on his palms. They were on board the Outrider in the ship's lounge. Dash sprawled on a built-in chair, staring at the wall, not saying anything. He was stunned at his failure to stop the missile that had taken out 4 of the Y-Wings. As much as Luke had wanted to see Dash taken down a notch, that was not how he would have seen it done. Dash was disappointed that he wasn't as good as he thought he was, but at least he was alive. More than he could say about half his attack unit. Luke also stared, but at the small computer. Once again he hoped whatever was in it was worth the lives of a dozen Bothans. "Can you access the program?" Milan shook his head. "No, it will be encrypted and protected by an automatic destruct device. Only an expert can circumvent the wards. Our best team is on Cothless, a Bothan colony world a few light years from here. We'll transport it there and find out what we've got." "I'd like to go along," Luke said. "Of course. I'll give you coordinates. You can reach it easily in your X-Wing." "Dash?" The man didn't answer, but continued to stare at nothing. This had really hit him hard. Luke even felt sorry for him. "Dash," he said again. Dash blinked, as if coming out of a trance. "Huh?" Luke had seen it before. Battle shock. To Milan, Luke said, "Are we apt to run into any Imperial problems on the way to Cothless?" Milan shrugged. "Who can say? It is possible." "Would it be possible for your organization to locate Princess Leia?" As of yesterday, she was at Avaro Sukul's casino in the gambling complex on Rhodia. Luke shook his head. These guys were good. He looked at Dash. He couldn't bring him along, not the way he was now. He was too rattled. "Dash." "I had it in my sights," Dash said. "No way I could have missed." "Dash!" "Huh? What?" "Go to Rhodia, find Princess Leia, and tell her about the computer and the secret plans. You got it?" "I should go with you." "No, it's more important that you find the princess." Luke felt as if he were talking to a child. Dash blinked, stared at Luke. "All right, Rhodia. Plans. Got it." "We'll meet later," Luke said. "Okay?" "Meet you later. Uh-huh." "You gonna be all right?" "Yeah." Luke turned back to Milan, who looked sympathetic. "It is war," Milan said. "Bad things happen." Luke nodded. One more thing the Empire had to answer for. Whatever she had been expecting, Leia thought, Yuri was not it. The woman from Blackstone was gorgeous, strikingly beautiful, with long blonde hair and a trim figure. She wore a short black cloak over black thin-skins and calf boots, with a belt of pebbly red leather slung low over her hips. If she had a weapon, Leia couldn't spot it. She moved with the grace of a professional dancer. She sat across from Leia and smiled. When she spoke, Yuri's voice was cool and even. "How may we serve you, Princess?" Leia repressed a smile. Direct and to the point, this woman. But Leia had been too long a diplomat to blurt out what she wanted to a stranger. There needed to be some ritual circling, a few feints, a bit of misdirection. One did not leap from a high cliff into unknown waters. There could be dangerous things lurking just under the surface. It was a good idea to probe carefully first. She didn't know anything about this icy blonde, what her status was in her organization, what their goals were, what they wanted from those they dealt with. While the Alliance could not enter into a partnership with criminals, Leia was not above using whatever eyes and ears she needed to keep Luke alive, and she did not represent the Alliance in this meeting, though she would keep that to herself. "I understand that Black Sun has a first-rate intelligence-gathering capability," she said. Gary flashed a smile. "We hear things from time to time." "Care for some refreshment?" Leia nodded toward the bar in 3PO. Gary looked that way. "Tea, if it's not too much trouble. Hot." Leia looked at 3PO. "And the same for me, please." "At once," 3PO said. He began making the tea. "Your flight was pleasant?" Leia said. Gary smiled. "Very. I trust that Avaro has made your wait here equally pleasant?" Well, at least she knew how to play this game. It had been a while since Leia had occasion to sit and chat with another woman, being around all these men and males lately. They would have tea, they would dance their diplomatic dance, and eventually work their way to matters of substance. Like Lando's card game, it was wiser to keep your hand hidden until you had some knowledge of the other players. The tea came and went, the conversation stayed bland, and while there was nothing upon which Leia could put a finger, something was wrong. Guri didn't feel right somehow. She was polite, well-mannered, willing to follow Leia's lead in the game they played, and despite all that, Leia wanted to be rid of her visitor. What was it? So far, they hadn't come anywhere near the subject of Luke, and eventually she'd have to work her way to that. But not yet. Not until she could get some handle on what was bothering her about the woman from Black Sun. "We are more than willing to accommodate the alliance," Geary said, leaning back in her chair. She looked so relaxed, much more so than Leia felt herself. "We would not be unhappy if the Empire were to lose this war and the alliance were to ascend to power." "The alliance might be worse than the Empire as far as criminal organizations are concerned," Leia said. "Let's see how she handles that." Geary shrugged. "The truth is, Black Sun is less and less interested in illegal activities. Most of our revenue these days comes from investments in legitimate industries and strictly legal operations. There are many in our organization who would have it become completely above board. Nothing under the table. Such a thing is difficult under the weight of the Empire. Perhaps under the Alliance the transition might be better effected." Good response, Leia thought. "And as I mentioned, we are in sympathy with the Alliance. We have aided you a number of times. In fact, we have recently aided the Alliance in obtaining the plans for a super-secret Imperial construction project by way of the Bothan spy net." "Really? I hadn't heard that." "It was very recent. The news would not have had time to reach here." Leia leaned back, tried to mimic Geary's relaxed response. That would bear investigating. She was fairly certain that if Black Sun had given something of great value to the Alliance, there would be something asked in return. If not now, then later. Geary leaned forward. "I regret that I must ask if it might be possible to continue this meeting later. I have pressing business on one of the local moons, and I'm afraid my launch window is coming up soon." "Of course," Leia said. Whether Geary had such business or not was hardly important. If she did, then she could attend to it. If not, then cutting short the meeting was a gambit, and Leia would accept the move, to see where it led. "Perhaps we can talk again in, say, 3 or 4 days?" "I will look forward to it," Leia said, smiling. Geary stood, smooth as an acrobat in peak condition, smiled, gave Leia a bow that was something a little softer than a military bow, and laughed. After she was gone, Lando and Chewie came into the room. "What do you think?" Leia said. "Man, she's a smooth piece of work," Lando said. "You could stack ice cubes on her head and they wouldn't melt. Unarmed, unless she was hiding a weapon somewhere I couldn't spot. Very attractive, too, but there's something spooky about her." Leia nodded. She was glad that Lando had noticed. "3PO?" "I was unable to place her accent," he said, "which is decidedly odd given my extensive experience in languages. Her basic was flawless, her inflection precise, but I'm afraid I cannot tell you her planet of origin." Chewie said something. Nobody spoke for a moment. Leia said, "Well, is somebody going to tell me what he said?" 3PO got it out first. "Chewbacca says the woman made him very nervous." "He didn't say very," Lando said. "Just plain nervous." "Excuse me," 3PO said. "I inferred the modifier from his tone. Wookiee speak allows for such shadings." "You say my Wookiee speak is bad?" Lando said. "Don't start again, you two. Very or not, few things made a Wookiee nervous. Certainly not normal women. Something to consider. Maybe the next time the woman from Black Sun visited, they ought to prepare their reception a little better." 20. Princess Leia leaned back in her chair and smiled. She looked relaxed, comfortable, in charge. Geary leaned forward, told Leia that she had to break the meeting off now. Leia was not the least nonplussed. "Of course," she said. Again the small and polite smile. "Freeze it right there," Zizor said. The holoproj of Leia shuddered and held, sharper as a single image than it was as a moving one. Perhaps he would have this particular frame installed as a permanent holographic duplicate on one of his private chamber walls. It would be better, perhaps, had she been nude, but it was fine just as it was. It seemed to catch the essence of the woman. He could get the nude one later. Without taking his gaze from the full-size three-dimensional picture on the floor in front of him, he said, "What did you think of her?" Behind him stood Geary. "She's adept at meaningless small talk, as befits a skilled diplomat. She revealed nothing of what she really wanted except that it might have to do with intelligence gathering. She's physically attractive for one of her species and related species. She is intelligent. And it would seem more than coincidental that this woman, who is known to be close to Luke Skywalker, is probing Black Sun." Zizor glanced away from the holoproj as his most trusted lieutenant. There was a dry understatement. A man who believed in such heavy coincidences was a fool. Somehow he was already beginning to think of her on a first-name basis. Somehow she had figured out more than she should have been able to figure out. Although he had taken great pains to separate himself from the planned assassination of Skywalker, she had happened upon the plot and managed to connect it to Black Sun. It was not good, but it was somewhat amazing. Another point in her favor. Your suggestion? Kill her. Kill her Wookiee and gambler companion. Wipe the protocol droid's memory and melt it down. Eliminate Avaro as well, just to be sure, and anybody in the casino who might have recognized her. Caesar smiled. Yuri was ruthless and efficient. That was part of her charm. If she had to flame a building to rid it of termites, so be it. Given leave, she would do exactly what she suggested. I think not, he said. Go back and meet with her again. We should find out exactly how much she knows and to whom she has told it, if anybody. I can get that information before I terminate her. No, I would rather conduct this particular interrogation myself. I want you to bring her to me. Geary was silent. Go ahead. Speak your mind. You were attracted to this woman in a romantic way. So? Such attractions have been known to cloud the minds of otherwise rational beings. He laughed, something he did all too seldom these days. Nobody but Geary would have the nerve to speak thus. Another of her endearing traits. Do not fear, my dear Geary. She would never replace you in my affections. Geary did not speak. He didn't think that thought had crossed her mind. She was immune to jealousy as far as he'd been able to determine. Geary would stand and hold the clothes of his mistress while Zizor had his way with her, apparently unaffected by what she saw. Princess Leia will surely be useful in locating Skywalker, one way or another. After that, then you can dispose of her. Geary nodded once. Go. When she was gone, Zizor considered what she had said, then dismissed it. He walked the cold road, and his passion was always safely leashed until he let it free. Geary worried. That was her job, and now she had been programmed to protect him at all costs, even if it extended into his love life. He did not need to be protected there. In such matters, a Falleen was quite capable of taking care of himself. And in this case, it would be a pleasure to do it, too. Luke's X-Wing dropped from hyperspace in the vicinity of the planet Kothelis. The world had 3 small moons, was the 4th of 7 planets circling the local primary, and did not appear to be swarming with Imperial Navy, at least not where Luke was. He scanned the local comm bands and picked up normal traffic, nothing alarming. R2, laying a course for the rendezvous Milan gave us. R2 whistled in his acknowledgement. Darth Vader's spies told him that Zizor had gone once again to see the Emperor. The man was involved in something dangerous to the Empire. He was certain of it, but he had to have proof before he went to the Emperor. Zizor was currently enjoying favor, and if Vader wished to stop that, he must find out exactly what the Dark Prince was up to. He must have evidence that was irrefutable. Bring one of my dueling droids, Vader said to the heir. No, bring 2 of them. The rebel fighter squadron bore in, a dozen Y-Wings led by a single X-Wing, and a larger unidentified and heavily armed vessel. The target of the attack took evasive action and opened fire. The fight was furious, but over quickly. The pilot of the X-Wing came in fast and crippled the freighter by killing its main engines after the larger ship had destroyed half the attackers. I think we've seen enough, the Emperor said. The recording of the attack, taken from within the freighter and without sound, vanished. It went exactly as we planned, I see, Zizor said. They had to work a little for it. We didn't want it to seem too easy. A long silence passed before the Emperor spoke. I do hope you know what you were doing, Prince Zizor. I agreed to allow the plans for the new Death Star to fall into rebel hands on your advice. You had best be right. Zizor said, I am, my master. Once the rebels find out exactly what it is they have been given, their trust in me will be complete. It will be an easy matter to lure the leaders of the Alliance into your grasp. I will deliver the rebellion, and you can crush it at your pleasure. The Emperor said nothing, but Zizor heard the unspoken threat. If you are wrong, you will be most sorry. To someone watching from outside who knew even most of what Zizor knew, his position might seem precarious. As with a juggler who had half a dozen balls in the air, disaster seemed imminent. But Caesar had the skills, and more important, the will to keep the balls flying smooth, all part of the game. And what made it so interesting? Anyone could juggle with fewer items. It took a master to do what he was doing. "You sure this thing is going to work?" Leia asked. Chewbacca, busy working on the door jamb with a small power wrench, said something. It sounded snide. 3PO quickly translated. "He says that if it doesn't, it won't be because it was improperly installed." Leia turned and looked at Lando, who shrugged. "The guy who sold it to me said it was top of the line," he said. "Got the latest Dopramagno scanner, full range sensor, a self-contained power supply, good for a year. It better work. It cost me enough." "Hardly a dent in your winnings, I would think," Leia said. "Oh, it was a dent. I hope it's worth it." So do I, Leia thought. Chewie gargled something. "He says it is ready for testing," 3PO said. Leia walked to the desk and sat behind it. The computer inset into the desk was off, and she switched it on. "The unit is under the file bioscan," Lando said. Leia opened the program. A hologram appeared over the desk. "Non-holographic mode," she said. "Flat screen only." The image vanished. She looked down at the desk. The words "Scanner offline" appeared on the screen. It would be invisible from the chair opposite the desk. "Bioscan on," she said. The screen lit up with an image of an eye, an ear, and a nose. Oh, how cute. "Okay, everybody out. Let's test it." 3PO, Lando, and Chewie trooped out into the hall. "Close the door." They did. "Okay," Leia yelled. "Lando, you come in first." The door opened and Lando sauntered in. He turned around as if modeling the latest fashions. "Here I am. Enjoy." Leia grinned. He was endearing for a rogue. She looked down at the screen. The scanner newly inset into the frame of the door picked up Lando's image, and it appeared on the screen. An info crawl moved up the side of the image as the sensors examined Lando and fed the result to the computer. Human, male, armed with a blaster and a small vibro shiv in his pants pocket on the left side. Heartbeat, respiration, muscle tone index, height, weight, body temperature, even a refractive index indicating how old his skin was, plus or minus a standard year. Lando, according to this device, was a little older than he looked. No bombs or poison gas or com-active material hidden upon his person. No hidden holocams or recording devices. "Seems to be working on you. Chewie, come on in." Again the device scanned and reported. She didn't know what the normal readings for a Wookiee were, but the program that came with the scanner apparently did, and it told her that Chewie was within normal limits for one of that species. She was sure Chewie would be happy to know that. Finally, she called 3PO in. The program had no trouble at all recognizing him as a droid. "Well, it seems to be working just fine," she said. "Why don't we test it on you?" Lando offered. "I don't think that will be necessary," she said. "You were plenty." Lando's comlink bleeped. He pulled it from his belt. Leia looked at him. "I've got an eye at the port," he said. He lifted the comlink. "Go ahead." "A ship has just arrived," the tinny voice said. "The Outrider, piloted by—" "Dash Rendar," Leia finished. "What is he doing here? He's supposed to be watching Luke." "Thanks," Lando said into the comlink. He shut it off. To Leia, he said, "Maybe we better go find out." They met Dash halfway. He was in a pub trans cab heading away from the port. Chewie swung their rental vehicle around, and they quickly caught up with the cab and waved it over. When Dash got out, he looked terrible. "Is Luke okay?" Leia said in a rush. "Yeah, he's fine." "Why are you here? You're supposed to be guarding him." Dash stared at her. "He's fine. He doesn't need my help." "You don't look so good," Lando offered. "Trouble?" "Long story," Dash said. "Get into the speeder," Leia said. "You can tell it to us on the way back to the casino." He got into the speeder and they started off. When he was finished, Leia shook her head. Luke was okay. That was the important thing. And it appeared that Geary had told the truth, at least about the secret plans. "Any idea what these plans are?" Lando asked. "No. The Bothans have some kind of hot specialists on Kothlis who are going to pull them out of the computer." His voice was almost a dead monotone. Lando said, "Hey, lighten up, Dash. Things can get heavy in the middle of a battle. Anybody can miss." "Not me. I don't miss. I should have clipped that missile. Bothans died because I missed, you understand?" Leia was silent. She didn't like Dash Rendar. He was a braggart and stuck on himself. but at least he had some feelings for others. Maybe it was more because his self-confidence had been shattered, but she could tell it had really rattled him. It must be terrible to think you're the sharpest thing in the skies and then to find out you have a dull spot on your edge. Nobody said anything for a while. Well, as soon as his business with Black Sun was finished, they would go and find Luke. Somehow it would all get sorted out. Luke left R2 to watch the X-Wing and made his way to the lounge, where he was supposed to meet Koth Milan. The Bothan was waiting. "Any problems?" Milan asked. "No. Now what?" "We have a safe house here, a few kilometers away on the outskirts of the city. The computers are ready there and the team are working on it. We'll go there and wait until they are done." "How long will it take?" Milan shrugged. "Who can say? Hours, perhaps, if we are fortunate. Days if not. The team is very good and won't take any chances. After what we paid for it, it would be terrible to slip up and lose the information." "Yeah, it would." "I have a speeder waiting outside." "Lead on," Luke said. Outside, the daytime air had a funny smell. It took Luke a moment to place it. The odor was of warm and moldy cheese. He smiled to himself. He knew he'd get used to it pretty quick and tune it out. That was something they almost never mentioned in the travel ads, that every planet had its own smells and feel. The light was a little redder here than on Tatooine. It was a little cooler than Bothawi, and there was that smell. The thing about alien worlds, well, alien to somebody not born there, was that each one was unique. Moldy cheese wasn't so bad. He'd smelled worse. They walked to Milan's speeder and got in. Time to go find out what the Empire thought was so valuable. 21. The safe house was a clever setup, Luke saw. What looked like a row of old storage units and rundown office space in an industrial park turned out to be something else behind the facade. Past the security checkpoint with a trio of large armed guards was a modern complex of interconnected units, bright and gleaming with the latest computer and electronic gear, plus a bunch of technicians to operate it. Most of them were Bothans, but there were several other aliens at work. It was a smart camouflage. From outside, you'd never expect to find all this. "This way," Milan said. Luke followed the Bothan spymaster down a gleaming corridor to a room with yet another armed guard posted at the door. Milan showed an ID, and they were admitted. Inside the room were half a dozen Bothan techs. One of them tended leads plugged into jacks in the computer Milan had collected. Others sat at consoles tapping keyboards or using Voxax controls. Information danced in the air as holographic images formed and reformed. "There's not much to see, I'm afraid," Milan said. "Unless you're an expert in this, the information looks to be pretty much a jumble of numbers and letters." Luke nodded. "What do they mean?" He waved at one of the screens. "Got me," Milan said. "I'm a spymaster. What I know about programming you could inscribe on a microdiode lead with a dull sword." Luke smiled. "Hey, hey, hey," one of the Bothan techs said. "Look at this, boys. Scan sector Tarp-Harden Exxon." Luke heard the tap of keys, the commands of Voxaxes. "Wow," said one of the other techs. "Oh, sister," said another. "I can't believe it." "What?" Luke said. "What is it?" Before anybody could say, the door exploded inward and somebody came in shooting. Leia smiled at Giri, who was once again seated across from her at the desk in their suite. But the smile was to cover her puzzlement. According to the computer screen inset into the desk and the scanner that fed it, Giri was not human. What she was, the scanner program could not say. "Care for some refreshment?" Leia asked. "Tea would be fine." "3PO, fix 2 cups of the special tea blend, would you please?" Leia turned back from the droid and flashed her smile at Giri again. She caught the computer screen peripherally as she glanced at Black Sun's representative. According to the scanner, Giri's skin was around 10 standard years old. Wasn't that interesting? "I trust your business went well?" It did. It would be no trouble to keep her talking for a few minutes, until the special blend tea 3PO was preparing did its job. The sleeping potion he was instilling into Giri's cup would put her out harmlessly for a couple of hours, during which time Leia and the others could make a closer examination of Giri's person and effects. This was the plan they'd agreed upon if the scan didn't check out the way it should. After a couple of hours, Giri would awaken and, if the potion worked as it was supposed to work, not remember having fallen asleep. Maybe they could figure out who and what she was during that time. At least Leia's instincts had been right. There was something odd about Geary. Very odd. 3PO brought the tea. Leia hoped the droid had gotten the stuff into the right cup. It'd be embarrassing if Lando or Chewie had to come in and take over while she took a nap. 3PO had his back to Geary. Leia glanced at him. His left eye illuminator winked off, then back on. Leia picked up her tea and smiled again. When a man comes at you with a blaster spewing, you don't stand there asking stupid questions. Luke snatched his lightsaber from his belt, lit it, and whipped it up in a right inward block as he slid to the side. A blaster bolt splashed from the blade in a shower of red and orange sparks. The air stank suddenly of ozone. The techs were unarmed, and Luke saw two of them take hits and go down. The others scrambled for cover. Koth Milan produced a small weapon and returned fire, hitting the lead attacker right between the eyes. The attacker fell backward. There were more behind him, boiling through the shattered doorway. Luke leaped forward, circled his lightsaber into a horizontal slash, and took down the next man through the door. Milan fired. The bolt sizzled past Luke's left ear and hit the third man incoming. Beyond that, Luke saw there were at least a dozen more shooters crowding toward the doorway. Maybe more. It wasn't as if he had time to do a precise count here. More energy beams cooked the air, scorching past Luke and spearing computer consoles and technicians alike. "Too many of them," Milan yelled. "This way." Luke wove a curtain of hard light with his blade, deflecting blaster bolts and driving the attackers back temporarily. He leaped to the side, and Milan fired repeatedly into the opening, momentarily clearing it. "Come on!" Luke turned and ran. Discretion here was definitely the better part of valor. Who were these guys? They wore black, but didn't have any insignia he could see. Some kind of new Imperial strike team? Mercenaries? Never mind that now. Worry about who they are later. This party's over, Luke. It's time to leave. Luke hurried after Milan. After 20 minutes of small talk, Leia realized the sleeping potion wasn't going to work. It was supposed to take 5 minutes, 8 minutes at the outset if you had the constitution of a rock. Geary continued her diplomatic back and forth without any apparent effects from the powerful potion. Maybe 3PO had followed it up somehow? Not put the stuff into Geary's cup? The computer was still processing information and displaying it for Leia. The person sitting across from her breathed air, and her heart pumped blood, but the lungs weren't normal, and neither was the heart. The muscles under the supposedly 10-year-old skin weren't made of any tissue the scanner could recognize. Her body temperature was 10% cooler than normal. A human that cold would be dead. On visual inspection, Geary looked like a perfectly normal and attractive young woman in her early 20s. According to the scanner and computer, she was not human, nor was she any one of the 86,000 alien species it was designed to recognize, nor was she any kind of standard droid. And she was, it seemed, immune to a sleeping potion that should work on anybody human. What was going on here? No doubt about it, this was a problem, and not one that Leia had anticipated. Now what were they going to do? Geary helped to resolve the problem. She said, "All right, Leia Organa, I think this has gone on long enough." "Excuse me?" Geary held her empty container up. As Leia watched, she squeezed the heavy ceramic mug in one hand. Her hand shook a little, but the cup shattered into tiny bits. Geary smiled. "I can do that to your head if I wish. You probably have a weapon hidden somewhere, but I warn you I'm much faster than you, and if you attempt to reach your weapon, I can get to you before you get to it." Leia played it out. "Suppose I believe you. What do you want?" "You are going to accompany me from this place. You will tell the Wookiee in the hall to stay here as we leave. Convince him. Otherwise he dies." "Where are we going?" "Do not concern yourself with that. Just do as you were told, and you will survive to get there." "I don't think so," Leia said. "Whoever or whatever you are, I bet you aren't faster than a blaster bolt. Lando, Dash." The door to the bedroom slid open. Lando and Dash stood there, blasters aimed at Geary. They stepped into the room. "You might be wrong," Geary said. The door to the hall also slid open, and Chewie stood there with his bowcaster leveled at Geary's back. "Could be," Leia said, "but you'd have to be real fast to avoid being hit by 3 bolts. Geary turned her head slightly to glance at Chewie, turned back to look at Leia. "You have the advantage, it would seem. What do you propose?" There was a good question. What were they going to do now? One of the Bothan techs leaped up, grabbed the computer, and jerked it loose from the leads. The undamaged screens went blank. "Go!" Milan yelled at the tech. "We'll cover you." The tech ran for the rear of the room. A section of the wall slid back to reveal an unmarked emergency exit. The tech with the computer barreled through the opening. Milan, meanwhile, emptied the charge in his blaster at the attackers coming in again. The weapon clicked dry, and he tossed it aside. "Run!" he yelled. Luke didn't need to hear that twice. But before he could take a step, a blaster bolt hit Milan. The Bothan went down. Luke dropped to one knee. "Go!" Milan said. "Leave me. Get out." Luke saw the black-clad attacker stream in. "You didn't leave your wounded comrades in battle." He stood between Milan and the incoming tide. "Idiot! Leave!" Luke chopped the blaster from the hand of the first man to reach them, wondered briefly why the man didn't cook them, but he had no time to reflect on it as 5 or 6 more shooters came in. "Luke," Milan said. "Thanks, Luke glanced down. Milan went limp and his eyes rolled back, showing only the pale sclera. A final shuddery breath escaped, and he was still. Dead. The number of men crowding into the room increased. There were 10, 15 of them now, all pointing blasters at him but not firing. What? "Turn off your saber," one of them commanded in a rough voice. "You can't win." Luke looked at the speaker. The figure stood in a shadow. It was hard to see until it stepped out into the light. The reptilian alien was about his height, covered with black scales, with a mouth full of pointed teeth. Definitely a meat-eater. He thought he recognized the species as that of a barabel, but he wasn't sure. He hadn't seen a lot of them. Barabels didn't leave their homeworld very often. Luke saw that he didn't have a chance, even using the Force. He clicked his lightsaber off. "Wise move," the Barabel said. "My people have great respect for Jedi Knights, and I'm sorry I must do this, but it is business. Take his weapon." One of them moved in and removed the lightsaber from Luke's grasp. Luke looked back at the Barabel. "What do you want?" "Sorry, but we want you, Skywalker." Chewie said something. He didn't sound happy. "Chewie doesn't think this is a very good idea," Lando said. "I agree with him." Leia said, "Look, I know you owe Han and you want to take care of me, but we need to do this." Dash leaned against the wall, a blaster trained on Giri, who sat in a chair and was bound with cuff bands and a steel cable. They weren't taking any chances with her. Dash said, "You're going to waltz into the heart of the Empire, just like that?" "I have some connections on Coruscant," Leia said. "That's where our friend here came from." She nodded at Giri, who offered nothing. "Somebody is playing games I don't much like. Luke is in danger. This person who says she represents Black Sun is our only link to them." Lando said, "You know, there were rumors a few years back about human replica droids. Seems like I heard somebody had perfected the method, got them good enough so you couldn't tell the difference between one of the replicas and a real human by looking. That was about 10, 12 years back. It would fit with the age the scanner gives us about her." He glanced at Giri. Giri smiled, but said nothing. "So what if she's a droid?" Dash said. "What good does it do for you to know that?" Leia shook her head. "Not much good at all," she said. "But if we can get to whoever sent her, maybe that does. She's got to be worth a lot to them." Chewie moaned something. "Chewbacca says that if you go to Coruscant, he is going as well." Leia glared at 3PO. "Don't blame me. I'm only translating what he said." "Fine. You can go with me. Lando, you and Dash wait here for Luke. We'll take Giri with us. Whoever or whatever she is, she's our pass." "How are you going to get there?" Dash asked. "Book a compartment on a liner? They check those things going into Coruscant, you know." "I'll contact the Alliance and have them supply us with a small ship." "I don't like it," Lando said. "Why not just take her ship?" Dash asked. "It's bound to be cleared." "And maybe blow ourselves into tiny pieces? We've already determined she's not the most trustworthy being we've ever met. Could somebody steal your ship?" Dash laughed. "They wouldn't get very far if they tried." "I still don't like it," Lando said. "I'm not asking you to like it. I'm telling you to do it." Which pretty much ended that conversation. Leia tried to sound as if she were in charge, and as she knew exactly what she was doing, but that was a stretch. If Giri was a replica droid, surely she must be valuable to whoever had sent her. Maybe that person would be willing to talk to get her back. Conventional wisdom had it that the best plans were usually the simplest ones. And if that was true, this was a great idea. Conventional wisdom aside, it wasn't much. Still, it was what she had, and she would follow it up as best as she could. "Excuse me," Geary said. Leia turned to look at her. "What?" "There is an easier way." Leia stared at her, then at the others. "What are you talking about?" "You want to go to Imperial Center and meet with the leadership of Black Sun, correct?" "That was the general idea." "That is why I was sent, to provide you escort for such a trip." "Then why the threats?" "It was the fastest way." "I wouldn't trust her, Leia," Lando said. "I don't, but I'm reasonable. Go on." "It'll be very risky for you to try to sneak past the Imperial pickets around Imperial Center. I can greatly lessen the risk." "No offense, but Lando's right. Why should we trust you?" "Because I work for Prince Zizor." Lando and Dash both inhaled sharply. Leia looked at them. "Zizor is the head of Black Sun," Dash said. "I can arrange for you to speak with him if you like." Leia frowned. "He's here?" "I have his private comlink codes." "I don't like this," Lando said. He waved the blaster. Lando didn't like much anything lately. Chewie growled and harned. Neither did Chewie like it. "You are wanted by the Empire, as are your companions. I can arrange disguises, get you past customs and straight to the Prince," Geary said. "It would eliminate much of the risk." Leia sighed. It sounded reasonable, despite Geary's attempt to capture her. "All right, we can at least listen to what your master has to say." Before the others could protest much, she waved them silent. "May I stand?" Geary asked. "Yes." Geary came to her feet in a smooth motion. "Dash, unbind her," Leia ordered. "There is no need," Geary said, smiling. She flexed her arms. The bands around her wrists popped as if they were made of cheap plasto. She took a deep breath and strained. The cable around her shoulders gave a metallic groan, stretched, then snapped. "Oh, man," Lando said. Geary moved to the room's comm, waved her hands at it. A few moments passed. Then a deep, masculine voice said, "Yes?" "Geary, Highness, I have Princess Leia Organa here. She would like to speak with you." "Where's the image?" Lando asked. "My master prefers not to send it out, even on a shielded channel," Geary said. She looked at Leia. Leia said, "Greetings, Prince Zizor." "Ah, Princess Leia, how delightful to make your acquaintance at last." His voice was compelling, at least. "Your droid here says you wish to see me?" "Indeed. I have information that might be of use to you." "Concerning?" "The attempted assassination of Luke Skywalker. A friend of yours, is he not?" It took much of Leia's control to avoid gasping. Zizor knew about the plot. "We are comrades, yes," Leia said. "Tell me, how do you know the attempts on Luke Skywalker's life?" "Not over the comlink," he said. "We must discuss such matters face to face. If you will allow Geary to escort you, I'll explain all when you arrive." Leia looked around the room. This certainly was unexpected. What was she going to do?